that their doubts were of the more familiar variety, a disappointment in him rather than a disapproval of her. "I think she has a fair notion, and in spite of it, I vow to do my best to make her a good husband." He turned on his heel. "I will leave the preparations to you then, Mother." He aimed for the door. "No flowers, no luncheon, no guests, beyond family and Grant."
"But Geoffrey," his mother's voice tugged at him, "where are you going?"
"I need to buy a wedding gift." And given his future wife, he knew just the one. By 6:30, it was done. The vows were mumbled, the rings exchanged. The sure, quick pressure of West's lips against her own told the small audience of family and friends that she now belonged to him, but the gesture sent confusion cascading through her. No matter his earlier claims to the contrary, he'd well proven himself a hero this evening, marrying her, giving up his future for her protection. They'd put on a proper show, but did he mean for this to be a real marriage? And what did she want out of it, beyond an assurance of Eleanor's safety? All good questions in need of answers. But first, she had a small gauntlet of guests to survive. Dr. and Mrs. Merrill stepped forward to offer their congratulations, followed by Lady and Lord Cardwell. They welcomed her warmly, though they all seemed a bit dazed by the suddenness of it all. Eleanor drifted away on Mrs. Merrill's arm, murmuring something about needing to find her bed and lie down for a nap. Mary knew Eleanor wasn't happy about the marriage, but no matter how angry or confused she might be, her sister was at least safe. Mary could not bring herself to apologize or regret the lengths she'd taken to ensure it. The stooped, smiling butler who'd opened the door that morning materialized in front of them, clearly as much a part of the family as anyone else in the room. "Mrs. Westmore," the man said with a delighted smile, bowing formally in greeting. "I am so pleased to meet you." "And I you." Mary smiled, appreciating the kindness she could see on his wrinkled face. "This is Wilson, our family's butler," West explained. "Enforcer of manners and all-around meddler in things that ought not to concern him." "Whatever you wish, Mrs. Westmore, you have only to ask," Wilson said, chasing it with a small wink. "Especially if it's a proper prank we might play on Master Geoffrey together." "Oh?" She glanced up at West, who was glaring down at the servant with a mixture of affection and annoyance. "A proper prank? I'm afraid only the improper ones come to immediate mind. I shall have to wrap my head around that." "I shall eagerly await your ideas." Wilson bowed again before taking his exit. "He seems nice," Mary giggled. "You might wish to reserve judgment until you get to know him better," came her husband's dry reply. "Because if you let him, Wilson will harangue you within an inch of your life." A sullen, dark-haired gentleman stepped forward next, and the laughter died on Mary's lips. She had noticed the man's belated arrival, which had come nearly at the end of the brief ceremony. How could she not? He was impossible to miss, bleary-eyed, unshaven, 2 buttons undone on his wrinkled jacket. And most importantly, glowering at her from the back of the room. "Grant!" West exclaimed, slapping the man on the back. "So glad you finally deigned to make an appearance at my nuptials." "Yes, well, it seems I arrived too late," the man growled. "Well, late or no, I am still glad you cared enough to get out of bed." "Yes, well, if only I'd done so 5 minutes earlier, I might have had a hope of changing your course. Now it seems I must pray for an annulment." West tensed beside her. "Careful, my friend," he said, his voice edged with a warning. "There is no cause for a lack of civility." "No cause for any of this, near as I can tell. Friends forever, eh?" The man snorted.
What a crock! I can't believe I saved your life, only for you to throw it away like this."
As he pulled a flask from his trouser pocket and tipped it to his lips, Mary felt a frisson of worry. So this was Mr. Grant, West's friend and partner in infamy. Somehow, she felt as though she ought to try to make a good impression, though he clearly had no intention of doing the same. "It is nice to meet you, Mr. Grant," she said softly.
"I wish I could say the same."
He scowled at her.
"Not that I hold it against you personally, but you've managed to trap a good man with your charms."
"I suspect charm had less to do with it than fate." Mary looped her arm through West's, knowing this performance would set the stage for how they meant to go on. "However I've acquired him, I am grateful. He is a good man." Or at least, she wanted to believe he had the potential to be a good man, opera boxes and prostitutes aside. "And I intend to be a good wife," she added, tightening her grip.
"Well, the best wives permit their husbands a certain amount of freedom. I suppose it remains to be seen which category you will fall under."
Grant's gaze narrowed toward West.
"As a start, will I see you at White's later tonight?"
West shook his head.
"I'll be a bit busy, as I'm sure you can imagine." "Oh, I can imagine. You forget I've spent many an hour with you at Madame Xavier's."
Grant snorted, then made a lewd gesture with one hand.
"Tomorrow, then?"
Mary could feel West's arm tense beneath her fingers.
"I've only been married 10 minutes, Grant. We shall have to see how it all goes."
Grant shook his head.
"I hope to God you know what you are doing."
And then he made for the door, his flask still fisted in his hand. "Your friend doesn't seem very friendly," Mary said, low under her breath. West sighed.
"Give him time. He just needs to come to terms with the change in my situation."
He pressed a quick kiss to her temple.
"And understand that I might prefer to spend time with you on my wedding night instead of him."
Mary nodded, though she couldn't help but suspect there was trouble brewing there. Finally, there was only one more person left in the drawing-room, a blonde woman who had earlier been introduced as West's sister, Lady Lucy Branston. She stepped up to have her turn at them. "Couldn't do this the usual way, could you, Geoffrey?" She gave her brother a playful tap on the arm. 4 hours' notice for a wedding invitation. I didn't even have time to fetch Branston from Westminster. I always knew you would crash spectacularly when love finally found you."
"Yes, it's been quite the while," West said, not contradicting her in the least.
Mary felt like fidgeting when he didn't do anything to correct his sister's presumption. So, he meant for people to imagine this was a love match. Well, she'd read enough books with happy endings to pretend she knew how to do this. She only hoped her acting skills were up to the challenge. "And as for you, I hope you know what you've fallen into." Lady Branston smiled down at Mary. "My brother is a terrible prankster. Perhaps I can reform him." Mary beamed at her new sister-in-law, hoping she didn't look like a loon. Or perhaps she ought to look like a loon. If her sister and Lord Ashington were any indication, one turned a bit silly over it all. Love has a way of changing the staunchest of scoundrels to responsible citizens. Lucy snorted. "I see you are fond of fairy tales." She leaned in to kiss Mary's cheek. "And you are far too lovely for the likes of my debauched brother." When Mary gaped at her, she laughed. "Oh, but you must pay my teasing no mind. Geoffrey deserves his comeuppance for the ribbing he gave me on my wedding day."
"Also done by special license, if my memory serves," West pointed out.
"Yes, but I believe I gave you 4 days' notice," she retorted, then blew her brother a saucy kiss as she sailed away. As the room's sudden emptiness pressed in, Mary cut a curious glance at her new husband. He was staring down at her with a smirk on his face that could only be interpreted as anticipatory. and then he took her hand and led her out of the drawing-room, heading toward the huge, spiralling staircase that led to the upper floors of the house. "Well, Mrs. Westmore," he said, tugging on her hand, "it is time for the next phase of this mad adventure."
"Do you mean you wish to plan our next steps?"
she asked, thinking that by mad adventure he meant the assassination plot.
"I haven't had time to work on another list, but if you could find me a pen and paper, I could list the gentlemen I spoke with last night."
"Mary." He pulled her up onto the first step. "You won't need a pen for a solid few hours." His easy smile shifted to something more wolfish. "You must trust me when I say your hands will be too occupied for lists." Mary swallowed. It was still quite early, not even dark outside yet, surely too soon to be retiring above stairs.
"Do you mean they will be occupied with a fork?" she asked. "Because we've not yet eaten, and I do think I could use a—"
"If you are hungry, we can have a tray sent up to my bedroom." She tripped on the bottom stair. He'd said, bedroom. Oh, good heavens. He wanted to do this now? Her free hand gripped the banister. "Wait!" she gasped, scrambling after him, but then her foot hit a place on the stairs that unleashed a loud, spluttering sound. She froze, her cheeks burning as he looked over his shoulder. "That is quite a wedding gift you've just given me." His smile curled the edges of his mouth. "Fortunately, I have one for you too." She shrank backward. Oh, but how could he think she would do such a thing? It hadn't been her breaking wind. Surely he knew that. But that didn't make it any less mortifying. "Don't look so pained," he chuckled. "It was a joke, and one not even intended for you." He bent down and pulled a flattened object from beneath the step. "See? A windmaker. I like to tease Wilson every now and again. The man likes to lecture me in return. Somehow we reach an equilibrium." Her breath caught in her throat, her own equilibrium anything but reached. She stared at this man who was now, for better or worse, her husband. He had placed that thing beneath the stairs on purpose. Good heavens! Eleanor and Lady Branston had both warned her he was a prankster, but somehow, in the terror of the morning, and the need to ensure her sister's safety, and the fluttering anticipation of saying yes, she'd forgotten what this man was capable of. She was well reminded now. "Well then, no wonder Wilson wants to play a proper prank on you," she frowned. Unrepentant, he tugged her upward until she fell into his arms. She tried to hold tight to her annoyance, but her stomach slid somewhere to her knees as his lips met hers in a kiss far more steeped in promise than the perfunctory wedding kiss he'd given her below. His tongue traced the seam of her closed mouth, urging her to open, until finally she did so with a small sigh of surrender. But that, of course, was when he pulled back. Drat the man. "Do not faint on me now," he smirked. "Not until I've got you up the stairs and undressed, at any rate." He tugged at her hand again. "Then you can faint at your leisure." As he urged her up the last few steps, she forced herself to breathe. Her new husband was a scoundrel of the highest order, and by his own words he meant to undress her. The conversation she'd had with Eleanor nearly 2 weeks ago flashed through her mind in bits and pieces. He'd had intimate relations with the household governess, 4 women at once, and, oh, good heavens, that bit about the corpse. She'd quite forgotten about that in the chaos of the morning. Too soon, she found herself pulled into his bedroom. She breathed in deeply, trying to force away the nervousness that plagued her. But that lungful of air only made the fluttering of her stomach intensify. His bedroom didn't smell like a den of depravity, which she imagined would smell something like brimstone and opium. No, it smelled like him, spiced rum and soap, things that made her muscles clench in pleasant anticipation, not fear. "If you are wondering where your things are, I suspect the footman will bring your trunks up later," he said.
That is—"
Her voice trailed off. How to articulate that when asked her preferences earlier, she had instructed the footman to place her trunks and things in the bedroom next door? She'd thought she was being brave at the time, even selfless, giving West his privacy, but now she only felt foolish. She heard the door shut behind her and the key turn in the lock. She closed her eyes, slivers of doubt scratching at her. This was a man who could have any woman he wanted. He'd married her to protect her, not to ravish her. But then came the creak of rope, the sound of a mattress settling. As she scrunched her eyes tighter, mortified, she heard him chuckle. "Frightened to watch me undress, Miss Mouse?" Her eyes flew open. He was sitting on the edge of his bed now, one hand loosening his necktie with slow, lascivious intent. "No," she choked out, not willing to admit it if she was. She willed herself to be brave, or, at the very least, pretend to be. "And shouldn't it be Mrs. Mouse now?" She hesitated, then gave voice to the fear that would not quite let her be. "Or is this just a ruse we shall maintain in public, so others don't suspect this is a farce of a marriage?" "Hardly a farce." He pulled his necktie free of his collar. "It's as proper a marriage as it can be." He placed the necktie to one side. "Or at least it will be, as soon as we divest you of your clothing." He reached into his trouser pocket. "What are you doing?" she gulped. He tossed her a bemused smile, pulled out his revolver, checked the chamber, and placed it on top of the bedside table. "I felt I should disarm myself first." He shrugged out of his jacket, tossing it over the back of a nearby chair. "Don't want to go off half-cocked." She stared at his face, not wanting to see the silver gleam of the barrel. Too many bad memories there, memories that would only serve to make it all worse if she gave her imagination permission to drift there. But it seemed, though, by the grin on his face, that he was no longer talking about a gun. "No?" she breathed. He stepped toward her. "Oh, no. Fully cocked is the only way to do this. And trust me when I say, I am already there." Chapter 16. West reached for his new wife's hand, felt the pounding of her pulse through her trembling fingers. He pulled her down until she was sitting beside him on the mattress, her spine a determined knot. He'd only meant to tease her a little, but it seemed his words had taken them backward, not forward, to where he wanted them to be. "Why are you wound so tightly?" he asked gently. "Surely you aren't frightened of me?"
"We did not discuss, that is—" She stared down at her hands. "I am not proficient in these matters. You say so many things, and I don't even know what you mean when you say half-cocked or fully cocked." Her gaze shifted to a distant point on the carpet. "I understand, however," she said, her voice slowing, "that you are very experienced." "Yes." He grinned at her. If there was one good thing he could say of his vast experience on the matter, it was that he knew quite well how to take care of the intimate needs of his new wife. Thank you very much. "How experienced?" Her question caught him off guard. "Experienced enough to make this pleasurable for you. Do you have questions for me about, it?" Because, truth be told, he'd rather show her what it was all about. It was arguably one of the things he did best. Better, even, than practical jokes. She peeked up at him, worrying her lower lip. "Did you really have relations with your sister's governess?"
she blurted out, the words all but tumbling from her. Bloody hell. So Mary had questions about his past sexual exploits, did she? She really shouldn't ask questions when it was clear she feared the answers. Yes, he admitted. Their former governess, mind you. I was in my first year at university and came home to London to find she had... He hesitated, but there was no sugarcoating it, was there? She had aged well, he finished lamely. Oh. Mary seemed to mull over that a moment. I suppose that isn't so bad if you were old enough to be at university. I'd imagined a lad of 12 or so trying to toss up the governess's skirts. I would have probably tried to do such a thing at that age if I'd thought I would meet with success, he chuckled. Only my sisters didn't think twice about boxing my ears when I misbehaved, and they dearly loved their governess. That isn't funny, West. A moment passed where he could almost swear he could hear the cogs turning inside her head. I had heard that you engaged in intimate relations in public view with Scarlett at the opera. Is it true? West stared at her. What on earth are you talking about? Don't try to deny it, West. My sister saw you herself. He searched his mind, came up empty. He hadn't done anything of the sort with Scarlett at the opera, though she'd made it clear he could have had her there, if he wanted. He'd left, gone out to have a smoke, annoyed by it all. He'd left her, in fact, with Grant. That was actually my friend Grant with Scarlett in the box, he answered carefully, the truth clicking into place. He wondered why he didn't feel angrier about it. Probably because Scarlett hadn't meant much to him. Not the way this woman did. Not me. Oh. There was a moment of heavy silence, and then Mary's gaze slid sideways, hot across his skin. It is said you had 4 women at once. Well, that is simply not true. West's legend was not nearly as large as the gossip implied. His prick, on the other hand, well, some rumours one encouraged, especially when there were plenty of whispers to the contrary. She closed her eyes. Oh, thank heavens. It was only 3 other women, he clarified. As her eyes flew open, he added, There is no need to look so shocked. It is not as unusual as you think. Did you enjoy it? She asked, stumbling over the question. Not as much as I enjoy the full attentions of a single partner, he answered truthfully. There was something distracting about too many arms and legs, not to mention the expectations of too many women. I like to linger over my lovemaking, and multiple partners don't permit such leisure, he told her, wishing he could somehow soften the slope of those stiff shoulders. Perhaps he should just kiss her, chase away these doubts the best way he knew how. Were 2 of them sisters? She asked. Good God, no. The very thought made him break out in a sweat. How could you think that? He asked indignantly. Eleanor heard about it from Lord Ashington, who must have heard it from someone. She blinked rapidly. But if it isn't true, then how did such rumours gain a foothold? Annoyed now at anyone and everyone who had burned his new wife's ears with such sordid tales, West leaned back onto the mattress, glaring up at the bed curtains above his head. He wrestled a moment with impatient memories of his past, of the various women who had shared his bed. He didn't regret those experiences any more than he regretted marrying Mary. But while he didn't give a fig about what others thought of him, he didn't want her thinking so poorly of him. I don't know how such rumours have persisted, but I am not as depraved as you have been led to believe, Mary. Though he was depraved enough to want to pull her down beside him and kiss the pinch of uncertainty from her lips. She gripped the coverlet with 2 fists. Then you should know, she said miserably. You are rumoured to have had intimate relations with a corpse. He chuckled. Oh, that one is true. What? He let her stew for a moment. But after a second of watching her panicked breathing, he relented.
Mary, it isn't what you think. It was only a barmaid dressed as a corpse. White powder on her face, ragged clothing, chains. It was All Hallows' Eve, and we were out guising, having a bit of fun, knocking on doors. He chuckled, which was his usual reaction when remembering that night. How old had he been? 16? 17? The woman in question had been a local barmaid in Harrow, and well known to the more adventurous youths. She'd been as game for the adventure as he was, rattling her chains and moaning in a theatrical way. That she had chosen to indulge her fun with him instead of Peter Wetford, the now Duke of Southingham, had eventually led to the infamous standoff with the rats. Well, an actual corpse would be beyond the pale, don't you think? He reached out a finger and trailed it down his wife's wool-covered arm, trying to earn a smile. I promise you, she was very much alive. Mary jerked away from his touch. Even if the worst of the rumours aren't true, the parts you have admitted are bad enough. Surely you can see why I would hesitate to be intimate with someone like you. West lifted himself onto one elbow. No, darling, I can't. But you've been with so many women. Shouldn't that make you curious? He wrapped his fingers around her wrist and pulled her down until she was lying beside him, stiff as, well, a corpse. Shouldn't that make you want to jump into my bed? He lowered his voice, turning on his side to face her. See what all the fuss is about? No, she whispered, her eyes fluttering half-closed. There it was, her favourite word again. But she hadn't said no below stairs when she'd recited her vows. And in spite of the tension in her limbs, she didn't sound convinced of her refusal on the matter now, either. There is more to it than I showed you last night, he pointed out, knowing she had at least enjoyed that much. I know, she said, sounding unconvinced. I have read about it. Ah, I see. He lifted his fingers to trail them across her cheek, counting the lack of a resultant flinch as a small victory. He suspected books were part of the problem here. The one she had been reading made her too nervous by far. But that only meant she was reading the wrong kind of books. Well, I enjoy reading myself on occasion, and if I'm reading you correctly, you want me, every bit as much as I want you. Her shoulders twitched. You want me, she breathed. I do. His fingers danced across the fine curve of her chin. She bit her lower lip, worrying it in a circle. Well, I don't want the pox. Good God. His finger stilled. Is that one of the rumours? He drew his finger away. I am not pox-ridden, Mary. You may trust me on that. That is just what the villain always says. She pushed herself to a sitting position. But then the heroine always dies at the end. For a moment, he gawped at her. No doubt he was reconsidering the wisdom of marrying a woman who would accuse him of such a horrid thing, about such a delicate place. But she'd read far too many books to take it back. Unexpectedly, a low chuckle escaped his lips. I suppose you could always examine me. He gestured to the upper area of his trousers, as if daring her to do her worst. Confirm for yourself that I lack any symptoms. Or I could provide a doctor's note certifying my good health. She didn't quite know what to think of that, other than the fact that no hero in her reading memory had ever offered a heroine quite such a choice. You would have a physician examine you before demanding your rights? She asked, incredulous. His smile faltered. Let us be clear here, Mary. I do not intend to demand anything that passes between us. In fact, I plan to have you so thoroughly kissed and pleasured you will beg me to indulge you. He leaned forward, and she held her breath, not at all sure what he was about in this moment. After all, she had just more or less accused him of having the pox. Slowly, purposefully, he pressed a kiss against her cheek, a feather-light promise of what might come. She could feel his breath fanning out against her skin, rippling through her like a wave on water. "Pleasure is meant to be shared," he said, his voice low and husky, "not commanded." He pulled back, met her eye. "I would never want anything but an eager partner in my bed." Heat flooded her cheeks. Good heavens, even her ears felt warm. She was knocked off kilter by the dark promise in those words, and even more by the wicked hope they inspired. None of the heroes in her precious books had ever said anything like that. She looked down at her hands, knotted in her skirts. She recalled how he had touched her last night, so thoroughly. She had no doubts that he could kiss her until she forgot about the pox, and the pretend corpse, and the scores of women who had come before her. Drat it all, he could probably make her forget her own name. "Unfortunately, pleasure isn't the only thing that can be shared," she said, shaking her head slowly. Oh, how she wished they could just go on with beautiful kisses and pretend the other pieces of it didn't matter. But her imagination had settled over her like a cold, wet blanket, and it wasn't so easy to pull it off, now that the worst of it had been said. "Then let me show you this." He pushed up to a sitting position and reached for a drawer in the bedside table. Mary tried not to notice the way the muscles of his back rippled beneath his silk waistcoat and shirt. Tried, too, to analyze the quiver of her own nerves. Pox-ridden or no, after last night's misadventure in the coach, she could admit he possessed talents that could unlock an immense sort of pleasure. He wasn't the sort of husband she would have chosen from the pages of a book, but he was her husband. He could legally demand this of her, whether she hesitated or not. Why was she acting like such a ninny about it? He pulled something out of the drawer and turned back around, holding a silver case. As he opened it, she saw 3 objects lying in a nest of blue velvet. They were long, nearly transparent, and had delicate pink ribbons threaded through the tops. "For you." He held the case out. She reached out a finger, tracing the outline of one. "What are they?" "French letters, a brand new set." When she snatched her hand away, as though touching a snake, he laughed out loud, then laid the box on the bedside table next to the revolver. "I have always used one faithfully in all of my exploits. When my brother-in-law, Dr. Meriel, realized my, early proclivities, he encouraged me in their use. They protect the user against the risk of the pox, as well as one's partner from a possible pregnancy." "I see," she stammered, though she didn't really. "If you wish," he said, cocking his head, "we can continue to use one until you are ready to trust me." His eyes softened, and for the first time in this entire conversation, he looked pensive. "Until you can accept my past and understand that you alone are my future. I would not hurt you, Mary, not purposefully." Oh. She felt very foolish now. He was putting this choice in her hands. If she asked him to, he would put one of those on his, and she would tie it about his, and then they would... Heat suffused her cheeks. Well, now she did see, thank you very much. And the part he'd said about she alone being his future, the thought made her chest tighten in what felt like hope. She wanted to believe this marriage, while necessary and rushed and somewhat contrived, could evolve into a future happiness. But it was hard to imagine that a man of his legend might be satisfied with only one woman, and a wife at that, in his bed. Harder still to expect him to keep such a promise, knowing so little as she did about the matters shared between a husband and a wife. "Thank you for telling me the truth about your past." At least, she hoped it was the truth. There was still so much about this man she felt she did not know. Every layer she peeled back only raised more questions. "And thank you for my wedding gift," she added weakly. though it was surely the strangest gift ever given a bride on her wedding day. "Oh, that is not your gift." He chuckled, then reached back into the drawer and withdrew a slim novel, presenting it to her with a flourish. "This is your wedding gift. I had to go to 3 different bookstores before I found one who would sell it." "You are giving me a book?" Tears welled up in her eyes, and her breath grew tight in her throat. She ran a finger over the gold-embossed letters of the title, trying to make it out through the sudden shimmer of tears. "The lovely Turk?" She'd never heard of it, but it didn't matter if the author was obscure or if the writing was terrible. It was a book. Its very existence meant West had thought of her, considered what she might enjoy, and then gone out to purchase it. Unexpectedly, she felt the press of his thumb against her cheek, wiping away tears. "Not exactly. Look again." She blinked away the moisture. The letters swam into view. "The lustful Turk. And perhaps, once you've read it, it will prove a gift for both of us." Chapter 17. He waited to see what she would do, what she would say. Given her obsession with books, he'd known immediately what he wanted to get her as a wedding gift, but something of the devil had seized him in the choice of it. The book had been published nearly 3 decades before, too salacious for the author to even affix a false name to it. West had only seen one other copy, a much tattered and snickered-over version that was handed down through the hallways of Harrow like a rite of passage. The bookseller had extracted it from a secret shelf beneath a desk and then handed it over with the hushed authority of someone delivering an opium pipe. Of course, it had been purchased before she'd so prudishly questioned him about his sexual exploits, before he'd realized she might have qualms about their wedding night. Surely now was when she would burst into a spate tears to see the reading preferences of the degenerate she had married. But once again, she surprised him. "Should I read it now?" she asked, brushing the remnants of tears from her eyes. West felt a smile begin to spread across his face. He began to unbutton his waistcoat, anticipation making his fingers feel clumsy. Out loud, I should think. As he shrugged out of his braces, she settled her shoulders against his pillow. "Scenes in the harem of an Eastern potentate," she began, then hesitated, her eyes widening. "Faithfully and vividly depicting in a series of letters from a young and beautiful English lady to her friend in England the full particulars of her ravishment and of her complete abandonment to all the salacious tastes of the Turks." A vivid flush stained her cheeks, spreading downward toward her décolletage. "This sounds, interesting." "Quite," he chuckled, pulling off his shoes and socks. "Should I read on?" "As you wish." She eyed his progress warily, but nodded. "Dearest Sylvia, we arrived here early this morning after a most melancholy journey. Time alone can remove the painful impressions which the appearance of poor Henry created as we parted." The gaze she levelled at him then was nearly reproachful. "This doesn't sound nearly as interesting as before." "Oh, poor Henry is not the hero of this tale." West lowered himself onto the bed, leaving his shirt and trousers in place for the moment, then propped himself up on one elbow. "It starts slowly," he admitted, lifting his hand to begin exploring the damnable mystery of the fastenings of her bodice. "But trust me, it gets much better." She turned her attention back to the pages, and West took advantage of her distraction to begin to slide free the brass eyes hidden beneath the brown wool, each inch of progress an agonizing triumph. He had a set path in mind. Get her undressed while she was distracted, and then kiss her until she forgot her fear. But as her voice settled into the story, it became difficult to concentrate on her seduction, because he was the one being seduced. God, but she had the loveliest voice. He could nearly imagine that she was the one captured by the fearsome Turk, the way her breathing hitched at key parts, the way her lip quivered in anticipation. The temptation to hurry made his hands curl to fists, but he forced himself to go slowly. He had but one chance to introduce Mary to the pleasures of a wedding bed. He was determined to get something right, for once in his life. By the time the narrative began to shift into something more interesting, he had gotten her skirts off and unlaced her corset, which was every bit as plain and utilitarian as he had once feared. As he slid the last of the laces free, his hands hesitated over the dilemma of her chemise. How to remove it without interrupting such a sweet, sinful oration? Nature, she breathed, hardly noticing his snagged progress, so engrossed was she now in the unfolding tale, had become aroused and assisted his lascivious proceedings, conveying his kisses, brutal as they were, to the inmost recesses of my heart. Abandoning the idea of removing it, West lowered his head, tracing his tongue across her chemise until the fabric grew damp and he could see the dark temptation of her nipple beneath. God, but she had perfect breasts, small and round and shaped for his tongue. He blew across them, his thumb caressing the pert tip. A small hitch of pleasured surprise escaped her lips, though whether from his touch or from the direction the story had suddenly gone, it was difficult to be sure. I felt his hand rapidly divide my thighs, she went on, her voice growing hoarse. And quickly, one of his fingers penetrated that place which, God knows, no male hand had ever before touched. Her voice trailed away, and he knew she was remembering how he had touched her last night. West reached out and lifted the book from her hands. That's enough for now, I think. Perhaps we might continue reading later. Much later. There were parts of this book not for the faint of heart. In fact, later passages contained lots of plundering and tearing asunder of virgins, including one memorable bit with a specially designed couch that fastened a lover's arms immobile and lifted her bum high in the air, readied to receive. West drew a deep breath as he placed the book on the bedside table. He could not, would not, think of such things. At least, not yet. But who knew how adventurous his new wife might yet prove to be? He turned back, his mouth going dry at the sight of her. She was close to naked and propped on his bed, the only woman to ever have graced his coverlet, dressed or otherwise. The small bit of text she'd read out loud had unmoored him. He wanted to hear her voice say his name in that same hoarse quiver, feel the heat of her body close against his cock. It occurred to him that he probably ought to kiss her, now that she was no longer using those delectable lips for reading. He stretched out a hand toward her coiled hair and began to pull out pin after pin, until that thick, fragrant warmth spilled down into his hands and draped across her slim shoulders like a wave of temptation. And then, she looked at him, almost shyly, and lifted her arms. He growled his approval and skimmed the lingering bit of cotton over her head, then fell upon her bared breasts, pressing kisses across their rosy surface, drowning in the simple taste of her. He knew a surge of relief to hear the small sob of a sound she made as his mouth closed over her nipple, felt her hands flutter about his ears, not stopping him. In fact, urging him on. Lust roared through him to realize she was every bit as aroused as he was. Slowly, he cautioned himself. But then she placed her hands against his face and pulled him to her to press her lips against his, no longer waiting quietly. And just like that, his good intentions were ripped free of the promise of control he'd made to himself, and his senses spun in a new direction where slow, steady seductions had no place. Mary gasped as his mouth finally met hers, her blood stirred to eager acceptance by the flavour of the erotic pages. A groan escaped him as her tongue tangled with his, and she felt a curl of possession to know that in spite of his very vast experience in the matter, she was the one he wanted in this moment. The contact of his body against her bare skin was searing, the gentle scrape of his clothing too much, not enough. Anything and everything in between. She arched against him, wanting something she couldn't even name, but she knew a moment's confusion as he pulled away, panting. Had he changed his mind? But no, he was fumbling at his wrists. Bloody frigging cufflinks. She stifled a giggle that her very experienced husband could be stymied by something so simple, then helped tug his shirt-tails free and up and over his head. Only then did she pause, lifting her hand to press it against the startling mat of blonde hair scattered across this chest. She breathed in, a bit overwhelmed by it all, then lowered her hand, exploring. It seemed the books she had read only skimmed the surface of it all. Not one of the books she had read had ever described the complex thrill of running one's hand over a flat, rigid abdomen and feeling the muscles contract against her touch, or the way her own stomach would quiver in the exploration of another's skin. She aimed higher, tracing a faint circular scar she saw on his left shoulder. It was no bigger than a halfpenny, but the ruined surface hinted at some violence in his past. She felt a sudden chill to see it so close to his heart. She slid her palm against the healed wall of skin. "You've been shot at some point. What happened?" "A tale for another time." She opened her mouth, intending to ask more, but he pressed his palm against hers, and then guided her palm lower, down past the waistband of his trousers. She sucked in a surprised breath as her fingers curved slowly around the wool-covered length of him. Oh, good heavens. He'd teased her about the size of his body, and while she had no notion of comparison save a few drawings in an old anatomy text, he certainly felt impressive, swelling to attention beneath her palm. As she contemplated what lurked beneath, he pushed the wool down over his hips, kicking his trousers and small clothes free, and she gasped as he spilled into her hands. She swallowed to realize that this was what would bludgeon its way through her virginity. "I don't think," she began, only to be silenced by another searing kiss. He loomed over her, pressing her down into the mattress, that concerning part of him pushing rudely against her hip. "Don't think, Mary," he murmured against her mouth. "Feel." "But logically," she started, only to find her objections silenced in the depths of another scalding kiss. His hands swept down her arms, working some kind of sinful magic, making her forget to breathe, much less question how they would fit. Focus on the sensations, not the facts. He licked his way up her neck, making her gasp and arch against the bedclothes. "It defies whatever bit of logic you want to throw at it." He moved further afield to blaze a trail down the length of her body, his tongue swirling a heady promise. She gasped as he rounded the curve of one hip and felt the slide of his hands beneath her derriere. And then he was settling between her quivering thighs, his breath warm and dangerous. "West," she gasped, suddenly anticipating what he was about. The tenor of his kisses shifted to something unimaginable, and then he was well and truly proving himself a scoundrel, placing his mouth against the seam of her, his tongue swirling hot circles of need. Her hips arched upward from the mattress, aided by the press of his hands, and she could do nothing but turn herself over to the maelstrom he commanded. Good heavens, how the man could kiss! And in unexpected places, but in wonderful ways. It wreaked havoc on her very sanity, the way he made her feel, the things he knew to do. She'd never imagined lovemaking was so feral. There was no other word for it. The books she had read implied a refined exchange, elegant and polite, sometimes coercive. But this was raw and sweaty, and altogether too much. The pleasure building in her mind, in her limbs, in her womb, had nothing of a civilized nature to it. "West!" she cried again, sensing that moment of crisis bearing down on her, and not yet ready to give herself over to it, for then surely she would die too soon. But it seemed dying was her due, because she skidded into it, hung on the edge, and then plunged into sensation. She broke apart 10,000 pieces, each of them gasping his name. Still breathing hard, she slumped back against the bedclothes, stunned. He had just done something unthinkable to her, and yet, when her breathing quieted and coherent thought resumed, she had a notion she wasn't going to be able to stop thinking about it. With boneless fingers, she lifted him toward her, brought him back to her lips for a more proper sort of kiss, not even caring that his mouth had just been on her in other more stunning places. That is... She sighed against his mouth, abandoning the effort to articulate her thoughts, because she wasn't even sure she understood them. "Inventive." He chuckled, shifting his lips to press a kiss to her temple. "Well, I've been called many things, wife, but that is a new one." She blushed. "I just never imagined—" Her voice trailed off as she realized he was looming over her, holding his necktie in his hands. A shiver coursed through her. Did he mean to tie her up? Did she mean to want him to tie her up? But no, he was handing the necktie to her. "What are you doing?" she asked in confusion. "Proving my inventiveness knows no bounds." He flashed her a grin. "I would promise to behave without it, but we both know I'm not to be trusted." West settled down onto the mattress and held out his wrists. It was the only thing he could think of that might prolong the moment, slow down the mad pace they were setting. The taste of her was still warm on his tongue, the sight of her, dishevelled and shattered against his sheets, a beautiful memory he wanted to repeat. He wanted to go further, faster with her. He very nearly frightened himself with how much he wanted her. She tested his restraint at every turn, and he was beginning to doubt his capacity to be as careful as she needed this first crucial time. He halfway expected her to refuse. This was a woman who had once fainted on him, after all. But it was also a woman who had bravely borne a kiss from a brothel owner, a woman who had just read aloud from a salacious book, lingering over the filthy parts. Who knew what she would decide to do in this moment? She lifted the necktie, pulled it through her fingers, looped the necktie loosely around his proffered wrists. He thought she might leave it at that, or, at best, give him a half-hearted sort of tie, something he would have to pretend held him fast. The necktie might prove nothing more than a symbolic restraint in the end, but it would remind him of the need to go slowly. But she surprised him by suddenly moving, twisting the ends with deft hands. Before he could blink, he found his wrists bound in a perfect, immovable highwayman's hitch. Good Christ! He stared at his hands. Where did you learn to do that? The seaman's manual. She tested the strength of the knot, then lifted his hands over his head to secure them to a bedpost. You mean you read more than novels and newspaper accounts? He stared at her bare, rounded breasts, which were currently hovering a tantalizing inch or so from his mouth, shifting as she worked. I thought you favored Gothic novels. I've read every book in my brother's library. She leaned back, regarding him with what might be characterized as a smug smile. The seaman's manual had excellent illustrations. West tugged against his restraints, realized he was well and truly tied, and that he, a former officer in the Royal British Navy who ought to know how to tie a knot with the best of them, had no idea how to undo the damage. Well then, he said slowly, wondering just what sort of derangement he'd just invited upon himself. Clearly, one ought to not tease bookish women. I hope you haven't read anything about castration techniques. Oh, English Agriculture by Sir James Caird also had a series of excellent illustrations. She raised a dark brow. I've read it twice, so you might want to behave. He nodded, praying she was teasing. Yes, ma'am. For a moment, she stared down at him, her gaze roaming with a shy intensity. So, this is my chance to touch you? Yes. It scarcely sounded like his own voice uttering the hoarse word. She ran the backs of her fingers along his ribcage, pulling a coarse, involuntary shiver from him. However I want? I haven't a way to stop you, he pointed out. And even if he had, even if she had tied him up with nothing more complicated than a half loop, he wouldn't have. Because she was rising up over him like a goddess, her hair tumbling over her shoulders, her breasts peeking out through the dark strands. She was glorious, uncertain, brave. His. He held his breath as her fingers moved lower, across the terrain of his lower abdomen. In spite of the faint edge of worry that he was incapable of escape, his cock was fully engaged in whatever game she was playing. It jerked, throbbing against his skin, wanting her touch. Her fingers curled over it, squeezing, testing, making him hiss out through his teeth. Just have a care with how far you tease me, Mary, he groaned hoarsely. I'm apt to spill in your hands. She hesitated, her touch lightening against his skin to something akin to agony. I hadn't imagined I might be in control of this. No, he asked, trying in vain to pull away from her endless, innocent touch, his cockstand so painful as to cause him to grit his teeth. You can be in control whenever you want, he panted. Just promise to untie me when you are done. Her smile turned saucy. You probably should have extracted that promise before you let me tie you up. She leaned over to press a kiss against his upper thigh, too close to the sun for comfort. Her tongue, so small and perfect, reached out to lave him in small circles, but her nerve seemed to fail her at the thought of going higher. No matter. They had a lifetime to discover such things. She ran her questing hands down his limbs, each curious touch of her fingers making him want to leap off the sheets. He'd started this game, but it was clear now that she was the one playing it. Her mouth pressed here and there, her tongue swirling hot against his skin. She lingered in places he'd never imagined as all that interesting, the side of one knee, the lower curve of his calf muscle. She seemed to find each spot on him fascinating, a thing to unravel. He was panting beneath her ministrations, writhing against the restraints he'd so stupidly offered. But he'd committed to this course, and so he bore it, breathlessly, if not bravely. Finally, she kissed her way back up to land on his mouth. He welcomed her there with an almost anguished groan. "Have you seen enough yet?" he murmured against her lips, praying that now, perhaps, she might untie him. She drew back, then reached over to fumble at the bedside table, returning with one of the French letters. "Can you guide me?" He stilled. His body wanted to sink into her, skin against skin, no hint of ugly beneath. He'd meant what he had said. She alone was his future, and in a perfect world they would have no need to ever use the French letters again. But he'd made the promise she could use them as long as she wanted, and he was determined to be a man who kept his word. "Not with my hands, not unless you untie me." His wrists were already straining against her very skilled knot. He exhaled, cursing his inventiveness. How could he help her enjoy this properly if he couldn't use his hands? "With your words, then," she suggested, blushing deeply. "Slide the open part over the tip," he instructed, his voice a hoarse caricature of its usual confident self. She complied, and he arched in vain against the fumbling perfection of her inexperienced touch. "Now, slide it down and tie the ribbon near the base." As she began to fix the ends, he added, "Not too tight." He forced a laugh, though he was half terrified of what sort of knot she might be capable of in this instant. "This isn't a ship's rigging." "Like this?" He nodded. As her nails scraped pleasurably against him, he shuddered, sure he was going to embarrass himself. What comes next? He unclenched his jaw, willing his body to stay the course until she'd done whatever it was she had in mind. "Whatever you wish, Mouse. Just promise you'll be gentle with me." She had a notion of it all, the mechanics of what went where. But Mary's understanding of the act, framed by the hurried notations in the books she had read, was of a technical variety. Now that she was here, on the cusp of discovery, with West tied up in the bed and clothing strewn here and about, she found herself uncertain of what to do next. She raised herself up, positioning herself over the covered tip of him. Slowly, she joined their bodies together, settled lower, letting her weight pull her down, then stopped as she felt a bit of pain. She tensed, retreated, tried once more, only to draw in a sharp breath as the pressure became too much. She'd imagined it might pinch the first time, of course, but this was something more. Though, surely they were done now. No need to drag it on. She climbed off and lay down beside him, resting her head upon his chest. She felt a dull ache in places that just minutes before had felt such an astonishing sort of pleasure. It was nearly disappointing to realize there hadn't been more to it than that. "Well, I suppose that wasn't so bad," she breathed. There was a moment of silence. She felt an odd, fluttering movement beneath her cheek, as if he was trying not to laugh. "Mary." He pulled against the knot binding his hands. "If you are, finished, do you think you might untie me now?" "Oh." She blushed, pulling the ends of the hitch and releasing his hands. "I am sorry. I did not mean to leave it on so long." But the moment his hands were free, she found herself flipped onto her back, and he was looming over her, his handsome face lowering toward her. He kissed her, his hands framing her face, lifting her to meet the demands of his mouth. "Now it's my turn," he told her, his lips moving against hers, "and I intend to banish the words 'not so bad' from your otherwise impressive vocabulary." His hands swept down her body, as if they'd spent an eternity planning the course they would take when finally granted permission to roam. They lingered on her breasts, kneading them to heady awareness, then moved lower, 2 fingers slipping inside her. They moved gently, in and out, a building promise of something yet to come. And all the while he kissed her, his tongue sweeping inside her in nearly the same rhythm. "God, Mary, you are so ready for me," he murmured against her lips. "We are going to do it again?" she asked, tensing in anticipation of the pain. He chuckled, shaking his head slightly. "We've not even started." He shifted. She felt him push against her, less pinch now, and more pleasure. A surprised squeak escaped her lips as he seated himself deeply inside her, far more deeply than her first fumbled attempt. She lay still, stunned by the completeness of their joining, her body adjusting to accommodate the invasion. All the while, his mouth still played against hers, a welcome distraction to whatever was happening down there. Finally, he began to move, the slide of his body inside hers a strange, wonderful thing. Whatever discomfort there had been faded. Or rather, she soon forgot it existed. Every movement was an epiphany, every inch of her skin consumed by this fever. She felt that coiling inside her, a quickening in her abdomen that fanned outward like a flame. More intense than before, and more centered inside her. And all the while, with every thrust, every gasp, every murmured word of encouragement, his mouth wreaked tender havoc against her lips. Oh, the stupid, stupid simplicity of books. She wanted to cry. She'd been so wrong about this. Last night, West had told her the right friction could create the most delicious kind of pleasure, but she'd thought his words hyperbole, the rhetoric of a practiced scoundrel to talk her into wanting more than she'd been willing to give. But his explanation in the dark coach last night hadn't even come close to what they were doing, what she was feeling now. The slide of his body over hers, the burning beneath her skin. She closed her eyes, lost in the cacophony of sensations. She'd never imagined the intensity of the emotion, how she'd feel connected to him from the inside out. It was a joining of souls, and she was falling in a direction she'd never anticipated. Too soon, she found herself tossed upward once again to that place he'd taken her before, where the world receded in one large rush, and she was suspended in time, breaking apart, reformed as something beautiful. He thrust once again inside her, gasping his own release into her mouth, his big body going tense above her. She realized, dimly, that he'd found his own crisis as brilliant as her own. And that, contrary to her initial thoughts on the topic, the stick she'd been given with this man wasn't short at all. Chapter 18. Mary awoke with a start and sat up, blinking into the grey light. 5 o'clock, then. Odd how her body kept to such a staid routine, even when her world had been shaken inside out. She stretched, feeling sore in strange, new places. Embarrassment rose as her nudity registered. But as she turned her head to see West's rumpled blonde head lying on the pillow they'd shared during the night, the embarrassment receded. This was her husband, and she was now well and truly a wife. West seemed dead to the world, snoring in a soft, gentle patter. She smiled to think she now knew such an intimate thing about him. She filed the small fact away, tucking it tenderly beside the dreadfully short list of things she knew about her husband. But hadn't he once told her he was plagued by nightmares? At the moment, he looked peaceful in slumber, the planes of his face relaxed and unguarded. The sheet had slipped down to his waist, and she was able to see the muscled ridge of his chest muscles, the gold dusting of hair that wanted to catch the morning light, the scar on his shoulder. She reached out a hand to touch it. Yesterday, he'd refused to divulge its origins when she had asked. A product, perhaps, of the duel he was rumoured to have had, or something more sinister. After all, the man carried a pistol around in his pocket like it was a pocket watch. Old, cold fears tried to creep back in, whispers of what she feared might still come, but she forced those withering thoughts to one side. She couldn't go into this marriage paralysed by the fear she was going to lose him. Each day, each breath was a new start, and she needed to cast off her fear of the past and concentrate on the present. It didn't matter if he'd had a dozen duels, or how many women had come before her. She was here now. She was the one in West's bed. She was the one he had kissed last night. The one he had called his future. The least she could do was trust the man he was proving himself to be. And at the moment, he was proving himself to be a solid sleeper instead of a gun-wielding philanderer, and so Mary set her bare feet on the plush carpet and pondered her next steps. She had no books to read, no journal to write in. Her trunks with her things had been put in the room next door, when she had foolishly still imagined this might be a marriage of convenience. That meant that she lacked a wrapper or even a night rail to pull over her head. But perhaps, given the early hour, she might have a chance at fetching a few things before any of the servants began to stir. She slipped from the bed. Taking the top sheet with her, she wrapped it around her body as best she could, tripping over the long, dragging trail of it. But as she passed the bureau, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. Her hair stood out in a wild halo about her face, and there was a pink, fresh, scraped look to her cheeks. But worse, far worse, there was a distinctive reddened mark on her neck where West had laid his claim last night. She stepped closer to the mirror and peered at it, rubbing with a frantic finger. It didn't come off. She began to tug her fingers through her hair, wishing she looked less like a demented hedgehog and more like a radiant, well-pleasured wife. She began to hunt for a comb amidst the items that littered West's bureau top, pushing aside a silver case with West's initials engraved on the top. But instead of finding a comb, she stilled as she saw something else entirely. Clutching the sheet to her chest with one hand, she lifted the medal up with the other, gasping in awareness. Even in the early light of morning, its distinctive blue ribbon and square points were unmistakable. A Victoria Cross. She'd seen a likeness of it printed in the London Gazette, had read about the men who had been given this newly created honour just last year for the most heroic deeds performed at the Crimean front. She swung around to stare at his sleeping form. West had spent time in Crimea. Just who was this man she had married? But, like a puzzle, the missing pieces slid into place. The lines of his body were muscled, hinting at hours spent doing something more than drinking with friends or playing at future Viscount. Her gaze pulled to the glint of the revolver on the bedside table. She'd seen him wield it with precision, checking the chamber as though it was a long-standing habit. She remembered how, at the cathedral, he'd asked about her opinion of the war, even as he'd withheld his own. He was a soldier, or had been a soldier. Her fingers tightened around the Victoria Cross. It was Britain's highest honour, newly created by the Queen. Why was he so reticent to talk about it? A noise from the bed jerked her gaze away from the revolver and back to West. He gave a low moan, a sound of anguish, and she darted toward him as he began to thrash about the bed. "West," she hissed, suddenly afraid. She'd suffered from an occasional nightmare herself as a child, especially in those terrible months after her brother and father had died, but she had never seen someone caught in the grips of a nightmare like this. West was trapped in something terrible and unseen, his eyes a flutter of motion beneath his eyelids. Kneeling on the bed, she tried to wake him, but finding a handhold proved difficult in the flurry of motion. Dodging a flailing hand, she added her voice to the mix. "West." She placed a gentle hand against his chest, startled by the rapidity of the pulse she could feel there. "West," she said again, more firmly. "Wake up." He gasped, followed by a long inhalation. His eyes opened, tossed about, settled on her. "Mary," he breathed out, "you are here." "Yes," she said simply, placing a hand against his damp brow. Without warning, she found herself crushed against his bare, muscled chest, her ear pressed too close to the scar on his shoulder. She let herself go limp, knowing he needed something of comfort from her, but not entirely sure how to give it. She felt him smooth a hand over the top of her hair. "I dreamed—" His voice was hoarse. "Well, I dreamed you weren't here. Not anymore." She shifted, pressing her lips against the salty tang of his skin. "I am here. I am safe." She hesitated, pushing up and away from him and holding up her hand. "Thanks to you, my hero." She smiled, almost shyly, then held up the medal she'd carried with her from the bureau. "You were a soldier. Why did you never tell me?" His demeanour abruptly changed. The look of relief on his face was kicked aside, and resolve settled into the line of his jaw. "You've got it wrong." She could feel him stiffening, retreating. "I wasn't a soldier, and I certainly wasn't a hero." Confusion swept through her. The whispers of who Eleanor thought he was poked at her. "Did you steal this, then?" she asked, confused. "As one of your jokes?" "No." There was a moment's hesitation. "I was a sailor, not a soldier. Rank of lieutenant, but only because I bought the honour, not because it was a position I properly earned." He made a rueful sound. "And I didn't earn the medal, either, so you can cease with the starry-eyed debutante routine. I am not a national hero. I am a national joke." She bit her lip, unsure of why his words sounded so bitter. He'd shown dramatic flashes of heroism, to her at least. He'd plunged into the shadows of St. Paul's Cathedral, chasing a possible traitor. He'd married her to save her from an assassin's threats. If she was honest with herself, he'd even tried to save her from her own stupidity that night in the library, trying to shield her from the ruin she'd so naively stumbled her way into. "Someone must have thought you were a hero," she murmured. "The Queen, most especially. Won't you tell me what happened?" Christ above, she wanted to talk. West wanted to do something entirely different. He'd awakened in the grip of a ferocious nightmare, and was only now settling into the reality that his new wife hadn't died at the hands of an assassin's bullet. He wanted to sink inside her, bury his nose in the fragrant mass of her hair, convince himself she was real, something more than a dream. And Crimea was best forgotten. The medal was ridiculous. Nearly a prank in and of itself to be suspected of such bravery. West? She loosened his name like a question, stumbling into the silence. You don't understand, he ground out, not wanting to talk about it. In fact, he'd rather move on to more enjoyable tasks, such as tipping her onto her back and tying her up this time. I would like to understand. She clutched the edges of the white sheet to her throat. I promise you, I am a very good listener. That made his teeth clench. He didn't deserve her patience any more than he'd deserved the damned Victoria Cross. But if a brief explanation would help them move on to more pleasurable things, so be it. My time in the Navy was nothing more than a lark. Grant and I left university when we were 20, seeking a bit of adventure, the same as many of the men who signed on. He reached out a hand to tug against her clutched fingers. The sheet slid down a promising inch or two. We spent our service aboard the HMS Arrogant, with little enough action to impress anyone, he murmured, focused only on the business of uncovering her, one delectable inch at a time. We didn't even see the front lines. Sevastopol was where most of the action was. We were sent to Fort Viborg instead. She frowned. One doesn't receive a Victoria Cross for unimpressive actions. She batted his hand away, her brow furrowed in concentration. There was vigorous fighting at Viborg, too. I read the accounts in the papers. West's hand fell away. Of course she would have read the details of the war. The woman never met a paragraph she didn't like. He knew her well enough by now to know she would not leave off until she had what she imagined was the truth out of him. Still, he hesitated. He wasn't even sure he knew what the truth was. It was all a misunderstanding, something about a bomb and the ship. He still felt too close to the clench of his nightmare, and her gentle probing was making the dark edges peel back on a day he preferred to forget. He could nearly hear the sound of the live shell rolling across the wooden planks of the lower deck, the laughter of the sailors, thinking it was just another one of his pranks. He'd reacted on instinct, tossed it overboard, just in time. I am no hero, he repeated, gruffly, opening his eyes to face her. He'd never told anyone, not even his family, what had happened. Some pieces were buried too deeply to explain. I was fortunate, that is all. That fact, at least, was indisputable. 2 seconds' hesitation, and the shell would have gone off in his hands. He saw the carnage that should have been nearly every time he closed his eyes. But she was looking at him strangely now, as if she didn't quite believe his dismissal of the events in his past. I didn't deserve the medal, Mary, he insisted. And he didn't deserve her either. He felt dismantled by her questions, the look of pride he'd seen shining in her eyes when she'd waved that medal about. He was more comfortable, perhaps, with the confusion he saw flitting across her features now. She bit her lip, her eyes lowering, and then her hand reached out to take up his own fingers. In due time, then. I can understand being hesitant to talk about the darker things in one's past, but you shouldn't be ashamed of the medal, West. If you like it, then you should keep it, he said, trying to soften the gruffness that wanted to linger in his voice. God knew it ought to be kept by someone who appreciated it. He wanted to push back against her presumption that he would eventually offer her a better explanation for what had happened that day, but he held his tongue, not wanting to talk about it any more. Better to let it lie. She was so damnably innocent. What did she know of darker things? But her fingers felt warm and reassuring, curled into his, and he knew, because he was no gentleman, that he would take this empathy she'd allotted him and twist it to whatever advantage he could. He drew a breath, repositioned his thoughts. Time to seduce his wife. "I am sorry if I awakened you with my thrashing about this morning." He ran a questing finger up her pale, perfect arm. "I am afraid my nightmares aren't pretty, but I've never had to worry about someone else in my bed before. You are the first woman I've ever had here, and this is the only place I suffer them." "Oh," she breathed out, almost shyly. "You didn't wake me. I was already awake. I am a dreadfully early riser." "Dreadfully?" he teased, his finger moving higher, hovering against the reddened mark his teeth had left on her neck the night before. "How early do you usually wake?" he said, imagining the dreadful hour of 7 or 8. "At 5 o'clock every morning." Good God! He tried to imagine it, and the havoc such a schedule would wreak upon his life. Every morning? "Like clockwork," she admitted. "I try not to disturb the household. At home, in Yorkshire, I usually go outside to the garden in the summer, read a book." Understanding trickled into him. "Is that why you were out in the garden that first morning we met?" "Yes, I was hoping my sister's garden might prove a similar retreat. In the winter, when the light comes late and the weather is foul, I am forced to stay in my room, and those are long hours indeed. That is, I am afraid my habit will disturb you, eventually." She bit her lip. "That's why I put my trunks into the room next door." There is no need to apologize. In fact, he ought to apologize to her. He felt suddenly ashamed of how he'd treated her that morning when she'd been standing in the garden. And there is no need to keep your trunks next door either. The idea of her sleeping somewhere other than his bed was appalling, and not only because he needed to make sure she was safe. "This dreadful habit of yours sounds promising." Her eyes met his, wide and questioning. "It does?" He cupped her chin and lifted her face toward him for a tender kiss. "More time to spend with each other, I should say." "Oh," she breathed, and he could feel her smile against his lips. "But what shall we do that early, every morning?" With a grin, he flipped her onto her back and pulled away the sheet. "You've got a vivid imagination, Mouse. I am sure you can think of something." From the Diary of Miss Mary Channing, June the 14th, 1858. I may not have felt changed following the occasion of my ruin, but there is no doubt I feel changed after the occasion of my marriage. Last night was revelatory. All the time I spent reading about it, believing I knew what life was about, and yet the actual beauty of the act astonished me. Perhaps it is because I have married a man of some experience, but I no longer see this as merely a marriage of convenience. I see it as a marriage of great potential. Still, there is a good deal I do not know about the man I have married. He clearly carries wounds from Crimea, not easily seen. And, however it happened, the scar on his shoulder is a reminder that there is more than my own safety at risk here. Danger follows him, and now it is following me as well. But it isn't fear for my own safety that makes my throat swell tight. This man means something to me. In my life, I've lost too many people who meant something to me to accept such an emotion without worry. What if I lose him, too? Chapter 19. The line of household servants snaking down the hallway outside Lord Ashington's study at 10 o'clock on that Monday morning was long, restless, nervous, and well they ought to be. Because when West found the person who placed the note in Mary's journal, there was going to be hell to pay. He'd left his new wife sitting in the drawing-room at Cardwell House, reading some Dickens novel out loud to her sister. He might have liked to have plopped down into a chair, listened to his new wife's voice for a few minutes, tossed aside the dull book they were reading, and livened things up with the lustful Turk. Instead, he'd taken advantage of her devotion to her sister and slipped away without her knowing to walk 3 doors down. Though he truly had no right to be here in Ashington's study, conducting interviews with the man's staff, the housekeeper, Mrs. Greaves, had not objected. Though West had not divulged the reasons for his demands, the woman had seemed nearly relieved to see him. Was it any wonder Mary had been able to slip away from the poor woman so easily? The household staff ran slipshod circles around the aging housekeeper. He decided he ought to introduce Mrs. Greaves to his butler. If anyone could force a bit of starch into a person, it was Wilson. "Next!" he called out, waving away the gardener who just stood in front of him, hat in hand, to confess to a dalliance with a somewhat promiscuous scullery maid, which was all well and good for the gardener, but as the man appeared to have no idea who Mary was, much less where her room above stairs might have been, West dismissed him and moved on to the next worried soul. He interviewed upstairs maids, downstairs maids, a cook, a butler, and a handful of kitchen maids. There were 2 unimpressive footmen, a gardener's apprentice, and a groomsman who saw to the horses in the mews. Most of the staff appeared to think he was interviewing them about a piece of silver that had disappeared from a locked cabinet last week. One of them even produced said piece of missing silver. None confessed to an association with terrorists or appeared capable of anything more sinister than picking a lock on the silver cabinet or lusting after someone they oughtn't. 2 hours into the interrogations, Mrs. Greaves popped her head through the door.
"That is the last of them, Mr. Westmore. I trust your inquiry went well?"
West held up the previously missing piece of silver, which Mrs. Greaves accepted with a relieved "Thank you." But he himself frowned. How could that be everyone? There was no valet, though it made sense the man was travelling with Lord Ashington. But in reviewing the frightened faces, he could not recall speaking with anyone who professed to be a lady's maid. And as there were 2 ladies who had been residing in the house, "What about Lady Ashington's personal maid?" he asked, gruffly.
"O'Brien?"
Mrs. Greaves looked startled.
"Did no one tell you? She followed Lady Ashington to Cardwell House."
West lurched to his feet, panic slamming through him. The missing maid was at Cardwell House, and named O'Brien. It was a distinctly Irish name, and thoughts of Fenian rebels urged him onward. His feet flew out of Ashington's study and through the front door. Bloody, bloody hell! How could he have been so stupid? To be sure, he'd left a well-armed footman discreetly guarding the drawing-room door, but even so, he raced down the street and burst through the doors of Cardwell House without even a greeting for poor Wilson. He skidded past the drawing-room to see that his new wife and her sister were still, calmly, and safely reading aloud, then took the stairs, 2 at a time. He didn't even bother to knock, just threw open the door of Lady Ashington's room. A pretty woman in a plain gown looked up, startled. "Mr. Westmore!" she exclaimed indignantly, lowering her needlework to her lap. "You may not be in Lady Ashington's room." "O'Brien, I presume?" At her uncertain nod, he stalked into the room. "Surely you don't think I am here to proposition Lady Ashington," he scoffed, trying to rein in his temper to something that might have a hope of producing a proper interrogation. For heaven's sake, I've just married her sister. Her eyes widened at his approach.
I truly don't know what you might do.
A faint pink bloomed on her cheeks.
I've heard plenty of rumours regarding your behaviour.
West clenched his teeth. I know you left the note in Miss Channing's journal. At her gasp of surprise, he circled her chair, making her twist to watch him with fear-filled eyes. What I want to know is why. He forced his voice to stay even, given that the girl looked about as sturdy as a feather in the wind. Who put you up to it? She squirmed in her chair, her hands knotting in her needlework.
Please, Mr. Westmore, do not tell anyone. It was just a little fun. What harm was there in it?
What harm? West gave in to a growl of frustration. Are you kidding me? The maid frowned.
I only passed the note on as a favour for a friend. I do not even know what it said.
You passed on a note from your friend. West circled back around to glare down at her from in front of the chair. And delivered it to an unmarried, well-born woman. But you did not stop to think about whether the contents might prove harmful to the person receiving it. Did you not wonder, O'Brien? Were you not tempted to take a little peek?
No!
She began to look panicked now.
I presumed it must be a note requesting an assignation.
An assignation? West began to feel murderous. He placed his hands on the arms of the chair and leaned in, until he was eye to eye with the frightened maid. And why, pray tell, would you think Miss Channing might be receptive to such an offer?
It was just after the gossip rags.
O'Brien began to tremble, her voice trailing off.
Well, I thought she must enjoy such things.
West balled his fists. With the maid's unmistakably Irish surname, he'd presumed this interview would lead directly to information about a Fenian cause, Irish rebels bent on recognition. But instead, he'd stumbled into a conversation leading to nowhere, and with a girl whose accent told him she'd actually been born in London's Cheapside, not Cork. And he couldn't quite contain the rage he felt at the notion that everyone, this maid included, presumed his new wife to be of such loose morals she would gladly accept notes from strangers asking to meet in darkened corners, particularly when he'd had to work so hard to take off her corset last night. I will have your friend's name, O'Brien. Her face went white.
I meant no disrespect. If the note hurt Miss Channing's feelings, it was not my intention. I thought she might want such a note after that business with the scandal sheets. You must help me make her understand. I cannot afford to lose my position.
You should have thought of that before you set Miss Channing up to become a plaything for your lover. His name, please. She gasped, her eyes growing wider still.
No, you have it all wrong. He isn't my lover. I only just met him, really, she cried, wringing her hands now. His name is George Carlson, and it wasn't a note from him. He said he was only paid to see it delivered by his employer.
West glared down at her, his instincts sharpening. This didn't feel like a woman feeding him a lie. O'Brien wasn't trying to dodge out, not trying to run the way Vivian had. A woman with so much to lose would be unlikely to face her accuser so meekly. He wasn't quite sure what to think. Either she was a very good actress, or she was telling the truth. His gut told him it was the latter, and he was inclined to trust his gut, given that he'd had several excellent actresses in his day. Who employs your friend? He demanded.
He's a gardener.
She shrank into her seat, tears welling in her eyes.
For the Duke of Southingham.
West reared back. The room felt as if it was spinning. Memories pushed in, knocking against the roar in West's ears. Southingham. Could it really be so simple? A duke, and one he had known for over a decade. He thought he'd recognized the voice, of course, but this was a connection he'd not considered. "Describe your friend," he said gruffly, needing to be sure. Tears filled O'Brien's eyes. "He's, not so tall as you, sir. Brown hair, tied in a queue." "Does Carlson have a scar here?" West traced the line of his jaw, remembering the man he'd seen in St. Paul's Cathedral, the one who'd brought Vivian the money. O'Brien nodded, the tears falling in earnest now. "But, oh, please, do not say anything to His Grace, nor to Lady Ashington either. I am so embarrassed. I couldn't bear it if they knew I had done this, when the note was unwanted." West gritted his teeth. Good Christ. If the man who had bribed the maid to deliver the note worked for the Duke of Southingham, it was nearly assured that Southingham was the peer behind the plot. The thought of it filled him with a righteous sort of rage. Southingham had always been a bully, even when he'd just been Peter Wetford. He'd used his superior title to prey upon boys who couldn't raise a hand in defense without fear of repercussion. An easy man to hate, but could he really be a traitor too? And as much as West wanted to shout his suspicions from the rooftops, especially given the rumours the man in question had spread about him through the years, one couldn't just claim such a thing of a man as powerful as Southingham. West needed proof. In hand. The fact that it was Southingham's purported gardener who'd arranged the note on Mary's pillow wasn't enough to prove to Scotland Yard the Duke was involved in the plot. But as he considered whether or not it could be Southingham, his anger swelled with surety. Even if no one else believed him, he at least had a name to investigate more closely now. West's experience with Southingham suggested the Duke preyed upon those he considered weak, unprotected. When he'd threatened Mary, he must have presumed he was dealing with an innocent, someone he could push around. West needed to make sure Mary wasn't so innocent anymore, but first he needed to ensure the maid's silence. "I can see how this misunderstanding may have occurred, O'Brien," he said slowly, letting a practiced smile drift over his mouth. "But if you value your position, you mustn't ever do anything like it again. Lady Ashington is most protective of her sister." He raised a brow, hoping he looked threatening. "If she ever knew you'd done something like this, I feel sure you'd be sacked without a second thought." The maid knotted her hands vigorously. "Oh, no, sir. I wouldn't dream of doing anything like that ever again." She looked up at him through tear-filled eyes. "Please, I need this job, sir. I'll do anything you want. You see, I've 8 siblings still at home, and I send money to my family every month." West leaned closer, knowing that keeping the girl silent was of paramount importance. "Then it seems you've a good reason to do as I ask." He hesitated. "You said you've heard rumours about me, O'Brien. What have you heard?" She blushed, her eyes landing on his mouth. "They, say you are fond of a good joke." Her lips parted. "And that you are a dreadful rake." She drew a deep breath, her blush deepening. "And if you want something from me in exchange for my silence—" Her voice trailed off, nearly ashamed. "You have only to ask, sir." West shook his head, more than a little disturbed by her offer and her tear-filled eyes. Good Christ, did she really think he would do such a thing? He had a wife to protect, to honour, and the thought of taking advantage of a woman like O'Brien, who was so desperate to keep her position she was offering to do anything he wanted, made him more than a little uneasy. He took a step away from her, as disgusted with himself for putting her in the position as he was with the notion that he might be considered a man who might want such a thing. Really, perhaps he needed to pay more attention to the sort of rumours that trailed him. That won't be necessary, O'Brien. But on the matter of jokes, have you heard about the time I dressed as a chambermaid to sneak into the Duchess of Southingham's bedchamber? At the maid's ready nod, he inclined his head. This time, it seems the Duke of Southingham has tried to play a joke on me. He was aware of my interest in Miss Channing, you see, and wanted to see if she would stay true. She nodded again, apparently keen to believe any explanation that might relieve her of some responsibility. I am going to play a joke on him in return, one he won't be able to stop laughing about for years. He lifted a finger to his lips. And I need you to keep my secret, or my surprise will be ruined. Mum's the word, O'Brien. You can't let anyone know, especially your friend, Mr. Carlson.
Oh, no, Mr. Westmore.
She shook her head vigorously, swiping at the tears that still stained her cheeks.
I won't see him again, anyway. Seems like he tried to steer me wrong.
Good girl, then. If you stay silent on this, your position will be safe. It will be our small secret. He hesitated. And my wife must not know any of this. Mary stood outside her sister's open door, clutching the book she'd intended to return to Eleanor's bedside table. She'd caught only the last piece of the conversation, but it was enough. Her husband's voice, coming from her sister's room, speaking with the maid. It will be our small secret. My wife must not know any of this. Her always eager imagination leaped to the inevitable shards of doubt burrowing beneath her skin. She lifted a hand to her mouth to catch the horrified gasp that wanted to escape. Just last night, West had told her that she, alone, was his future. He'd made her feel like the only woman in the world. Little could she have imagined that world might only extend to his bedroom door, and that the future he'd described expired at dawn. Embarrassed and heartsick, she hurried away, her thoughts racing, the book clutched against her chest like a shield. Somehow, she made her way to West's room, or rather, to their room. Standing in the doorway, she could see her trunk had been moved in this morning. But its new, hopeful position at the foot of the bed didn't make this her room, any more than the wedding ring on her finger ensured West belonged only to her. Through a blur of tears, she eyed the open trunk with its neatly folded linens. Further afield, she could see a trio of brown wool dresses hanging beside dark, masculine jackets in West's wardrobe, an intermingling of textures and fabrics that might have seemed romantic a quarter-hour ago, but instead seemed hopelessly naive. She stepped inside, and she placed the book on the bedside table beside the silver case of French letters. The sight of them made her blink back tears. She would need to insist on their use for a while longer, it seemed. Possibly a lifetime. She swiped angrily at her tears. Honestly, what good would crying do? It wasn't as if tears could fix any of this. She'd spun a fanciful lie for Eleanor, told her sister she imagined making West a better man. Somehow, she had foolishly come to believe in the possibility of it. But she shouldn't be surprised. Obstinate asses did not become strapping, well-trained steeds just because their rider wished it so. She began to pace, needing to focus her energy on something productive. She could write in her journal. Writing down her thoughts always seemed to help. But as she glanced down at her ink-stained fingers, she hesitated. Those stains were fresh, a product of this morning's journal entry. If she opened her journal now, she'd see the thoughts she'd written about her wedding night, so hopeful and giddy and stupid. she couldn't bear to think of it. So instead, she reached into her trunk and snatched up her small jar of lemon paste, then unleashed her frustrations on her hands, scrubbing at the ink marks as though she could similarly scrub away her doubts. This marriage, she told herself firmly as she scrubbed, was not meant to be a love match. It had taken place only out of necessity, and she had no right to expect fidelity from West, not when he'd given up so much on her behalf. But, oh, the things he had said last night, the things they had done last night, and this morning as well. She thought of him doing those things with someone else. Had she so badly misjudged the situation, the man? Or was it only herself she had misjudged? Perhaps this was yet another casualty of her active imagination. She'd only seen what she'd wanted to see in him, a hero from the pages of one of her books, a champion come to rescue her. She'd seen the Victoria Cross on his bureau top, and imagined him as strong and capable and caring, and perhaps he was those things, beneath his easy smile and his flirtatious ways. But the hesitancy to talk about his past, the things she had just heard from the hallway, those things argued trouble ahead. She didn't know anything about him other than the way he made her feel. What if this was simply who he was? Had she any right to expect more of West than he was capable of delivering? She slowed her scrubbing, feeling sick to her stomach. One ought not to presume that heroes existed only to save the day. They were people, too, with faults and secrets of their own. And she really needed to stop reading so many books. The sound of her throat clearing scattered her focus. She whirled around, gasping in surprise, the pot of lemon paste shattering on the floor. The very man she'd been trying to scrub from her heart stood in the doorway, one shoulder casually leaned against the doorframe. She willed herself not to react to the sight of his smile, the strong hands that could wreak such beautiful havoc on her body. She ordered her fingers to uncurl, told her heart to stop hammering away in her chest. Her body, however, refused to listen. She wanted him, even with the imagined knowledge of what he'd just been up to, even knowing how he would hurt her in the end. Because when this business with tracking the traitors was finished, when their task was complete and the Queen was safe from harm, they'd still be married. And if she complained about his liaisons, demanded his undying devotion, he would only grow to resent her. For now, at least, he was smiling at her. She straightened, embarrassed by her own weakness, by the helpless direction of her thoughts. Her past had taught her to fear, to anticipate loss. Seeing that scar on his shoulder this morning, imagining him in battle, she'd feared losing him, of course. She simply hadn't imagined fearing loving him. He sniffed the air, a predator spotting its prey. Moving forward, his feet crunching on salt and glass from the broken pot, he picked up her hand and pressed a simple, seductive kiss against the back of it. His smile deepened as he inhaled. Lemons. The word sounded almost reverent as it fell from his lips. Always lemons with you. In spite of her resolve to harden her heart, she felt a liquid beat of pleasure in her stomach, the heady sensation that came from simply being near him. Her cheeks heated as she lifted her other hand, showing him the faint smudge of black still lingering on her fingers. Ink stains from writing in my journal. I scrub them with lemon juice and salt. Thank God for ink stains, then. His smile was nearly to be believed. So, too, was the press of his lips, moving higher now to her cheek. "Because lemons are my new favourite scent." She wanted to trust him, wanted to lean into him as those sinful lips began to nibble on her ear, sending coarse shivers cascading through her.
"Really? You wouldn't prefer something less ordinary?"
She swallowed as his lips moved next to her temple, his breath feathering soft against her skin.
"It seems a man of your appetites might grow bored with lemons every day."
"A man of my appetites?" He pulled back. "Why would I grow bored with lemons?"
"It just seems you might want more variety."
She shrugged.
"Perhaps you might like vanilla one day instead. Oranges."
She cast about.
"Bergamot."
"Bergamot?"
He met her eyes.
"Mary." He said her name gently. "I've given you no cause to doubt me, and I won't." His finger cupped her chin, lifted it until her eyes met his, and she could see the darker blue ring about his irises. "You have my word on that." His soft command nearly convinced her. Perhaps she had misheard just now, standing in the hallway, misunderstood. But even if the worst of her fears weren't true, even if he wasn't seducing her sister's maid, which was an awfully big leap of faith, by his own words, he was still keeping things from her, secrets he was sharing with others. She wanted to close her eyes and go back to where they'd been this morning, when he'd learned the secrets of her body as she had begun to learn his. But the memory of what she'd just heard in the hallway cast a shadow over that want. "Did you want something from me?" she asked miserably, wanting only to change the subject. "I will always want something from you, Mouse." His hand fell away. "But, yes, I came in here looking for you for a particular reason." He studied her a moment. "Have you ever fired a gun?" "No." She shook her head, the very notion of it sounding 10 kinds of wrong. "I do not like guns." A hopeless euphemism, given that her oldest brother had been killed by one. She swallowed her rising fear at the thought of such a thing. "My family doesn't even keep hunting rifles inside the house. Not anymore. I've never held one." "Well, we are going to change that today." In spite of her fears, she blushed as she imagined what he might want her to do with a gun.
That is, the necktie was one thing, but this—"
"Not for that," he chuckled. "Not that I wouldn't try it, if you wanted to, but being held at gunpoint tends to have the opposite effect on a man." He reached under the bed and pulled forth a wooden case, placing it on top of the bed. "I wanted to show you this for another reason." He lifted the lid. Inside lay 2 long-nosed pistols with identical, gleaming wood barrels. Mary gasped.
"Why do you own a set of dueling pistols?"
"So you at least know what they are." She shuddered.
"I've seen engravings in books."
"I should have known you would have read about them." He chuckled. "For a shy little mouse, you have a frightening degree of knowledge stored away. Grant purchased the set for me for my 20th birthday. These are made by the finest gunmaker in London. Grant said every gentleman with a proper reputation ought to own a set of dueling pistols."
"Your friend Mr. Grant seems to have a very odd view of gentlemen's reputations."
She looked up, remembering all the things her sister had told her. "He's already caused one duel, thanks to his philandering nature." Her thoughts leaned toward the scar on West's shoulder.
"Have you ever had need to use these?"
"No, nothing beyond a bit of target practice."
"Eleanor told me you had been in a duel."
"Yes, well, your sister also said I had been intimate with an actual corpse." He grinned. "You might have cause to question the veracity of her claims." Mary pressed her lips together.
"Yes,
Well, your reputation makes it somewhat hard to sort out the truth at times. His smile turned grim. It is true that I was called out once, but I issued a formal apology before it came to pistols at dawn. She nodded, fitting the pieces together. Nearly a duel, then. She supposed she ought to be grateful that his legend was larger than life. Who called you out? The Duke of Southingham was very angry after that business with his new wife's bedchamber. A challenge was issued, and I nearly accepted it. But then my brother-in-law, Daniel Merrill, suggested that perhaps I ought to do something more useful with my life than dying of stupidity. So I offered Southingham an apology. He lifted the 2 pistols from their velvet-lined case and placed them on the bed. I've avoided him ever since. Figured it was best to avoid opening old wounds. Mary felt nervous at the sight of the firearms lying atop the coverlet where just this morning West had made love to her. Then, why are you showing me these now? Blue eyes slid to meet hers, held, making her lungs contract. There is a ball we might attend on June the 19th. It will be our first opportunity to be presented publicly as husband and wife. The notice of our marriage will come out this week in the Times, but not everyone will see it. It is important that everyone sees you are under my protection. He hesitated. And a good number of dukes will be there. Including Southingham? Probably. His jaw hardened. But that is not why I'm showing you this. He peeled back the velvet lining, reaching deeper into the case. We've your list to investigate, and while I may have once thought it a poor idea, I am inclined to think your idea of speaking with each of our suspects, asking the right questions, is the only option we have left. There may come a time when I won't be by your side. I need to know you can protect yourself, whatever happens. Understanding jolted through her. You expect me to learn how to shoot one of those? She asked incredulously, staring down at the monstrously sized dueling pistols. No, these are smooth-bore caplock pistols, inaccurate, unwieldy, useless in a proper fight. I've a theory they are fashioned that way, so gentlemen with murder on their minds haven't a prayer in hell of hitting anything. He pulled out a derringer from a hidden chamber beneath the velvet lining, a glint of silver and polished wood. No, this is what I expect you to learn how to shoot, and we are going to start with target practice today. Mary looked down at the small, snub-nosed weapon he held out, her heart knocking around in her chest. It fit tightly in his palm, and if he curled his fingers about it, she imagined it would be nearly hidden. Its diminutive stature made it seem close to harmless. Certainly nothing like the hunting rifles of her nightmares, but that didn't make it any less dangerous. It's awfully tiny, she said dubiously. His chuckle swam up her skin. If there's one thing I've learned since I met you, it is that surprising things come in petite packages. Still, she breathed, knowing her limits for bravery only went so far. I am not overly fond of firearms. I think I'd rather learn how to use a knife. She raised a brow as his mouth opened in surprise. And it doesn't have to be small at all. From the Diary of Miss Mary Channing, June the 18th, 1858. We are running out of time. The end of June, the traitors whispered that night in the library. June is marching by, and we still have no idea who the traitors may be, which makes tomorrow night's ball all the more critical. West returned my list of dukes, neatly divided in half, and suggested we split our efforts. He even underlined several on my half of the list, suggesting that when I speak with them, I should keep my inquiries more subtle this time. In truth, West is acting very strange. Generous, trusting, and attentive. He provides instruction with the knife every afternoon,
and then kisses me senseless every night. But are his attentions because he has decided to treat me as an equal in this mad chase, or because he feels guilty about the secrets he keeps?
Chapter 20. Mary sat with her gloved hands resting softly in her lap. Hands that now knew how to use a knife to slice a man's diaphragm, fingers that knew how to gouge a man's eyes. Her new husband had odd ideas for the sort of knowledge a wife ought to possess, and they went a bit further than how to tie a man up. They were hardly the sort of hands that ought to be wearing gloves, but one needed gloves with a ball gown, and the gold brocade confection she was wearing, another one of Eleanor's too small memories, demanded the proper accoutrement, even if it pinched at the seams and itched at the neckline. She thought longingly of her brown wool day dresses, hanging safely in West's wardrobe, but one did not wear ordinary wool gowns to speak with dukes, or so she kept reminding herself. As her sister's maid hovered over her, wielding a dangerous-looking pair of curling tongs, Eleanor barked directions from where she lounged upon the bed.
"Put more curls near her forehead, O'Brien. We want Mary to look stunning tonight. Everyone who sees her must know immediately why Westmore fell in love with her." "Yes, Lady Ashington," the maid murmured, then wrapped another finger's length of hair onto the heated tongs.
Mary closed her eyes, as if an hour of primping and some well-placed curls could turn her into a raving beauty. Being thought something less than beautiful was the least of her worries tonight. She had a vicious little dagger tucked in her reticule, and a carefully rehearsed plan to speak to every duke on her half of the list. She ought to feel brave, excited. So why did she feel so close to wilting instead? She opened her eyes, sneaking a peek at the maid through the mirror. Probably because the last hour of sitting so still while the maid had hovered over her had freshly stirred the doubts she'd tried to suppress. O'Brien, her sister's maid, had blonde hair and soft, round features to match her ample curves. Was this the sort of woman her husband was attracted to? Someone uncomplicated, a pretty distraction? Or was it more that any willing woman would do? Mary willed her thoughts not to stray in that direction. The first week of her marriage had been the most gloriously confusing of her life. If West was already straying, he was showing no signs of it with her. He sought her out at every opportunity, kissed her in corners, held her hand beneath the dinner table, and whisked her above stairs for dessert. Just 2 hours ago, he had pulled her from her bath and then proceeded to play upon her damp body as if it were a beautiful instrument. His attentions made her feel hopeful. Her doubts had been nearly drowned out by the rhythm of so many deliciously decadent days of lovemaking, days where he scarcely let her out of his sight. She must have misheard that day in the hallway. Or perhaps West had changed his mind and decided he was happy with her, after all. But now that she was face to face with the pretty servant she suspected of snaring his attentions, she was no longer so sure. A pounding at the door pulled her attention in a new direction. Mary jerked against the insistent pull of the curling tongs. "Ow!" she exclaimed, forcing herself to sit still until the maid was done with her torture. "Your new husband seems anxious to see you," Eleanor observed, shifting to a sitting position on the bed and arranging her skirts about her. "He is just excited about tonight. It is our first ball as husband and wife, you know." Mary forced a light laugh. Everyone, Eleanor especially, was supposed to believe this was a love match. If only she could so easily convince herself. "Either that, or he's come to confess his undying love again," she added, reminding herself to smile. As the last curl slid from the tongs and the loud knocking came again, Mary motioned for the maid to answer the door, then turned in her chair to face her sister. "I believe he hopes to meet friends at the ball tonight. I understand Mr. Grant will likely be there. And, with any luck, a traitorous duke." Eleanor smiled, just a little. "I well remember those days when Ashington was so anxious to see me he couldn't wait a decent hour before sweeping me away for a kiss." She ruefully gestured to her enormous middle. "Now it seems he cannot wait to escape on business." It was the first time Mary had heard her sister utter a cross word about her husband. "I am sure Lord Ashington will be back soon," she soothed. "Even if he returns tomorrow, he will not want to stay long," Eleanor said bitterly, "with me growing larger by the second. I promise you it will soon be over." Mary didn't like the strain she saw on her sister's face, wished she could ease her sister's discomfort, though she prayed it would not be too soon. Dr. Muriel had said the baby could come as early as July, but as it was still June, she couldn't help but remain worried about Eleanor's health. Though Mary had fully expected to see West at the door, as O'Brien opened it, a very large, unshaven man burst into the room. "Eleanor!" he shouted, stumbling past the startled servant, his bloodshot eyes landing on the woman in the bed. Eleanor gave a shriek, her hands immediately flying to her unkempt hair. "Ashington!" He rushed to the bedside. "I received your note." He fell to his knees and clutched at Eleanor's hand. "But you gave no indication of the problem, and so I rode all night like the very devil to get here. Is everything all right? The baby is well?" "The baby is fine." Eleanor twisted her hand from her husband's. "But no, everything is not all right, you insensitive clod. I've needed you here. How could you leave me for so long? In the weeks you've been gone, I've become the size of a draught horse. I'm not sleeping well, and I've ruined my sister's life." "Not sleeping well?" He reared back, as if trying to discern whether the woman railing at him from the bed held any resemblance to the woman he had married. "Is that why you are sleeping here?" he asked in confusion. "At Cardwell House?" "Are you even listening to me? Do you want to know why I am here, at Cardwell House?" she demanded, agitation setting her diamond earbobs swinging. "There are fleas in our house, Ashington. Thousands of them." "Fleas?" Ashington echoed uncertainly. "We need a dog," Eleanor commanded, "on account of the rats." "A dog? You've called me back about a dog?" Ashington's head swiveled, and his befuddled gaze swept past Mary at the dressing-table to the open-mouthed maid still standing by the door. "And what is this about rats?" "There are no rats." Mary quickly shook her head. "If there are no rats," Ashington said, sitting back on his heels, "and this has nothing to do with the baby, will somebody please tell me what in the deuces is going on?" West handed Ashington a glass of brandy, though the man looked as though he could really use a bottle of whiskey. "Sit." West pointed toward a chair in front of the low-burning fire, though why his father's study needed a fire in this summer heat was anyone's guess. It was probably demanded, in some obscure servant's handbook, a list of instructions that ensured butlers frowned at all times, and that a fire was kept burning in dark studies regardless of need. In spite of the gravity of the situation, his lips twitched. No doubt Mary would have read that book too. As soon as this business was over, he would look for a home where he and Mary could settle, start a proper life together, whether it be in Yorkshire or London. Let her decide when and where fires should be kept, how many servants to hire, how many children to come. His bright, rosy view of this hoped-for future depended on getting through tonight, however, and finding once and for all the sort of evidence that might properly prove Southingham was the traitor. He felt guilty for not having told Mary what he had learned, but then she had a habit of pursuing things blindly, without giving proper thought to all the potential outcomes. It was almost like she was determined to turn the page too quickly, write her own ending. But this wasn't a book. A happy ending was anything but assured. He couldn't afford to take any chances, not with the Queen's life, and not with his wife's life either. West corked the decanter and left his own glass empty, wanting to keep a clear head for the coming night. Mary asked me to explain a few things to you, while she tries to calm your wife down.
Mary? Do you mean Miss Channing, Eleanor's sister?
West nodded. Ashington eyed him suspiciously, then tossed the glass back, staring up at him through bleary, bloodshot eyes.
You've my undying thanks, Westmore, letting my wife stay here like this. I can't pretend to know what's going on. I am afraid she's come unhinged, babbling about fleas and wanting a dog, and some nonsense about ruining her sister's life.
She didn't ruin her sister's life, West said firmly. He couldn't let anyone else take that blame. He'd taken care of that job neatly himself. Ashington stared morosely into the fire.
I never would have left to see this business at my country estate if I'd known how this pregnancy would affect her. I swear to you, she seemed fine when I left.
West poured the man a second glass, not even bothering to replace the stopper this time. This could take a while, and he wasn't yet sure of how much he wanted to say.
If there is one thing I have learned in the short course of my own marriage, it is that you can't predict what a wife will or will not do.
Ashington's gaze jerked toward him.
I beg your pardon?
Miss Channing and I were married 6 days ago by special license.
But why?
Ashington looked stunned.
How?
The usual way, I assure you. Well, the usual way for me. We formed an attraction, and the gossip rags noticed. He shrugged, as if it really didn't matter, when in truth, the woman they were discussing held his entire world in her ink-stained hands. The fates demanded a sacrifice. Ashington stood up, bristling.
You compromised my wife's sister?
Calm yourself, there is no need for anger. West shoved the second full glass toward the man. I didn't compromise her, not really. But the gossip rags went on a rant, and it seemed best to silence the chatter. I promise you, I hold your sister-in-law in the highest regard. Ashington snatched up the glass, his knuckles white against the crystal glass.
Come now, Westmore, what really happened? Everyone knows your reputation, but Eleanor's sister is a quiet thing, withdrawn. She's never even been to London before now. When Eleanor asked her sister to serve as a companion during her confinement, I thought it was a ripping good idea. My wife needs a quieting influence in her life. He snorted ruefully. As you can well see. A quieting influence. West rolled his eyes. Mary. Since he'd met her, he had sprinted through St. Paul's Cathedral, brandishing a loaded pistol, and visited the finest brothel in London without even wanting to sample the wares. And her endless lists, her unexpected bravery. He'd never met a less quiet female in his life. She is like a spring rainstorm, he said, wondering if he ought to just pour a glass of brandy for himself. She charms you into believing she's a quiet, gentle sort, while, all the while, she's hiding a bolt of lightning. Ashington stared at him, as if his head had grown 2 sizes. Honestly, a spring rainstorm? Bolts of lightning? Does she inspire you to sing about daffodils and baby birds as well?
He raised his hands, making the brandy tilt in the glass.
Your reputation for pranks and philandering is one thing, Westmore, but a poet you are not.
Tell me the truth about why my wife is here at Cardwell House and why you really married Miss Channing." He took a swig from his glass. "She isn't even the pretty sister."
West bristled. No wonder the man had imagined his wife would be fine, left home alone, in the last 2 months of a difficult pregnancy. He was oblivious. Had he even noticed the 2 women were identical twins? Although not so identical. Given the choice, West knew who he would marry again. But if Ashington wanted the truth, West would give it to him. It was nearly a relief to have someone demand it, someone in a position to help fix it. Despite being something of an arse where his pregnant wife was concerned, Ashington was generally well respected, someone who might even be able to convince Scotland Yard to take action.
"It is true that Mary and I were caught in a compromising situation, but that isn't why we married. We overheard a plot to kill Queen Victoria. One of the men involved is a duke, and as Scotland Yard refuses to believe me, we have been left with no choice but to try to stop them ourselves."
Ashington tilted his head.
"Queen Victoria, you say?" "We've been making inquiries, a bit at a time, trying to track them down. But 6 days ago, Mary received a threatening note from someone on your household staff, and so I married her to keep her close and ensure her protection. She wouldn't agree to the plan without her sister coming too, and so we unleashed a vial of fleas on your hallway carpet."
Ashington cleared his throat.
"You are claiming, let me see if I have this straight, that someone on my household staff is plotting to kill Queen Victoria, and that a vial of fleas is the only reason you married my wife's sister?" "Yes. No." West felt an impotent rage building. "That is not the point." Ashington's brow rose. "Then what is the point?" "That Mary is clearly every bit as attractive as your wife," West snarled, well recognizing the disbelief on Ashington's face. It perfectly matched the sneer he'd seen on the face of the constable at Scotland Yard. Instead of taking offence, Ashington burst out laughing, the brandy sloshing over the sides of his glass. He stepped forward and slapped West on the back. "Christ, Westmore, your reputation is well earned, I'd say. You'll do anything to get a woman in your bed." "I didn't—" West checked himself. Why did he feel the need to defend himself to this man? Ashington was a bumbling idiot who had left his new wife alone for far longer than was prudent when she was in such a delicate state. He himself would never make such an imprudent decision. The thought drew him up short. Well, the thought of even having to make that choice seemed impossible at the moment. He might be thinking of buying a home where they could raise a family, but was his wife? Mary was wildly willing in his bed, sweetly inventive, her enthusiasm and innocence inspiring ever higher levels of lust and appreciation. But she had insisted on continuing to use the French letters, questioned his faithfulness with her timid little speech about the tedium of lemons. It seemed no one was bound to trust his word. "Well, no matter what rig you've pulled this time, if you've been forced to marry her for all of it, I'd say you've paid your dues," Ashington snorted, his face a jovial shade of red. "So I won't call you out. Your reputation for duelling aside, it won't do to go about killing new family members." His smile turned rueful. "And I really don't want to make my wife any angrier than she already is." "Oh, stuff it, Ashington." West turned on his heel in disgust. "Take your wife home," he shouted over his shoulder. "We took care of the fleas days ago. But you should know Lady Ashington has been ordered by the doctor to avoid undue upset until the baby comes. So if she wants a damn dog, I'd suggest you get her one."
Chapter 21.
As they stepped down into the crowded ballroom, Mary gripped West's arm. The announcement of their names, Mr. and Mrs. Geoffrey Westmore, had pulled 200 pairs of eyes their way and sent up a din of murmured speculations rippling through the room. "They are all staring," she told him, concentrating on not tripping over her feet as they descended into the mass of curious people. "They all want to peek at the woman who took me off the marriage mart." West's hand closed reassuringly over hers as he led her toward the waiting crowd. "They are only staring at you because they are wondering." "Wondering what on earth you were thinking," she retorted. Not even the importance of tackling her half of the list, which was tucked discreetly inside her glove, could ease the strain in her lungs. West's lips brushed her ears. "No, they are wondering what they missed before. You might look like a mouse, but they can't help but wonder what sort of a minx you must be in bed to have so successfully snared this infamous bachelor." Heat flooded her cheeks. "I am not a minx." "Well, perhaps an innocent minx." He chuckled, and then drew her into the thick of the crowd. "And I'm looking forward to debauching you in the most wicked way possible later tonight," he added in a low whisper of a promise. "But first, we've a traitor to catch." He looked up, his voice returning to its usual timbre. "Oh, good evening. May I introduce my new wife, Mrs. Westmore, formerly Miss Channing of Yorkshire?" And so it began. The crowd pushed in, and West greeted them all, smiling like he'd come into a great fortune. By the time they made it to the refreshments table, Mary was nearly convinced herself that theirs was a love match for the ages. "Good gracious," she gasped, bracing herself against the punch table. "That was crucial." West poured a ladle of punch into a cup and handed it to her. "We needed to be seen together, our heads held high. It is important that everyone realizes you are under my protection." Mary nodded, taking a sip of the cool beverage. She glanced back across the ballroom at the long gauntlet they'd just navigated. "It helped you were with me." She offered him a smile. A month ago, she couldn't have done it, would have curled into a ball and rocked herself into denial. Truly, it wasn't as terrible as I'd feared. "Well, it was as terrible as I'd feared," came a masculine drawl. Mary turned to see Mr. Grant glowering at them from the far end of the punch table. "My first sighting of you in days, and it's to see you presented to the crowd like a stuffed and married pheasant." His eyes narrowed as he moved toward them. "Where have you been, West? The new Mrs. Westmore keeps you on a tight chain." "Willingly, I assure you." West poured his friend a glass of punch. "I was hoping to see you here tonight." "You were?" Grant accepted the glass, then immediately added to it from a flask he produced from his jacket pocket. "And why, pray tell, would you be hoping to see me when you haven't even deigned to make an appearance at White's in the last 6 nights?" "To apologize, of course. I should have given you more than a few hours' notice about my nuptials. You are my oldest, dearest friend, and you deserved better." Grant held the flask out, presumably for West to help himself to its contents. "Does this mean you will come with me later, to White's?" West shook his head. "No, but that doesn't mean I don't hope my best friend and my wife will find a way to get along, somehow. I do not want you to blame her for any of this." "Oh, I do not blame her." Mr. Grant lowered his hand. "I blame you, you silly sod, for leaving me alone in bachelorhood, and at such a tender age." He took a gulp of his laced punch, and then offered Mary a conciliatory smile. "I hold your new wife in the highest esteem. Truly." West beamed. "Excellent. Then will you help introduce her to the Duke of Rothesay and perhaps the Duke of Harrington? Because, believe it or not, I already need to use the necessary." "Oh, I believe it." Grant winked at Mary. Although, if you are planning to loosen a cap full of spiders in there again, give me a heads-up this time, would you? I still can't sit down in a lavatory without looking for the nasty creatures."
In spite of it all, Mary giggled. In this, at least, she and Mr. Grant could find some common ground, being on the receiving end of her husband's jokes. "Oh, I think we are safe enough tonight," she told him. "I've made him leave his spiders and his wind-maker at home, you see."
Grant grinned down at her. "Touché, Mrs. Westmore. I see West has married a woman with a sense of humour." He held out his flask. "Would you like to make things more interesting tonight?"
No, thank you."
Things were proving interesting enough as it was. She eyed West's retreating back and realized with a start that instead of moving purposefully, he was drifting through the crowd, searching to the left and the right. Not, it seemed, a man with his mind on the necessary.
"Will you excuse me for just a moment?" she murmured. "I just want a quick word with my husband, and I will be right back."
Grant chuckled. "And so the nagging begins." He lifted his glass in salute. "Carry on, Mrs. Westmore, carry on." Lifting her skirts, Mary hurried after her husband, her chest feeling tight for reasons that had nothing to do with the swirling, bright, perfumed crowd.
"West!" she called out, making him turn. "Where are you going?"
"The necessary, as I said." He stopped and offered her a wink. "Or do you want to follow me there and see what pranks we can get up to together?"
"No."
Her cheeks heated. She may be a new bride, but she had already been granted a rather thorough education, and she could well imagine what sort of mischief they could generate in a room with a locked door.
"You said you had already ruled out the Duke of Rothsey and the Duke of Harrington. Why should Mr. Grant have need to introduce me to them?"
"It doesn't have to be one of them." He shrugged. "Pick anyone else on your list." She bit her lip.
"Truly?"
"I only suggested those two as a start, because I thought you might wish to begin with easy targets. Ask questions of those we think are safe first. Hone your approach. Although it occurs to me we may have been hasty dismissing Rothsey. I've heard his wife has relatives in Ireland. There could be a Fenian connection, you know."
"Oh."
Her irritation lessened slightly.
"So you truly want me to speak with the men on my half of the list?"
"Absolutely." He waved her on with his fingers. The sooner the better. But as she watched him disappear into the crowd, a lingering doubt remained. His about-face on the matter of her involvement in such a dangerous undertaking seemed out of character for a man who'd married her to save her from harm. Was he trying to shift her in a safer direction, freeing his time up to pursue the more likely list of traitors? Why, then, had he felt a need to teach her how to handle the knife, sitting so precariously in her small bag? And she couldn't help but notice that the Duke of Southingham, a man who seemed far more dangerous than not, was on West's half of the list, not hers. As West threaded his way through the crowd, he risked a peek back over his shoulder and sent up a silent prayer of thanks to see Mary returning to stand next to Grant. He'd left her in Grant's dubious company because it was safer by far than having her with him. Grant was battle-tested, as scarred inside as he was. He would protect Mary, no questions asked. Which was a good thing, because West had no answers for those questions. Yet. He felt guilty as hell for telling Mary the lie he'd spun about Rothsey's wife. Yet he was also resolved to suffer his guilt in silence. He had to be sure Southingham was their man before telling her of his suspicions. He was more than a little worried about what would happen when they yanked the cover off this secret and exposed such a powerful man as a traitor. The urge to protect Mary from the repercussions of a wrong move was a powerful enough incentive to keep her in the dark. But the repercussions of involving her in a right move? Far more terrifying to contemplate. He caught sight of the Duke of Southingham on the periphery of the ballroom and aimed for the man, contemplating how to best orchestrate this confrontation. But as West drew closer, he recognized the Duke's pale, pretty wife standing meekly to one side. His feet slowed. Damn it. He hadn't imagined speaking to the Duke with an audience. Perhaps it would be better to do this another time, another place. But then Southingham spied him, and the matter was taken out of his hands. "Mr. Westmore," the Duke said, looking none too pleased to see him. "Your Grace." West's hands curled to fists. "It's been a while." "Never long enough, where you're concerned." West paused, not at the insult, but at the hopeless task of trying to sort out whether Southingham's voice matched the whisper he'd heard from the library. It was frustratingly difficult. The Duke had the sort of perforating voice that moved through walls, and he was projecting it loudly now, as if to call attention to their interaction. It was nearly impossible to compare to a whisper he'd overheard in the library. But oh, how he wanted to imagine they were one and the same. West offered Southingham's wife a more gracious smile. "It is good to see you again, Duchess. How long has it been? A year?" The Duke's eyes narrowed. "Have a care, Westmore," he warned. "Oh, surely you aren't still upset about that." West forced a laugh. "It was simply a joke, no harm done. But if it helps, I would again offer the Duchess my most sincere apologies. I am truly sorry for any confusion." Although West felt more sorry for the woman, who appeared hesitant to speak up for herself. And was that a hint of a blackened eye he spied beneath the Duchess's carefully powdered face? Anger needled him with sharp teeth. Southingham had always enjoyed using his fists. "To make up for my former boorish behaviour," he said slowly, thinking to possibly get a closer look at the faint bruise, and to ask her some questions about her husband's political leanings, "would the Duchess do me the honour of a dance later?" The Duchess of Southingham stared up at her husband, her eyes wide, as if waiting for his answer. Southingham nudged his wife in the opposite direction, toward the refreshments table. "Alas, my wife's dance card is already full," he growled. "And didn't you say you could use a glass of punch, dear?" He jerked his chin. "Go on, quickly now." She did as she was told. West watched her retreat, noting the hunched shoulders and bowed head. If he ever treated Mary that way, he suspected his new wife would pull out her knife and show off her newly honed skills, and rightly so. Still, he suspected he'd just found Southingham's weakness. The man was overly protective of his wife. "Whatever does she see in a brute like you?" he observed, hoping to prod Southingham into saying something imprudent, preferably a threat delivered in a terse whisper that could be compared to the one in his memory, especially when she could have had me. Southingham bristled. "She would never want you." "No?" West shrugged. "It is so hard to know what women want." The Duke's jaw twitched. "And what does your new wife want? I'd ask her if the rats did any permanent damage, but then I wouldn't want to embarrass her if you are less than whole." West rolled his eyes in spite of the anger that spiked through him. Following the incident at Harrow, Southingham had gleefully embellished the tale. With every retelling, the rats had gotten larger, the damage from their teeth more permanent. "I think my exploits about town ought to have laid that rumour well enough to rest by now. Then again, you could always ask your wife what she thinks about it. If memory serves, she caught an eyeful on your wedding night." Southingham's face darkened. "How does your wife even stand you, Westmore? I would feel sorry for the woman, but I suppose it doesn't matter anyway. She won't have to suffer you long." In spite of the heated exchange, a chill rippled through West. After all, this was the man he suspected of sending a threatening note to Mary. A man who was very likely involved in a plot to assassinate Queen Victoria. "Why would you say that?" he said slowly. Southingham offered him a nasty smile. "You should check the betting book at White's. Your friend Grant laid a wager for how long it will take you to stray from the marital bed. He gave you a month, but I've got 300 in you won't last 2 weeks. The blood pounded in West's ears, given that he had every intention of this marriage lasting a lifetime. Damn Grant to hell and back. If this was his friend's idea of a joke, it wasn't very funny. And God forbid Mary ever hear of it. "Have a care," West warned. "I am much devoted to my wife." "Do you imagine you will last longer?" Southingham sounded surprised. "Need I remind you the gossip rags have given us all an unobstructed peek at the assets to which you now lay claim. Your new wife is a slight, ordinary little thing, isn't she?" The Duke raised a mocking brow. "Perhaps I should have said you would only last 1 week. If I recall, you always liked women with big tits who lay there as if they are dead." The reference to that fateful All Hallows' Eve was easy enough to ignore, but the insult to Mary proved significantly less so. The urge to plant a fist in Southingham's face hissed like a lit fuse. But as he'd learned so long ago at Harrow, one didn't strike a duke without repercussions, and this time they were in a crowded ballroom with 200 pairs of eyes. Instead, he let his words serve as weapons. "Do you mean like your wife?" The Duke reared back, his face turning nearly purple. "I ought to call you out for that." "If you do, don't expect an apology from me this time," West warned. "And know that you will almost certainly leave your pretty wife a widow, ripe for the picking. I didn't survive Crimea by being a terrible shot, you know." For a moment, West thought he might have pushed the man too far. Southingham looked ready to pick West apart with bare hands. It was just like Harrow again, only magnified tenfold. This time, though, West had more to lose. Southingham finally spun on his heel, the crowd parting against his angry charge. "Stay away from my wife, Westmore," he shouted over his shoulder. "As long as you stay away from mine," West muttered more quietly, glaring at the Duke's retreating frame. What had he been thinking, goading the man like that? He knew he wouldn't have forgiven such an insult, lobbed at his own wife. It was a miracle he hadn't been called out. Again. He wanted to smash something, pound something, shoot something, or someone. Because while Southingham's personal weakness might be obvious, it seemed all too clear that his nemesis now knew he had a weakness as well. "God damn it!" he exploded, hitting a marble column with his fist, which, of course, did about as much good as striking Southingham. He reeled, his hand feeling as if he'd taken a hammer to it. Realized everyone was watching. A steadying hand met his shoulder. "Are you all right?" West turned to see Grant's concerned face peering at him. He shook out his throbbing hand. Was he bloody all right? He'd just punched a marble column in front of everyone and missed his opportunity to match the Duke's voice to the whispers in his head. He'd pretended to be interested in Southingham's wife when his own seemed to already suspect him of a wandering eye. And the knowledge that Grant had wagered against him made him want to strike the column again. "I am fine," West muttered. He cradled his bruised hand. "Where is my wife?" "Don't get yourself in a lather." Grant held up his hands. I left her in Harrington's capable hands, and he offered an introduction to the Duke of Rothsey after. She's out on the dance floor somewhere, so I figured my usefulness was at an end. Thank you. In spite of his simmering anger, West gave Grant a stiff nod. Why were you arguing with Southingham? Grant asked, curiously. He was needling me. About you, actually. West met his friend's eye, held it longer than was comfortable. I hope you didn't put too much money on that wager you laid in the betting book at White's, he warned, because you are going to lose every bit of it. Don't tell me you are angry about that. Grant rolled his eyes. And here I thought you were a sensible sort. West narrowly held back the urge to take his friend by the neck. It hurt to know that Grant would do such a thing, but then, was it any wonder? West had a reputation he'd worked hard to earn, and Grant had been with him every step of the way. His friend likely did believe Mary was little more than a passing curiosity. But that simply meant he needed to be proven wrong. From the Diary of Miss Mary Channing, June the 19th, 1858. It was quite a night. When we returned from the ball, I told West every detail of my evening. How the Duke of Harrington had missed the literary salon, because that was the night he'd asked his new fiancée to marry him, in Gunter's tea shop, no less, to the approval of 36 witnesses. How Rothsey's wife was actually Welsh, not Irish, and how I was able to exclude 3 other dukes from our list, one way or another. To give him credit, West listened, even asked some questions, and nodded at my assessment of each man. But, through it all, he said not a word of his own night's discoveries. And I can't help but worry he is keeping something important from me. Chapter 22. The moment he was sure Mary was asleep, West extracted himself from the bed and hurried into his clothes. Slipping the pistol into his jacket pocket, he leaned over his wife's sleeping form, smoothed his hand over her soft, dark hair. God, what this woman did to him. A part of him envied her such easy, uncomplicated sleep. He knew her well enough now to know she would slumber on for hours, as if caught in a laudanum-induced dream, until 5 o'clock in the morning, when she would sit up, blinking in awareness. That gave him 5 hours to find the evidence he needed. Not nearly enough time, given where he had to go to look for it. He moved down the stairs, trying to be quiet. He'd been unsuccessful in his attempt to match Southingham's shouts to the voice in his memory, but that didn't mean he could so easily let go the possibility. Somehow, the Duke was connected to the note Mary had received. If there was even the smallest bit of evidence to be found implicating the Duke of Southingham in this assassination plot, West was resolved to leave no stone unturned in his quest to uncover it, even if it meant returning to the scene of a past crime. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, a light loomed up from the shadows, stopping him in his tracks. "Master Geoffrey?" Wilson held up a candle. "Are you going out for the night? 'Tis past midnight." The reproof in his voice echoed through the dark foyer. "Not now, Wilson," West warned, reaching a hand toward the front door. "I've somewhere to be." "I admit some disappointment. I had thought, perhaps, that you had changed." The butler's grey, roomy eyes fixed on him, disapproving. "If you don't mind me saying, you have seemed happier of late. As it happens, I quite approve of your bride and the changes she has wrought in your life. Would she approve of your late-night activity?" West gritted his teeth. No, Mary would not approve, but he wasn't going to admit that out loud. And hopefully, by the end of this long night, he'd have some bit of evidence in hand that confirmed his suspicions, something to properly share with her. "Save your disappointment for my wind-makers, Wilson," he growled. "You don't even know where I am going." The old servant straightened his shoulders. "I could hazard a guess." "Well then, guess away." West tipped a finger to his forehead in a sort of salute. "And I'll raise a toast when I get there." Irritation continued to poke at him as he stepped out of the front door and swung south towards St. Audley Street. It stung a bit that Wilson had presumed the worst of him. But there were more important things at hand than correcting the old servant's presumptions. If he was being honest with himself, he was disappointed by the events of the night, and not only the exchange with Wilson just now. The conversation he'd suffered with Southingham tonight in the ballroom had opened old wounds, raw slices of his past that still rankled. But, as incendiary as it had also been painfully unilluminating. He'd wanted Southingham's voice to match the voice in his memory. But it hadn't seemed to, at least in the course of a heated conversation. Which meant none of this made sense. Was it because a man's voice changed at a whisper, became something less discernible? Or perhaps Lady Ashington's maid had lied about that business with the note. Or perhaps West was losing his mind. Perhaps there were a dozen people involved in this plot, all of them dukes, and the joke was really on him. The Duke of Southingham's home was a white brick behemoth built in the most fashionable part of Mayfair. To the inexperienced bystander, it would appear to be an impenetrable fortress, a Queen Anne-style manor, 4 stories tall. But West wasn't anything close to an inexperienced bystander. Thanks to his now infamous prank, he had an intimate knowledge of the household and its various vulnerabilities. The gate to the inner courtyard could be breached with a running start, and the window at the far side of the scullery still boasted an insecure latch. He jiggled the frame until he heard the latch fall away, then opened the window and climbed inside. Straightening, he took in the shaded shape of the kitchen. 1 year ago, he and Grant had navigated this space, wearing skirts and smirks, then climbed the stairs with a bit of a drunken swagger. Only he had fallen prey to the wrong pretty smile. This time, however, his destination wasn't the Duchess's bedroom, and his self-appointed task for the evening wasn't a stolen kiss or two. He crept along a pitch-dark hallway, feeling his way with a hand on the wall, looking for Southingham's study. But when he found it, the muted glow of candlelight leaked from below the closed door. He stared down at that strip of light, hardly daring to breathe. What the devil? It was close to 1 o'clock in the morning. Hardly the time of night to be going over household ledgers and accounts. Carefully, he pressed an ear against the door, caught the low murmur of voices. The hairs on the back of West's neck stood at attention, because the whispered voices were all too familiar. "Keep your voice down," he heard a man say from inside the room. "What did you need to speak with me about so urgently? It's dangerous for us to meet here like this." "I didn't know what else to do. It's Westmore," a woman's voice answered, miraculously matching the one from his memory. "He's married that girl who was asking questions about us. I am worried that he knows something." "Don't worry about Westmore. He may think he knows something, but the man isn't as smart as he seems." Though the voice was muffled, something about the way the man said his name rang warning bells of familiarity again in West's head. The whisper matched the memory from the library. Holding his breath, He reached out a hand to gingerly try the door handle. It didn't budge. He lowered his ear to the locked door again, holding his breath. "I told you," he heard the man say. "No one will believe either of them. I'm more worried about our friends in Scotland. How goes our business there?" "There's a problem." The woman's voice lowered. "Vivian has disappeared, the money with her. Carlson says the money was never delivered. I knew we shouldn't have trusted her." A frustrated growl echoed through the door. "There's no time to fix it. The date is set. It was in the papers just today, June the 24th. There won't be a better chance." There was a furious silence. "If they can't be brought to heel, I'll have to do it myself." The woman gasped. "That was never part of the plan. Don't worry, darling. They'll bear the blame, regardless." West caught a soft moan, and then other sounds that told him something beyond a little negotiating was going on in the room. He pushed away from the door, even as his mind cartwheeled around the bits he had overheard. June the 24th. It wasn't much time. And Scotland. That scarcely made sense. To be sure, there was a good deal of nationalist pride in the Highlands, but it was the sort to inspire festivals, not murder. Without warning, the light beneath the door snuffed out. West's instincts screamed at him to go, but he couldn't leave, not yet, not without some proof in hand. West scrambled sideways as he heard a key turn in the lock, pinning himself into the shadows beside the door. He held his breath as the door began to creak open and pulled his pistol from his jacket, just in case. His finger hovered, ready on the trigger, but he would not, could not, shoot, not unless his own life was threatened. Because while he'd heard enough things to want to shoot the man about to walk through that door, he was the one skulking about Southingham's hallway, the one who had broken into the man's house, the one the authorities would presume was in the wrong. "Not that way," he heard the woman hiss from inside the room. "Someone could see us. We should use the other door. Quietly now." The door swung shut again. The footsteps grew fainter. West took a deep breath over the too loud pounding of his heart, reached out a hand to carefully open the study door, nudged it open with his shoe, and then crept soundlessly inside, his pistol raised. But he was too late. A door on the opposite end of the room yawned open. The instinct to give chase nudged him in that imprudent direction. But what was he thinking to do? Stalk Southingham down in his own home and shoot the man in what would appear to be cold blood? If he shot Southingham tonight, he might disarm one of the traitors, but he would leave others on the loose. Worse, it would ensure his own arrest and leave Mary vulnerable and unprotected. Because he had no proof of Southingham's perfidy, no word against the man beyond his own. And in the eyes of the authorities, his word was about as useful as a three-legged horse. Instead of giving chase, as the blood in his veins demanded, he invested that burning energy into quickly searching Southingham's desk. He pulled out his case of matches and struck one after the other, using the meagre light to rifle wordlessly through drawers, looking for some piece of paper, some irrefutable proof of the Duke's involvement, something that might convince Scotland Yard to take the threat more seriously. There was maddeningly little to be found, no notes outlining murder plans, no receipts for bullets or the like. He found a single scrap of paper, a note scribbled to some London modiste, providing direction for a delivery. Anger burned through him as he stared down at the note. It was in a handwriting that perfectly matched the writing he'd seen on Mary's note. Well, if he'd had any doubts before, they were well and truly buried now. He was more convinced than ever that Southingham was one of the traitors, and the one who'd sent Mary the note. But while it was a damning bit of evidence for him to see, it was still not enough to convince anyone in a position to act. He could only imagine the sniggers of the Scotland Yard officials when he produced a note to a modiste and claimed it was a clue to a traitorous plot. Finally, as he came down to his last flickering match, West picked up the only other thing he could find, a much-folded copy of the London Times. As the last flame died, he shoved the pages into his jacket pocket, but even as he climbed out of the scullery window and vaulted over the courtyard gate, West couldn't help but worry. Based on what he'd seen and heard tonight, Southingham was definitely plotting to kill the Queen. And he suspected he was going to need more than a few dozen rats to make this right. Chapter 23. Though he knew Mary would be waking in only a few hours, West's feet did not seem to want to turn toward home. He felt the burn of nervous energy, the impossibility of sleep. He needed to talk to someone he could trust. And although his first instinct was to talk to Mary, she was still asleep in their bed, oblivious to what he had just uncovered. So his feet turned south, carrying him towards St. James's Street and the friendship he'd neglected for the past few weeks. Though it was now past 2 o'clock in the morning, White's was still open, as he'd known it would be. West settled into his usual chair at his usual table, then looked about, hoping to find Grant. But when he spied his friend holding court by the betting book, West was reminded then of the wager that had placed against him. Bugger it all. Perhaps this wasn't such a good idea after all. He looked away, irritated, only to see Lord Ashington sitting at a nearby table, nursing a glass of brandy. There would be no help from that quarter either. His new brother-in-law had already refused to believe him once tonight. In point of fact, no one believed him. No one, that was, but Mary. He fumbled in his jacket for a cigarette and his matches, only to find the bloody matches had gone missing. He frowned in irritation, wondering where the case had disappeared to. Not that it mattered. Not that any of this mattered. He stood up, pushed back his chair, feeling out of sorts, out of place, and nearly out of time. For Christ's sake, what was he doing here? Whites and whiskey and the occasional defiant cigarette might have once defined who he was, but he had more to live for now. And the ear he really wanted to bend, the ear he needed, would be waking up in... West impatiently checked his pocket watch. Exactly 2 hours and 13 minutes. As he slipped the watch back into his pocket, the door to White's flew open. Southingham staggered into the room, his chest heaving, spittle flying. "Westmore!" the man roared, looking around with wild eyes, then aiming directly for him. West stood up and faced his old enemy with an almost preternatural calm. "Was there something you wanted, Your Grace?" "It seems there's something you want." Southingham slapped a hand down on West's table. "And I'll see you in hell for it." West inhaled sharply as he saw the glove Southingham had just thrown down. "Is this about what I said earlier tonight?" he asked, recognizing the wide eyes crowding in around the scene, anticipating the wagers that were no doubt already being placed in the bloody book. It's not about what you said. It's about what you've done. Southingham flung something at him then, a flash of silver, end over end. And I demand satisfaction. West caught it, turned it over in his fingers. It was the small case that held his matches. He didn't need to look down to know that he would see the initials engraved on it. G.W. Damn it all to hell. West closed his fingers over the silver case. He must have forgotten it earlier, when he was rifling through Southingham's desk. The Duke had clearly misinterpreted things, and seemed to believe he'd left it behind as a bragging point after a midnight visit to the Duchess of Southingham. Either that, or the man was seeking to remove the threat he posed to the plot in a very public way, one no one would question. As West studied the man seething in front of him, an idea unfurled like a banner, born as much from necessity as helplessness. He'd found no evidence tonight linking Southingham to the plot to kill the Queen, nothing tangible he could hold in his hand or show someone. But perhaps, if he was very lucky and very, very careful, he might take this opportunity to diffuse the threat Southingham posed without worry of a murder charge. He forced his hands to stay loose by his side, neither defending himself nor contradicting the presumption. He only prayed the Duke hadn't taken his anger out on the Duchess. She was truly innocent in all of this. "Very well, then," he said slowly. "I accept your challenge." "Choose your weapon," the Duke snarled. West nodded, turning himself over to the inevitability of it. "Pistols. What distance?" The Duke's eyes narrowed. 20 paces. "Hyde Park," West shot back. "Dawn. Name your second, Westmore." West hesitated. He didn't want to drag someone else into this mess if he could help it. And as he was still rather angry with Grant for placing that gut-terrible wager, "I'll stand up as Westmore's second." West turned his head to see Grant standing beside him. "No," he protested, shaking his head. "This isn't your fight, Grant." Or at least, it wasn't a fight Grant had chosen to believe in. "Save your breath, West," he shrugged. "It's what friends do for each other. We save each other's lives, be it from war or stupidity." Grant's forehead wrinkled in thought. "But tomorrow is too soon. You both need time to calm down and get your affairs in order. Shall we say the morning of June the 26th? No." Panic became a drumbeat in West's ears. By the established rules of etiquette, one's second chose the time and date for the duel, and it was customary to allow time for both parties to cool down, contemplate an apology. At least, that was the way it had gone the last time Southingham had challenged him. But for God's sake, the date Grant was suggesting was impossible. "It must be sooner," he insisted. Southingham's eyes narrowed. "Eager to meet your maker, Westmore?" "Perhaps I'm just eager to make your wife a widow," West shot back. Instead of enraging the Duke to imprudence, as he'd hoped, his words seemed to have the opposite effect. "Well, you know, I do think the 26th shall do nicely," Southingham sneered. "Especially as I know it doesn't particularly suit you." West clenched his hands. "I suppose you need the time to brush up on your target skills." A ripple of laughter spun through the room, confirming they had a wide and interested audience. "I could kill you with my eyes shut," Southingham countered. "In the dark." West was desperate enough to unleash his tongue, though it was a foregone conclusion he was going to say something stupid. But, truly, stupid was about all he had left. He needed to push Southingham beyond reason if he was going to have any chance in hell of saving the Queen from whatever was going to happen on June the 24th. "Everyone knows I do my best work in the dark," He hesitated, but the man already believed it of him. "Just ask your wife," he added, hoping it would be the final nail he needed. The buzz of the room became a roar, and from the corner of his eye, West saw several gentlemen gleefully exchanging money, no doubt over the apparent end to Grant's unholy wager. He felt Grant's hand on his shoulder, gently pulling him back. "What in God's name are you doing?" his friend protested. "Are you trying to get him to pull out a pistol here and now?" "He's a coward to insist on a date so far into the future." West glared at Grant. "And you're a bloody fool to suggest it." "Don't be rash," Grant said firmly. "Give me a chance to do my job as your second, and pull an apology out of your stupid ass, as I did last time. Regardless of whether you both end up splattering each other's brains on the ground, you owe it to yourself to ensure a bit of time to return to rationality first." He straightened his jacket, tugging at the ends. "I didn't save your life at Viborg, only to have you squander it now," he warned. "And if either one of us are going to die for this, I'd suggest we ought to take a few days to enjoy ourselves first. Visit Madame Xavier's one last time. Indulge in Vivian's lovely feet." "Vivian isn't even there anymore," West ground out, which Grant would have known if he had ever listened to a single word West had tried to tell him. "Someone else's feet, then?" Grant shrugged. "And while you might be quite confident in your shooting abilities, I don't mind saying that I could use some target practice myself. There won't be need for you to shoot anyone because I'm going to finish him off." West tossed a simmering glare in the Duke's direction. "And if Southingham is truly as confident a shot as he claims to be," he taunted, trying one last time to send the man over the edge, "it shouldn't matter when we meet." Southingham bristled. "I should have killed you last year, when you first tried to steal what was mine. Saved us all a bunch of trouble." "It isn't stealing when you don't own it," West pointed out. "The Duchess is a person, not a thing." And that, perhaps, was at the heart of all of it. Southingham had never understood that women were more than objects designed for his personal amusement. Perhaps that was why he had reacted so poorly that memorable All Hallows' Eve night. The man had never once, in his wildest dreams, imagined the woman in question might have made her own choice in the matter. "Damn it, Westmore." Southingham looked ready to explode, but alas, not, it seemed, on the side of brevity. "It shall be on the 26th, and not a day before." He picked up his glove and turned on his heel, but shouted over his shoulder as he left, "And this time I'd advise you to bring something other than rats to the fight." Darkness swirled. Rough hands shook her from her dreams. "Mary, wake up!" Sleep was yanked from her like a curtain pulled from its moorings, and Mary opened her eyes to the confusing combination of darkness and the bright, searing light of a nearby lamp. Not yet 5 o'clock, then. Her mind pinwheeled against the unaccustomed intrusion, wanting only to return to sleep. But then her gaze swam upward to see her sister's pale face looming over her. "Eleanor," she gasped, pushing off her covers. "Is something wrong?" The last dregs of sleep slid away, and a ribbon of fear spiraled through her. "Is it the baby?" "Get your things," Eleanor said firmly. "You are coming home with me." Confusion crushed down on her. "But I am home." Mary reeled, trying to make sense of it all. Behind her sister, she could see Lord Ashington standing silent, a lamp in one hand. Mary reached out beside her, intending to shake West awake, only to realize that his side of the bed was empty, the sheets cold to the touch. She cringed, realizing that while she might be home, her husband clearly was not. What on earth is going on? "Ashington came home from White's, bearing the news," Eleanor's voice was pinched with anger. "And it's simply not to be borne. Perhaps we can have your marriage annulled, somehow, given that Westmore seems to regard it as a joke." "Annulled?" Mary gawped at her sister. "Joke? Eleanor, what are you talking about?" "Ashington saw all of it." Eleanor glanced back at her husband. Tell her what he has done this time." Ashington cleared his throat, looking uncomfortable.
"Westmore has taken up with the Duchess of Southingham. The Duke discovered their affair and called him out this evening."
Mary gasped.
"What?"
Eleanor nodded. "There's going to be a duel in Hyde Park, and his friend Mr. Grant will stand up as his second." She laid a hand around her swollen middle, though the expression on her face looked the opposite of motherly. "And if Southingham doesn't kill him," she added fiercely, "I'll tear him apart myself for treating you this way." Through the haze of disbelief that threatened to swamp her, Mary shook her head. "You should not be up," she protested. "Surely it wasn't good for you to be this upset. You could force the baby to come early." Then again, it was nearer July now, closer to Dr. Merrill's prediction for a delivery date. And, in truth, Eleanor looked fine, her eyes flashing, her chin held high. She was stirred up, to be sure, but not courting the edge of a crisis. If only Mary's own reaction was so measured. Her thoughts raced in the direction of denial. It was all a misunderstanding. West wouldn't do such a thing to her. Perhaps he had just stepped out for a moment, gone to the washroom or to the kitchen for a bite to eat. A movement at the bedroom door pinned her doubts to a spot where they could neither shift nor slide out of reach. West stepped inside, fully dressed, his hat in his hands. His gaze roamed the room. "What's this all about?" he asked slowly. "My sister could ask you the same thing," Eleanor retorted. "Come, Mary, you don't need to stay here with him." Mary hesitated, her eyes afraid to settle on her husband. Instead, they drifted toward Lord Ashington. "You saw it yourself?" she asked in a small voice. "It isn't just a rumour you heard?" Ashington nodded. "I saw it unfold. There's already a round of wagers in the betting book as to who will emerge the victor." Mary pulled her knees up tight, disbelief and disappointment clashing in her chest. It wasn't possible. West was standing in the doorway, his handsome face unreadable for the moment. But just a few hours ago he'd been in bed with her, her head on his shoulder. It couldn't be true. It couldn't. But what if it was? Hadn't she imagined tonight he was keeping something from her, hiding some important detail, some crucial fact? And in spite of the way he could make her feel, hadn't she feared he would never be happy with nothing but a mousy wife in his bed? Her gaze settled on her husband. Standing there, in his street clothes, he looked wind-blown and cautious and guilty as hell. And for once, she was determined to have the truth out of him. "Eleanor," she said, not taking her eyes off West, "please go home now. I will speak with you in the morning, but for now I would have a word with my husband in private." "I really don't think, Eleanor!" Her voice came out more sharply than she intended, but she couldn't soften it, not now. Her gaze finally swung from West's guilty face to her sister's shocked one. "I am a grown woman, and this is my life, and I would appreciate it if you would let me manage things myself for once." Her sister's lips flattened into a line. "Very well, then, but know you've a place to stay with us." Eleanor shot West a poisonous glare. "A home where you are wanted and loved." She reached out a hand and beckoned to her husband. "Come, Ashington." As they filed out of the room, Mary sat, waiting, hurting. How inconvenient an organ the heart was, a stone about one's neck, pulling one down, suffocating. And how persistent the mind, sifting through evidence while wanting to pretend none of it mattered. She reached out a hand to turn up the lamp burning low on the bedside table. Not that she expected it to help her see more clearly. There were shadows in this marriage, shadows purposefully created by her husband. She felt abraded on the inside, the fragile trust that had been starting to take shape in her marriage, toppling into a pile of rubble. She'd feared losing him, of course, imagined all the terrible ways this affair might end. But this was something else entirely. Mary, I can explain. At least, he hoped he could explain. West was really rather afraid he couldn't even explain it to himself. No matter his earlier conviction that he had the power to fix this, he was only now beginning to realize that the cost of this misguided attempt to save the Queen might yet be his wife. He feared he was going to lose her, if not by gunshot, then by stupidity. Because she'd never before looked at him with such profound disappointment, not even when she'd imagined he'd slept with a corpse. She lifted her hands, as if trying to shield herself from his words. Is it true, then? The doubt in her voice told him all too clearly that she already suspected the answer, and it came close to breaking his heart. There is to be a duel with Southingham. He took a tentative step forward. Southingham called me out tonight, he admitted. That part's true enough. And the rest? He moved toward her then, wanting desperately to make her see. No, my association with the Duchess is just a misunderstanding. Is this one of your infamous jokes, then? She asked sharply. He stopped, as though she had struck him, her words twisting like the very knife he'd shown her how to use. No, this is not a joke. Mary, I wouldn't do that to you, not on purpose. Though, given his significant reputation on the matter of jokes, he probably couldn't blame her if she believed such a thing. Then, why? She didn't ask it as a question. He moved again, stopping in front of her. Ashington should not have rushed back to tell your sister, he growled, pulling a hand through his hair. The man's a proper idiot. I thought Dr. Meriel had strictly warned him against agitating your sister. I do not dispute the claim of Ashington's idiocy, but you cannot blame my sister's agitation solely on her husband, she snapped. Eleanor has never liked you, and she would have found out about this one way or another. I imagine the gossip rags are already printing the news of your evening's adventures, and she most assuredly will see those on the morrow. West lowered himself to sit beside her on the bed, caught the scent of lemons rising off her heated skin. I suspect Southingham is one of our traitors, Mary. I had planned to tell you myself tonight. Regret tugged at him, knowing he had delayed this reckoning. Perhaps even caused it, with his careful attempts to shield her from the emerging truth. But much like Crimea, he was proving ill-equipped to save those who insisted on leaping into the fray. As soon as you woke. When I woke, she choked out, and he could hear the anger splinter through the earlier doubt in her words. Why didn't you tell me before I fell asleep? He hesitated, knowing she wasn't going to like his answer. I wasn't sure yet that it was Southingham when you were falling asleep, he said, though the explanation sounded lame, even to him. But you could have told me you suspected him. I told you everything I had discovered tonight, every piece of every conversation, and you sat there and said nothing. I suppose you think it is better for a wife to be kept in the dark as her husband goes about flirting with duchesses and duelling with dukes. In spite of the anger rolling off her, West found his lips twitching. Whether she realized it or not, her choice of words was illuminating. He was beginning to understand that beneath her anger lay something interesting. "Are your objections more to a perceived flirtation," he asked, cocking a brow, "or the threatened duel with Southingham? Don't try to distract me with that scoundrel's smile. In fact, never mind." She swung her legs over the opposite side of the bed. "Perhaps it is best if I go to stay with my sister after all," she muttered, reaching for her wrapper. "It is clear you are not the sort of man I thought you were, to do something like this as a lark." "Mary." He reached out a hand, curling his fingers against her arm. "It wasn't done for a lark. That is not why I was smiling, and I don't want you to go." She looked back at him, her hands clenched to fists. "Give me one good reason why I should stay and listen to another word you say." He bowed his head. "I will give you the truth. It is up to you to decide if it's a good enough reason." Slowly, she shifted back onto the bed. At least he was talking to her now, and not avoiding the topic, promising her the truth instead of trying to distract her with a practiced seduction. Whether or not he was capable of delivering it, however, was another thing entirely. "Tell me then," she asked warily, "why were you smiling just now?" "Because it's clear you are jealous of the thought that it might be true." She opened her mouth to protest, closed it again. Drat it all, but he was right. The man really could read her like a book. "What if I am? It seems I've a right to be, given that you have been tupping the Duchess of Southingham." "Tupping, is it? You seem to have lapsed a bit in your vocabulary since marrying me." "For heaven's sake, can you not be serious for 2 seconds?" she snapped. "All right. I've not tupped the Duchess of Southingham. Tupping requires touching, and I swear to you, I've never even touched her. Not now, and not last year, either." "Then why does the Duke of Southingham believe you have?" He exhaled loudly. "I'll admit that I permitted the misunderstanding to persist tonight, but only because it was necessary." "Necessary? For revenge?" She threw up her hands. "I know there is a good deal of sour history between you and the Duke, but this is scarcely a harmless prank. Did you think about those who would be hurt by it? For heaven's sake, you have very likely destroyed the Duchess's reputation. Perhaps the Duke might even blame her for this, divorce her over it." "He is far too possessive a man for that." His jaw hardened. "But if he does, I say she is better off without the bastard. The man has a heavy hand." "Be that as it may, that ought to be her decision, not yours. And duels are nothing to trifle with. Neither are they strictly legal, West. If you kill Southingham, you could very well be charged with murder." She swallowed, unable to give voice to the rest of it. And I could be left alone. "Mary, this wasn't about revenge or even a good joke. It was about justice." He hesitated. "And while not legal, duels are still somewhat tolerated. Meeting Southingham on a field of honour would afford me at least some protection against a proper murder charge. But I never planned to kill the man." He hesitated. "I only intended to take out his shooting arm." "What? Why?" She glared at him, none of it making sense. He'd promised her the truth, but she couldn't see anything of it in the fits and pieces he was handing her. "If you expect me to make sense of any of this, I think you better start at the beginning." "The beginning, There was a slight upturn to his handsome mouth. "Very well, then. Once upon a time, a man met a woman in a garden." "West!" she shrieked. "This isn't one of your silly jokes." "I know." He reached out, threaded his fingers into hers. "Very well, then. From the beginning. Earlier this week, I interviewed Ashington's staff and discovered who had left the note and at whose request. That information made me suspect the identity of our Duke. Tonight, I snuck into Southingham's study and confirmed it. At her resulting gasp, his fingers tightened against hers. There can be no doubt he's the Duke we overheard the night of the literary salon. Tonight, I overheard him making new plans with the woman from the library.
"Are you absolutely sure?" she asked, stunned.
His handwriting matches the note that was left in your journal. His voice has always seemed familiar, and now I know why. I heard him, in his house, making these plans, and I did not agree to this duel out of some twisted sense of revenge. I did it because it afforded me an opportunity to disarm him. He met her gaze. Before he destroyed the Queen. The room spun around her. They had a name, an identity. This changed everything. For weeks they'd been searching for a single, guttering candle in a sea of lights. But now the candle had a name, a face. She listened as he told her about interviewing Eleanor's maid and the girl's roundabout connection to Southingham. He told her about the mention of Scotland and June the 24th and Vivian's escape with the money, as well as the fact that the Duke now planned to carry out the assassination himself. He told her about searching Southingham's desk, picking up the newspaper, and accidentally leaving behind his case of matches. When he burst into White's, shouting for blood, I could think only of defusing the threat, so I agreed to the duel, thinking that if I could injure him, prevent him from carrying out the plan on June the 24th, I might at least buy a little time to sort the rest of it out.
Mary sank back onto the pillows, finding it hard to breathe. But Southingham could just as easily kill you.
Do not worry. His hand tightened over hers. I am a decent shot, Mary.
Her thoughts pulled to the scar West bore, just above his heart.
Being a fair shot didn't save someone from death if their opponent was also a fair shot. Nor did it excuse the idiocy of presuming there was no other way to go about this. Bollocks to that, she huffed. In spite of the gravity of the moment, his lips twitched. Mrs. Westmore. He tilted his handsome head. Did you just say bollocks?
I did, and I will say it again, she said impatiently. Bollocks to you trying to disarm Southingham in a duel. You told me yourself that dueling pistols have terrible accuracy, that they are designed to ensure gentlemen bent on killing each other haven't a prayer of hitting where they aim. And bollocks as well to the notion that we have no other options to pursue.
His smile faltered. There are no other options, Mary. I swear I have told you everything I know.
I believe you are telling me the truth, she breathed.
But neither could she trust he would continue to do so. Even if what he said was true, even if this started as a misunderstanding and evolved into a plan for him to play the reluctant hero, he was apparently willing to let everyone else in London believe he would do such a thing, her sister included, which meant he had no notion about how such a thing might hurt her.
It just seems clear you didn't believe in me. You interrogated Lord Ashington's staff without telling me your plans, and then you pursued the lead with Southingham without giving me any clue you suspected him.
Her voice hitched, though she tried in vain to steady it.
You didn't care enough about me to have been honest with me from the start.
Good God, Mary, he said, his voice sounding raw. How can you think that? I believe you are brave and smart and too full of good ideas. But the thought of involving you in this terrifies the hell out of me. He shook his head. I used to have nightmares about Crimea, But now my dreams are tangled with you and the danger I cannot diffuse. His eyes met hers, pleading. Can't you see? I care about you too much, and the notion that I might be unable to save you, I don't think I could live with myself if anything happened to you.
Live with yourself? Mary snorted, though her heart had thawed several degrees to hear him say he cared about her. It wasn't a confession of love, but it was something more than she'd feared several minutes ago. For heaven's sake, tonight you goaded a man into a duel. In spite of her resolve, her voice wavered. You may not live. He bowed his head. I should have told you before now, but I was afraid. She heard him swallow. I was afraid of losing you. You might still, she warned, because while I can forgive the deception this time, I can't help but fear you will just break my heart again and again. She choked on the last piece of it, but somehow got it out. And I'm not sure I want to spend the rest of my life with someone I cannot trust.
He winced. You deserve better than me, Mary. God knows you do. I've been a scoundrel and a rake and more than a bit of a hothead. But that just means I need to become the man you deserve. When this is all over, I vow I will fight to earn your trust.
Mary allowed herself a slow nod of agreement.
When this is all over.
It was a reminder that the path to this happy ending was far from assured, and that the fate of her marriage took a second place at present to the fate of the Queen. When do you meet the Duke? She asked.
He sagged visibly. That's the worst part of it. Southingham has insisted on June the 26th. Too late to do any good.
A chill ran through her, but she pushed it from her mind. If nothing else, the delayed date gave her time to think. Of course Southingham didn't want to meet you before the 26th. He has something important to do first. She held out her hand. May I see the newspaper you took from the Duke's study tonight? He pulled it from his jacket pocket and handed it over to her. The answer was on the first page, the headlines all but screaming it out loud. The foundation stone is to be laid for the new Freemasons' Hall in Edinburgh on June the 24th. Mary tapped a finger against the newsprint. There is to be a grand procession of Freemasons from Holyrood Palace with thousands in attendance. Look. He stared down at the paper she held in her hands, took a moment to take in the details. Good God. His jaw hardened. Southingham plans to blame it on the Freemasons. That night, in the library, when they mentioned the word Constitution, they must have been referring to the new Grand Lodge and the Scottish Constitution of Freemasons, Mary said, her mind connecting all the puzzle pieces, seeing, at last, how they fit. Dread sent her stomach churning, though the sensation warred with the relief she felt to have finally figured it out. And, according to this newspaper account, the Queen plans to attend the laying of the foundation stone. West looked up, met her gaze for a smouldering second of indecision, where she feared he might once again prove himself an overprotective oaf. But then he nodded once, as if coming to an important decision. You are right. The only question is, what are we going to do about this? From the Diary of Miss Mary Channing, June the 23rd, 1858. The motion of the train makes it difficult to write, but the distraction of my journal is far preferable to the distraction of my husband. He sits beside me, brooding and distant, not voicing his objections to my presence, but not voicing his encouragement either. What does he think of all of this? Of me? I still do not feel as if I really know him,
And while I am not so silly or naive to imagine a husband must necessarily profess love and devotion for a wife, shouldn't a wife at least feel as though she knows her husband? The fragile truce that has been formed between us strains at the seams, and when I look up to see him watching me, doubts crowd too close. And yet, just ahead, still out of reach, I have the sense that this marriage might yet prove worthy of saving. But first, we must save the Queen, and that is why I pray that at least one of my plans works.
Chapter 24. To Mary, Edinburgh was a city of startling smells and contrasts. Hewn from damp, grey stone, the city boasted teeming, unwashed masses and tall tenement buildings. Some 4 stories below their hotel room, the squalor spilled forth onto Cowgate, rivers of waste running beneath carriage wheels, ragged clothes flapping from lines crisscrossing the cobblestone streets. And yet, just ahead, through the hotel window, Mary could see the shine of the newer part of the city, the streets widening to accommodate the deeper pockets of Edinburgh's wealthier citizens. Further on ahead, on a bluff of dark granite and green moss, Edinburgh Castle rose like a phoenix against spinning, dark clouds. "Looks like rain tonight," West remarked, as he came to stand behind her, his body not even touching hers, but nonetheless sending electric sparks singing beneath her skin. She crossed her arms, trying in vain to ignore the way her body reacted to him. They'd not been intimate since the night of the ball, and she wasn't at all sure how she felt about the idea of being intimate now. Somewhere in this city, traitors were plotting the death of the Queen. And trust in her husband was proving a difficult thing to regain. He'd been nothing but a gentleman the entire journey. At her request, he had ensured that their hotel room, small though it may be, thanks to their late arrival and the burgeoning population in town, had separate beds. His patient accommodation of her every request boggled the mind. This was a man who could have anyone he wanted. Before their marriage, he'd garnered an immense reputation for enjoying a variety of women, and not all one at a time. And yet, he seemed willing to sleep alone tonight, because that was what she said she wanted, even if she was no longer sure of her own feelings on the matter. Drawing a deep breath against the treacherous leanings of her heart, Mary peered out the window onto the early evening cityscape. The clouds did look ominous, boiling on the horizon. Hopefully the rain will hold off until tomorrow, when it would do us some actual good. A damp day might discourage such wide attendance during the procession. She looked down, feeling again that sense of dread to see how many people clogged the narrow street below. Although the threat of rain doesn't seem to be thwarting any of their enthusiasm at present, the streets are absolutely mobbed. Yes, tomorrow's event has drawn crowds from the surrounding countryside, hoping for a glimpse of their Queen. She felt the gentle brush of his lips against the nape of her neck, the small scrape of unshaven whiskers against her skin. Shivering against the unwelcome feelings he could pull from her, she turned to face him, placing a hand against his chest, pushing gently. "You need to shave." A lie, that. In truth, she liked him like this, slightly unkempt, a bit of a rogue. But she needed her wits about her for what was coming, and unfortunately, proximity to this man made her head spin in unfortunate circles. She needed a moment to breathe, to think. He yielded, though he looked none too happy to do so. She saw him rub a hand across the stubble on his chin, knowing he was wishing for his valet. But they travelled light and fast, eschewing the accompaniment of servants in favour of time and stealth. No one at home even knew where they were, thanks to West's story about taking a brief wedding trip to the Lake District, a tale everyone seemed to believe. "I could go and see about a barber," he offered, working his jaw. Mary sighed. He was trying so hard, but it only forced her to sidestep him at every turn. The fate of the entire country could be hanging in the balance, she told him, though she prayed things weren't as dire as that. Instead of a barber, we might first start with a visit to the Edinburgh authorities. Perhaps they would believe us, if we just went to them and explained— "Impossible," he interrupted, with an impatient shake of his head. "I'm on their list too. Grant and I attended the University of Edinburgh, and there was that time when we—"
"West!"
She wrapped her arms around her, feeling sick. Good heavens! She hadn't known he'd lived for a time in Edinburgh. It was yet another reminder there was so much about him she didn't know, and she was beginning to despair she would ever learn half of it, especially given their current predicament.
"For heaven's sake, this isn't a joke."
"No," he agreed. "It isn't a joke. It is a bloody dangerous mission, and I'm not entirely sure what we are doing here, but it seems we have a better chance to do something here, in Edinburgh, than pacing the streets of London." Mary hesitated.
That is...
She wrapped her arms more tightly about herself, half wishing they were her husband's instead. This forced separation, the stiffened shoulders, none of it was helping. But she'd made her preferences on the matter of his proximity all too clear, and his arms stayed firmly by his side.
"There are times," she breathed out, frustrated, "when it just doesn't seem fair that we must be the only heroes in this."
"I know." He looked down at her, shaking his head. "I've got a bloody Victoria Cross gathering dust on my bureau, but I don't feel like a hero, not even close. But fate has a way of forcing one's feet into the fray, making heroes of the worst of us. Some may say we made this bed ourselves, me with my reputation for pranks, and you with your wild imagination. But regardless of how it came about, it seems we are the ones meant to do this." She drew a deep breath.
"You are right," she nodded. "But how can we stop it if we don't know what Southingham is planning?"
West didn't have a proper answer to that. It would definitely help to know Southingham's plans, where the man planned to do it, and more importantly, how. But they lacked those crucial pieces of the puzzle. Worse, West didn't know what his wife was planning, either. Something about the slant of her brow told him her mind was working hard, and he wasn't to be privy to the entirety of it. It hurt that she distrusted him enough to hold something of herself back. Hurt, too, to know that perhaps he had earned the new doubt in her eyes. "I know. I am worried too," he admitted. His gaze pulled to something beyond Mary's slim shoulders, a movement through the window, down the street. He stepped around her and peered down through the glass. Relief skittered through him to finally have something to do other than wait for whatever it was that would happen on the morrow. Because outside the window, 4 stories down, he caught the profile of someone he recognized. "But we might yet find out what they plan," he muttered.
"What do you see?"
she asked, stepping up to stare out the window beside him. "There." He pointed, guiding her gaze. "The man there walking down Stephenlaw's Close. It's difficult to see from here, but he's got a scar on along his jaw. That is George Carlson, the Duke of Southingham's man. I recognize him from the day I chased him in St. Paul's Cathedral. When Queen Victoria arrives on the morrow, the royal route will surely take her over Southbridge, on her way to Holyrood. Perhaps he is scouting locations nearby." Beside him, Mary gave a small gasp.
"Oh, but that is perfect! We can follow him."
"I can trail him," West agreed grimly. "But I think you ought to keep watch from the window." But his thoughts fell into empty air. He heard the click of the door latch, the creak on a hinge, turned his head to see Mary's skirts disappearing into the hallway. "Oh, bugger me blue," West groaned, dashing after her. "Mary, wait!" She whirled to face him, having nearly made it to the stairwell, a belligerent pinch to her mouth. "You aren't going to leave me out of this," she warned. "Not this time." As if he had a prayer in hell of stopping her. "I only wanted to ask, do you have your dagger?" She lifted her wrist, showing him the reticule that dangled from it. "Better to keep it in a pocket," he advised. "Stuffed in your reticule like that is a bit useless as anything more than a bludgeon." She nodded, pulled the sheathed knife from her reticule, and shoved it into a pocket of her skirts. Then, turning on her heel, she hurried down the stairs. He could do nothing but try to keep up. They plunged outside into the sour-smelling alley. Just ahead, West could see Carlson greet a man who was jumping down from a wagon.
"West,"
Mary hissed, poking him in the side with her elbow.
"Do you see?"
"I see." And what he was seeing was money being exchanged, a good deal of it, from Carlson's hands to the driver. The two men stood a moment, their heads bent in conversation. The wagon rumbled off in the direction of High Street, a lumpy oilcloth draped over its head. As Carlson set off, his hands in his pockets, Mary tossed West a triumphant look, her eyes shining with excitement.
"We nearly missed our chance to follow him."
She pushed forward. West grabbed her arm. "What are you doing?"
"Following him."
"Which him?" She paused.
"Oh, there are two of them now, aren't there?"
She bit her lip.
"Very well, then. I will follow Southingham's man. You should track the wagon and see where it's going."
"I think I should follow Carlson," he protested. He knew Carlson posed danger. The tarp over the bed of the wagon could be covering anything: china dolls, rotting turnips, cages full of rats.
"You are doing it again,"
she accused, craning her neck in the direction her quarry had gone. "Carlson may very well know your face now, after the chase you gave him in the cathedral. I have a better chance of following him undetected." "It's too dangerous," he protested, shaking his head. She twisted against his grip.
"The longer we stand here and argue about it, the greater the chance that he is getting away."
Which was, unfortunately, true. Even now, their one clue to follow in the city could be disappearing into the throngs of people lining the streets. Damn it all, but it was too much of a risk to not let her go. West released her arm, cursing the situation, fate, Mary's stubbornness, and any other number of things that had led them to this impossible crossroad. "Go then," he agreed, reluctantly. "But please be very, very careful. Do nothing more than watch him from a distance, Mary. See where he goes, and take note of anyone he speaks with." She nodded, her face brightening. He was reminded of the way her eyes had shone that day when she had appeared in St. Paul's Cathedral. It was only when he tried to hold her back that the brightness ebbed. Well, no more holding back. If this was the man she needed him to be, so be it. He only hoped he survived the uncertainty. "Be inconspicuous." He grinned suddenly. "Like a mouse."
"A role I've been training for my entire life," she shot back, with an answering smile,
then tore off in the direction Carlson had gone. And West headed toward High Street to follow the wagon, praying he hadn't just made a terrible mistake. Calling on every skill in every book she'd ever read, Mary followed Carlson to the edge of Old Town. She paused, on occasion, to peer through the odd storefront, trying to give the appearance of being a woman intent on window shopping. In her plain, ordinary dress, she imagined she could have been a woman of nearly any mediocre station in life, out running an errand, shopping at the milliner's. But her mission was something more critical than purchasing a pretty set of ribbons or buying a lovely new hat. And with each block, her confidence grew. Carlson initially proved easy to follow through the old city, even though the dark clouds and encroaching evening promised to obscure him soon. But as they tumbled into Newtown, she lost sight of him as she stepped around a busy corner. She stood for a moment, searching for the man's battered hat, his distinctive slouch of a walk. Against the more fashionable crowd, it ought to be easier to pick him out, not harder. Which meant, she realized with a pang of worry, he was trying to disappear. She peered through the nearest storefront window. Inside, she could see a tea shop, well-dressed men and women sitting at tables, hear the hum of distant conversation and the delicate ring of silver against porcelain. The scent of tea and biscuits wafting onto the street made her stomach rumble, but she couldn't take the time to eat when there was an assassin on the loose. "Where have you gotten to, Carlson?" she muttered beneath her breath. "Right behind you." An unexpected growl rang in her ear. Mary turned, gasped at the dark eyes glaring down at her. She drew her hands up, though her reticule proved a hopeless shield between them. "Please," she gasped, even as his hand came up to snatch at the bit of fabric, the ribbons close to breaking. "If you want money, I can get it." She tried to reach inside, only to realize with a sinking feeling that her dagger was no longer there. "What do you have in there?" The man's eyes narrowed. "A weapon?" He snatched the reticule from her wrist and tossed it to one side. As she watched the bit of fabric fly through the air to land in a foul puddle, her dreamy adventure came skidding to a halt, along with every bit of her confidence. Oh, but what was she doing? West had warned her that she was to watch the man, keep her distance, and she had tried, truly she had. In the books she had read, the heroines were never caught spying on the villain. She was beginning to suspect someone ought to write a more accurate book. Carlson grabbed her hand, his fingers cruel against her wrist, and pulled her around a corner into a narrow alley, her feet grappling uselessly on the cobblestones. "Please, sir," she gasped, "I am just an ordinary woman looking for an ordinary cup of tea." She tried to step around him, dash back out to the relative safety of the street. He grabbed her arm and pushed her against the wall, and the hard pressure of his fingers against her arm made her cry out in pain. But he'd chosen this moment and this location well. No one could see them or come to her rescue. "Hardly ordinary," he growled. "You know my name. I heard you, I did. And I know yours as well." His mouth opened in a terrible grimace, and she could smell his sour breath. "You're that bitch, Miss Channing, the one I arranged to send the note to." Oh, God. He knew who she was after all. Against his punishing grip, Mary's free hand reached through the folds of her cloak into the pocket of her skirts. Closed in relief over the dagger West had ensured she knew how to use. Untangling it from her skirt pocket, she pulled it out of its sheath and pressed the tip of it carefully into the man's groin. "That's Mrs. Westmore, thank you very much," she somehow found the courage to say, though her heart was tearing a hole in her chest. "What in the— And next time you take a woman's reticule, you might want to make sure that's where she stored her knife." "Whoa there, easy, love." The man released her arm and held up his hands, his eyes wide with fear. "No need to get so excited." "I'm not the one whose future excitement is in jeopardy." She pressed the point home a quarter-inch further, making him grunt in alarm. "Now, we can do this the easy way or the messy way, but either way, you are going to stop calling me love." She lifted her chin. "Where is the Duke of Southingham? We know he's behind the plot." White-rimmed eyes goggled down at her. "I don't know what you're talking about, love." She wiggled the tip of the knife, earning a squeak from the man. "That is, Mrs. Westmore," he amended. "The Duke's got nothing to do with this."
"No?" She tusked in disappointment. "Such loyalty. I do hope he's paying you well, given that you could swing from the gallows for him. Move out." She jerked her chin toward the street, trying to keep the hand gripping the knife steady. "Quickly, please." As Carlson stepped reluctantly in the direction she indicated, Mary moved the knife to his back, urging him on. In spite of the danger, a thread of breathless excitement bubbled through her. She had captured a villain and saved herself. No need for a hero, after all. A new plan tumbled about in her head. She'd march him back to the hotel, tie him up using a black wall hitch knot, and have West interrogate him when he returned. They'd find out what the plan was, and then the Queen would be... A shot rang out, just as they stepped into the main street. Carlson sagged in front of her, crumpling onto the cobblestones, a scarlet bloom spreading from his chest. Horrified, Mary gaped at him, then fell to her knees, fumbling at the man's neck, searching for a pulse. Her hands grew slick with blood as she came to the sickening realization there was no longer a pulse to be found. She felt a howling frustration at losing the opportunity to interrogate the man, and then her thoughts flew further. What if the bullet hadn't been intended for Carlson? The bullet could have come from anywhere, been meant for anyone. Her lungs clawing for air, Mary leaped to her feet. Hands reached out toward her, hands that no doubt meant to detain her, question her. Panicked, she dashed toward the tea shop and plunged through the front door. At the sight of her blood-covered hands, chairs tumbled back, men bellowed, women screamed. A surprised waiter gaped at her, his hands full with a tray and tea service. "Is there a back door?" she asked desperately. The waiter inclined his head toward the back of the room, and Mary darted in that direction, tripping over knocked-over chairs. All the while she held her breath, terrified of hearing another shot with so many innocent people at risk. She dashed through a bustling kitchen and skidded out a back entrance. Then, her hands still slippery with a dead man's blood, she lifted her skirts and ran as hard as she could toward the relative safety of the hotel. One thought beat through her mind. She shouldn't have insisted on doing this alone. She needed to remember that her husband had rather more experience in matters of life and death than she did. And, like her dagger, she needed to remember that a living, breathing hero wasn't necessarily such a terrible thing to keep in one's pocket. Chapter 25. As West stepped inside the hotel room, he saw Mary standing over the hotel room's wash basin. She was stripped down to her corset and chemise, her hands soapy. He didn't ask permission, didn't wait for her to even dry her hands, just strode toward her, turned her around, and clutched her to his chest, welcoming the dampness soaking through his jacket and shirt. It told him she was real, whole, safe. It had taken a good deal of restraint to refrain from shouting his objections out on the street, to follow the wagon, even as she followed Carlson. He would take a moment and appreciate the fact that she'd survived. "You cannot imagine," he said, his voice hoarse, "how happy I am to see you." He closed his eyes, savoring the feel, the sound, the scent of her. But as he held her, he became aware of another scent, too, hovering in the background, a coppery tang of violence that did not belong in this moment. Startled, he opened his eyes and forced his gaze further afield. Her dress lay bunched upon the fraying carpet, scarlet smears across the front of her bodice. He glanced toward the wash basin, and his hands tightened around her. The water was tinged pink, with blood.
The walls of the room seemed to swim around him. Blood. Too much of it. The sort of blood one didn't get from a paper cut, turning the pages of a book. The only question was, whose blood? He set her away from him, noticed for the first time her obvious pallor. He could see no bullet wound, no obvious damage, but that didn't mean she wasn't hurt. "Are you shot?" he demanded. "Injured in some way?" She shook her head dully. "No." It was a whisper of a word. Hardly a reassuring sound. He picked up her hand, turned it over. Instead of ink stains, remnants of blood rimmed her fingernails. Panic thumped in his ears at the sight of it. He felt yanked straight back to that lower deck on the HMS Arrogant, the blood of innocence spreading around him. "What happened?" he snarled. "I swear to God I'll kill the bastard."
"I'm afraid someone's already done that for you."
She shuddered, staring down at her hands. He recognized the vacant, glassy look in her eyes, knew what an unwilling battle did to a soul. Knew, too, that he needed to find out what had happened without shoving her back into the thick of whatever memory was causing her to sway like that on her feet. Leaning over her, he picked up the soap, dipped her hands back in the water, and then began to rub them slowly, working the fine bones and delicate skin with his fingers, as if he could strip the memory away as easily as the blood. "Won't you tell me what happened?" he asked, in a lower voice. "What occurred after we separated?" She stood still, letting him wash her hands like a child.
I thought I was following the man from a safe enough distance, but Carlson must have realized it. He circled behind me and threatened me."
She shuddered.
"I pulled my knife, thinking to bring him back for you to question, but then someone shot him right in front of me."
She stood immobile as he lifted her hands from the basin and began to towel them dry. It happened out on the main street. Her eyes lifted to meet his. There were innocent bystanders. She swallowed, and the sound was jagged to his ears.
"And I'm not entirely sure the bullet wasn't intended for me."
"Good Christ," he breathed, dropping the towel to the floor. She could have been killed. Very nearly had been killed. The knowledge that whoever was caught up in this may have taken a shot at his wife made his blood boil hot. Did Carlson say anything before he died?
"He claimed to not know anything about the Duke's involvement. I didn't believe him, and imagined if I could just get him back here, you might be able to get more out of him. But now—" She buried her face in her newly washed hands that West knew from personal experience would take a very long time to feel clean again. "I've ruined our chance to find out what they were planning."
"Mary, you can't think that way," he countered. "Carlson was surely shot by Southingham. Perhaps it was part of the Duke's plan to do away with the man all along. He'd not want to leave witnesses lying about." Though that statement was hardly as reassuring as he'd intended. Because what were he and Mary, if not more, witnesses? She didn't look at him, just began to breathe rapidly into her hands.
"I shouldn't have pushed him out onto the main street. I should have been more careful."
Her hands clenched over her face.
"I don't think I realized the full extent of the danger. In books—"
She hesitated, then breathed out, lowering her hands.
"Well, this real-life business of hunting traitors isn't much like books, is it?"
West resisted the urge to answer. His agreement here wasn't needed. Judging by the look on her face, her prior naivete was a fact she now well understood. He scooped her up, settled onto the lumpy mattress. Holding her on his lap, he rocked her gently. "Yes, this is a dangerous business. That's why I've wanted you to be careful, why I made sure you knew how to protect yourself. But you didn't ruin anything. I don't know that I would have done anything differently, Mouse. And truly, he didn't. There were no wrong or right choices in those moments. You just went with your gut and hoped for the best. But this danger, this uncertainty, is why I don't like being separated from you, he told her, brushing his lips across the top of her hair. Not because I do not think you are brave enough or capable enough to try to manage things yourself. You've proven you are, time and time again. Truly, you are one of the most courageous people I have ever met. But when things go to shite, it helps to have a hand you trust there at the ready, someone to look out for the person aiming at your back. He sighed. If nothing else, Crimea taught me that. He felt her tremble in his arms, knew she was thinking of the man who had just died in front of her, the man whose blood she'd just washed off her hands. "Did you see men die in Crimea?" she asked, in a small voice. "Mary, I killed men in Crimea." He hesitated. War is a messy, unpredictable thing, and things go to hell in a hurry when you are trapped on a ship. But, thankfully, Grant was there, watching my back. His arms tightened around her, and his thoughts spun away from that dark time, not wanting to remember. That is why we need to stick together. Watch out for each other. His voice cracked. We need each other to do this properly. Because if you are killed, I swear to God, the Queen's health and safety will be the last thing on my mind. I need to know you are whole and standing beside me, helping to do the job before us. Us? She pulled back, her eyes filled with a sheen of tears. You mean, you still imagine I can help? He offered her a grim smile. Well, you didn't faint out there today, did you? She shook her head. You've seen and done some things you wish you could forget. At her nod, he lifted a hand and smoothed the dark strands of hair off her forehead. Well then, I'd say you've more than proven your stones. That brought some of the colour back to her cheeks. There's no one else I'd want to do this with. In fact, I'd say you are ready for a Victoria Cross of your own. That, finally, pulled a small laugh from her. Well, you did already give me yours. They sat for an almost comfortable moment, the soft feeling of her in his arms nearly heaven. Now that the difficult part of the conversation was over, now that she was returning to some semblance of her normal pattern of breathing, his body reacted with predictable interest. The soft inward rise and fall of her chest settled her bum more firmly against his lap and reminded him of other things. But as his body hardened, something she could almost certainly feel, with so little clothing separating them, he felt a shift in her posture, a tightening of her spine. Her mind was turning in another direction. And unfortunately, not the direction his had turned. Her hands pushed lightly against his chest. I forgot to ask, were you able to find out anything about the wagon? He let her slide off him, her bum settling onto the mattress. Watching her dawning self-awareness, the way her hands tugged down the hem of her rucked-up chemise. She looked a bit flushed, truth be told, as if she might be easily convinced to return to his lap. But he didn't permit himself that thought. He was willing to reach deep inside his well of patience if it meant an eventual return of her faith in him. Nothing else had ever felt quite so necessary. I did not discover much, he admitted. The wagon didn't go far, perhaps a block or two. It stopped in the middle of South Bridge. The oilskin on the back was covering a load of barrels, which the driver carried underground, one by one. I don't understand. If he stopped on the bridge, how could he carry the barrels underground? The lower arches of the bridge were walled in some time ago and form a series of vaults below. It's cool and dark down there, and some of the merchants use them for storage, though you couldn't pay me to go down in there. Years ago, when the Burkers were stealing bodies for the medical school, it is rumoured they stored some of the bodies in the vaults. A good many Edinburgh residents think they are haunted.
Haunted? She gave him an odd look. Surely you don't believe such a thing. And how do you know so much about the bridge?
I studied architecture when I attended university here. The vaulted arches support the bridge, and without them the bridge would come down. But the city decided to wall them in, thinking to make more usable space for commerce. Unfortunately, walling them in rendered them nearly unusable. They leak terribly from whatever is flowing across the top. He shrugged. Rainwater, sewage, it all filters down into the vaults. She pulled a face, and he was at least glad to see she was no longer looking at him as if he might have sprouted an extra limb.
So, the driver carried the barrels down into one of the vaults, she said, frowning. What do you think they contained?
The shop on the top of the bridge belonged to a wine merchant, and the barrels had the name of an Italian vineyard stamped on the barrels. I presume they contain wine.
An Italian vineyard?
Yes, he admitted, but we no longer suspect the Orsinians anymore, remember? It is the Freemasons who are involved.
But we don't think the Freemasons are at the heart of the plot. They are simply the face the assassins planned to pin it on. Southingham has to have a political or personal reason to want to kill the Queen. Perhaps we've overlooked an Orsinian connection there. She slid off the bed and began to pace. You have to admit, it is an odd thing to imagine a wine shop might receive such a large delivery of unbottled wine. Wine is most often bottled at the site of the vineyard or at the port where it is unloaded.
Once again, she surprised him. He realized then that he'd only been watching the wagons and cataloguing its contents, not thinking properly about what either could mean. How do you know that? He asked, shaking his head in awe. She waved a dismissive hand in the air, her brow scrunched in thought.
Oh, I once read a book featuring a Vinter as the villain. He stuffed his victims into empty wine barrels, then shipped them overseas.
She turned toward him, the hem of her chemise swishing about her calves. She looked fierce in her musings, well recovered from her earlier brush with terror.
If the barrels contained something other than wine, guns, for example, ammunition.
Southgate Bridge would be a convenient staging place, West agreed, still trying to catch up with racing thoughts.
They could be thinking to arm a makeshift army on the morrow, or...
She stopped, gasped, rummaged through her valise and yanked out a clean dress, pulling it over her head. Mary, what is it? He asked, concerned.
Can't you see?
Her hands began to fly over the buttons, marching up to her throat.
The plot is larger than a single assassin, and larger even than the Queen, it seems.
What do you mean?
Whatever is in those barrels, they are stored under Southgate Bridge. The Queen will cross over it on her way to Holyrood Palace, where the Freemason procession will start.
Understanding dawned. You think they plan something with the bridge?
I don't know, she frowned, but I think we need to find out what is in those barrels.
A rumble of thunder greeted them as they stepped outside the hotel. The air smelled of coming rain, which was preferable to the less palatable undertones of Edinburgh's streets. Night had fallen, an inky darkness. The threatening weather had driven most of the earlier revellers indoors, and the streets had an eerie, deserted feel. She was reminded of West's terrible description of the vaults, of the dank, dark space, and the bodies that had once been stored in them. She shivered against the thought. We need to stick together, he told her. And, for the rest of this adventure, she intended to be a burr by his side. As they hurried down the city's narrow cobblestone streets, the darkness seemed nearly overwhelming. In Mayfair, the gaslights lent some warmth to the night, but here, in Edinburgh's back alleys, there was no more light to be found beyond the occasional streak of lamplight filtering through a shuttered window. And in truth, there was nothing warm about a night that might see a monarch dead with the sunrise. Somewhere above her head, she heard the scrape of a shutter opening. A shout of "Gardilou!" sang out, several stories up. Mary leaped forward just as something was tossed out, splashing out onto the streets behind her. She plastered herself against West's strong back, crying out in surprise. What was that? "Mouse," she heard him chuckle, his voice low and warm. "It's just a pot of piss. Nothing you haven't seen before. In fact, I seem to recall something of that sort on the day we met." Slowly, she peeled herself off him. "Well, I certainly don't recall seeing a chamber pot that morning," she shot back. But the small joke helped to dispel the tension. "How much farther?" "Nearly there now," he said, threading his fingers into hers. "Are you ready?" It was then she realized his other hand was holding his pistol, raised and at the ready. She nodded, unable to speak. She couldn't exactly admit she was frightened when this was all but her idea, or that the sight of his pistol terrified her nearly as much as their mission. He called her courageous and brave, but in this moment she felt anything but. As they turned onto South Bridge, she could see the shops on each side had already been completely shuttered and locked up for the night. He stopped beside an unpainted door, then cocked his head, listening a long moment. "I do not think anyone is here," he finally said, putting his gun away. She loosened a breath she hadn't even realized she was holding. Heard him fiddle with the latch on the door, the creak of rusty hinges. Felt the first cold drops of rain pelting her face. And then he was lacing his fingers into hers, tugging her inside. Immediately, she was enveloped by smells. Musty and dank, with an echo of something sharper hanging on the edge of each breath. As West pushed the door shut behind them, the darkness inside covered her like an immense, unmovable blanket. "Oh!" she gasped, her heart galloping up another few degrees. Had she thought it dark outside, in their mad dash through the dimly lit streets? She would have given anything to have that meagre light now. She had never seen or felt anything so complete. "West, do you have a match?" she whispered. She heard soft noises, clothing rustling. A muttered curse delivered into the darkness. "There are none left," she heard him say. "I used them all the night I snuck into Southingham's study. Besides, I don't think an open flame is a particularly good idea in here. We don't know what we are dealing with yet." She felt his hand bump into her arm, then trail down to curl over her hand. "So, no light then. Down we go. Stay close." She followed him blindly down what seemed like an endless set of stairs, her free hand braced against the cold stone wall. It felt as if they were descending into hell itself, if hell were made of stone walls 3 feet thick and composed of a silence nearly as complete as the darkness. She couldn't see anything beyond her imaginings, couldn't hear so much as a peep from the outside, though the storm must certainly be close over the top of them now. Finally, they emerged into a more open space. They stood a moment, hand in hand, ears cocked toward the open darkness. Mary heard nothing beyond the laboured sound of their own breathing, but her imagination was helpfully supplying some terrifying ideas about what awaited in the looming darkness. Bodies, ghosts, guns. "Perhaps we should split up," she offered in a small, terrified voice. "Mouse," she heard him sigh. "I hope you are joking." She felt the punishing but welcome grip of his fingers, knew the relief of his pulse, steady, if a bit fast, there through his fingers. "We stick together, no matter what." "Agreed," she breathed. Together, they stumbled along the perimeter of what turned out to be a small room, feeling their way, using the wall as a guide. In spite of his admonishment to stay together, once they'd made a circuit of the small room and found nothing more interesting than cold stone walls, they aimed toward the center of the room, until her questing fingers dragged across a bit of rough wood and metal. "Barrels," she called out. "Here, in the center." She fanned her fingers out to see the shape and scope of her discovery, imagining what might be inside. The scent she had noticed above stairs was stronger here, clearly emanating from the barrels themselves. She sniffed, trying to place the sharp, acrid scent. Definitely not wine. "No," he agreed, just to the right in the darkness. She felt the air move, heard him grunt, and then a mighty crash made her nearly jump out of her skin. "Bloody hell," she heard him snarl, as bottles spilled out over the knocked-over barrel, some rolling loudly across the stone floor, one or two breaking in sharp, tinkling notes. Mary stooped down and rubbed a finger against the liquid now soaking the floor. "Well," she sniffed her finger, recognizing the scent. "Unless they plan to pelt the Queen with whiskey bottles in the morning, I would say we have dodged a catastrophe." A low chuckle rose somewhere above her head. "If Grant were here, he'd complain about such a bloody waste of whiskey. Still, we ought to check the others." Working together this time, they carefully opened the other barrels. Reaching inside, her hands met a surprisingly fine powder. She sneezed as it puffed up into the air, choking on the invisible assault. "What is that?" she gasped, trying in vain to see something other than the black curtain that currently enveloped them. "Gunpowder." West sounded grim. "And a good lot of it." They checked another barrel, and then another, all full of the same powder. She realized then why West had wisely refrained from her suggestion to light a match. The entire place might have gone up in flames. Oh, good heavens! She stared into the blackness, wishing she could see West's face, imagining it bore the same look of horror that was surely claiming her own. The realization of where they were and what 11 barrels of gunpowder might achieve in this location sent a chill rippling through her. They are going to blow up the bridge, with a crowd of hundreds and the Queen's entourage on top, he added grimly. Mary stared into the darkness, her thoughts sifting through the pieces. "We have to do something. This is finally the evidence we've been needing. Surely the authorities would believe us now if we lead them here so they can see for themselves." There was a moment's hesitation. "Or else they might arrest us," West said slowly, "and presume we had a hand in all of this." "We have to at least try," Mary pointed out. "I won't have the deaths of innocents on my conscience. I'd rather be charged with treason than live with the knowledge I didn't prevent a tragedy when I had the chance." "I know." His hand looped against hers. "And for once, I agree with your plan. But I will take the blame if it comes to it. It was all my idea, and you knew nothing about it. Agreed?"
"No."
It was a word he'd once teased her about using, but it had never been more appropriate. "You yourself said we need to stick together. Whatever happens, we will face it together." Still, his offer unmoored her. She leaned toward him, into the darkness, her throat tight. He had already sacrificed his freedom to marry her. Now he was offering to sacrifice his very life, his family's reputation, to protect her. He might not be fashioned like the heroes from the pages of her books, but he was indubitably a hero. Her hero. Somehow, through the darkness, her lips found his. His hands came up to frame her face, demanding, desperate, and she hung there, lost in the moment. It was tempting to imagine sliding back into his arms, letting him push her against the stone wall, dispensing with 3 days of doubt in a moment of pleasure. But instead, she reluctantly pulled away, her lips moist, her heart tipping toward truth. They couldn't do this, not with so much at stake. Still, she turned her face into his palm, trembling. "I wish," she sighed, but then stopped the trajectory of that hope. She wished theirs was an ordinary marriage. She wished West was an ordinary man, and she was an ordinary woman, and they were here to do ordinary things, like make love to each other in the darkness. "I do too, Mouse." His voice sounded hoarse. "And perhaps we can figure out how to make that wish come true once we've dispensed with our assassin." His hand fell away from her face. She let his fingers curl into her hand, tighteningly protective. And then she followed him up the stairs as fast as their lightless path permitted. As she reached the small landing where they had come in, she girded herself to step out into what must, by now, be a raging storm. But instead of rain and thunder, they were met with a door that wouldn't budge. "What in the devil?" she heard him growl. She heard the rattle of a latch. "If the wind's blown it shut." "It wasn't the wind, it's bloody locked." She heard him hurl himself against the stubborn wood, his shoulder landing with solid whumps, 3 in all, each more painful to hear than the last. "God damn it!" "What are you saying?" she asked, her heart twisting in fear. "I am saying," she heard him snarl through the darkness, "that someone has come back and locked the place up for the night. We are trapped here until morning." Chapter 26. They sat side by side in the darkness, West's jacket spread out beneath them, shivering on the cold stone floor. It was a terrifying predicament. They were trapped in the vaults below Southgate Bridge, with a room full of explosives. If they survived the rumoured ghosts, they would be stuck in here until morning, when Southingham would return, almost certainly armed, and none too happy to deal with them. And worse, if there could be a worse, now they would never be able to alert the authorities in time to stop the plot. Shivering against the direction of her thoughts as much as the chilled air, Mary stared out at an invisible black landscape she knew contained 11 barrels of gunpowder and 1 tipped-over barrel of whiskey bottles. Just an ordinary Wednesday night, she tried to tell herself. That is, an ordinary night if one were the heroine of a tragic novel, literally facing one's darkest hour. The blackness began to seep into her very pores until she felt as dark as their surroundings. All around her, she could hear the faint drips of water, the sounds telling her that the storm outside, the storm she still couldn't hear in spite of straining her ears to catch some vital sound beyond her own breathing, was intensifying. She listened in vain for a rumble of thunder, tried to imagine she could see a flash of lightning. There was nothing beyond the relentless drip of water and her own laboured breathing. Clearly, screaming for help would be a waste of time. Do you think Southingham locked us down here on purpose? She whispered, finally giving voice to the fear that had plagued her from the moment she realized they were trapped. That he heard us and knows we are down here. No. I think he must have simply checked the door one last time and realized it was unlocked, came West's firm reply. No one from the street could have heard us so far down here. And if he had a suspicion we were here, I doubt he would have left us here, mucking about in his barrels. He would have just shot us, don't you think? Mary wanted to believe West's matter-of-fact cataloguing of their predicament, his simple explanation for the reason they were likely still alive. But fear had hold of her now. "How can you be so calm?" she choked out. The thought that they were trapped here, like animals in a cage, ghosts and bodies and barrels lurking in the darkness, made her want to claw her way to freedom, even if it meant tunneling ever deeper beneath the earth or scratching through 3 feet of stone. Through the darkness, she felt West's hand bump into hers. "Here," he said gruffly. "I can feel you shaking. Have a bit of this. It will warm you up, if nothing else." She felt the cool press of glass against her palm, realized he was passing her one of the unbroken bottles of whiskey. She hesitated a moment, then bolted down her first swig of something more interesting than punch. The burn of it caught her off guard. It tasted like a smoky peat fire, not the sort of thing one willingly swallowed. She choked a moment, then found her words swimming drunkenly somewhere near the bottom of her throat. "This is what you and Grant are so fond of drinking. How on earth do you stand it? It is the most vile thing I've ever tasted." He chuckled, and she felt the warm press of his shoulder leaning into hers. "In truth, it's generally regarded as an acquired taste." "And just how does one acquire this horrid taste?" she sputtered, still trying to clear her head from the unexpected burn of the stuff. "By taking another sip, and then another, until oblivion and pleasure take over, and you no longer care what it tastes like." He hesitated, then added wickedly, "Just like me, Mouse." Well, he had a point there. So she lifted the bottle again, sniffed at it, then sipped, more gingerly this time, handling it far better now that she knew what to expect. The 3rd and 4th gulps were even better, but then she felt West's fingers reaching through the blackness to lift the bottle from her hands, spilling a bit down her chin in the process. "That's a bit more than a sip." She heard him chuckle. "Well, given that we are locked down here, in a room about to explode, oblivion sounds like a good alternative." She wiped her sleeve across her mouth. "I feel helpless, with no way to fix this." She felt the moisture from the spilled drink soak through the thin wool of her sleeve, giving her a small shadow of an idea. Although, could we dampen the gunpowder with the whiskey? "I don't think so. This particular variety tastes like the sort Grant likes to smuggle down from the north, strong enough to take paint off a wall. A much more potent brew than the sort they sell at White's. If we dampen the gunpowder with this, it's liable to make the place go up even brighter." Oh. She looked down in the area where her lap would be, if only she could see anything in the blackness. Well then, bugger me blue. He burst out laughing. "Clearly your vocabulary has taken a turn for the worse since marrying me." "Well," her lips twitched, "I've been taking notes." She wanted to dive into the sound of his laughter, sighed heavily instead. "Isn't there anything we can do besides drink the rest of the bottles and wait for morning?" She felt his hand fumble through the darkness to land on her arm, where it settled softly, a whisper of promise. "I have a few ideas." She sucked in a breath. Already, the whiskey was doing strange things to her head. Or perhaps that was owed to the touch of her husband's hand. She leaned toward him, the whiskey stripping away the last of her doubts, the promise of a different kind of oblivion urging her on. But before her lips could find his, she stopped as she caught the sound of something new. Tiny nails on stone, skittering through the darkness. He, apparently, heard it too. "Good Christ, what was that?" She reached out a hand, seeking his.
"West, are you afraid of ghosts?"
"Hardly." She could hear him panting in the darkness. "Ghosts don't bite." She smothered a laugh. It hardly made sense. This was her large, strapping husband, the man who plunged after criminals brandishing a gun, the man who kept a Victoria Cross lying about the top of his dresser bureau. The skittering came again, this time to their right, and he jerked beneath her palm, kicking at imaginary things.
"Are you afraid of mice?"
she asked, understanding dawning.
"But you call me Mouse."
"I know." She heard him gasp through the darkness. "And that's because you've been terrifying me since the very first moment I saw you." She burst out laughing, and he supposed he couldn't really blame her. He felt a bit like laughing himself. Oh, but the universe had a terrible sense of whimsy to trap him down here, at Southingham's hand, no less, with a room full of what he could only imagine were a horde of beady-eyed, sharp-toothed creatures, even if he could only hear the one. He supposed he could just tell her, explain all of this. His instincts always pushed him toward tight-lipped silence when it came to managing his demons, but it was clear that silence was not going to be useful around his new wife. And truly, what else did they have to do here to pass the time, sitting in the darkness, vermin closing in on every side? "And it isn't mice as much as rats," he admitted, staring up into the cavernous darkness. "Do you remember the corpse?" "Please don't call her that," he heard Mary say tightly, her laughter dying. "Very well, the barmaid, then. Southingham wanted her too, and he wouldn't let it go. The barmaid preferred me, you see, and his ego was quite smashed over it. So he took every opportunity to harass me afterward." West winced as he said it. A euphemism, that. He could still remember the day Southingham had cornered him, the broken ribs, the week he'd spent in Harrow's infirmary. He recalled how difficult it had been not to unleash his fury, knowing that he, not his bully, would risk expulsion if he struck out in defence. "But there's a code amongst gentlemen, you see. Future viscounts don't go about pummeling future dukes, even if those dukes deserve a thrashing. Retaliation was a bit tricky, so one night I filled his room with rats, only they didn't stay in his room. Some of them found their way back to mine, chewing their way through the walls." He shuddered, even as his ears strained for more unwelcome skitters. "Southingham told everyone who would listen the rats had chewed my prick to a nubbin, and of course, a proper gentleman could not go around showing everyone the part in question just to prove a rumour wrong. So, for a time there, half of London imagined I was lacking."
"You? Lacking?"
This time her laugh was welcome.
"Good heavens, West. Judging by my sister's utter horror when I married you, there's not a woman in London who believes such a thing any more."
"Well, I may have worked hard to disprove it." His lips twitched. "And that prank with Southingham's Duchess last year, it was intended to ensure the one woman who mattered would know my prick was intact, thank you very much." He leaned his head back against the wall, feeling better to have told her this piece of his life. He wouldn't have imagined that unburdening himself would feel right, but with her, somehow, it did. "Your turn now," he he said softly into the darkness. "I've told you one of my truths. I'd ask a question of you. Why are you so afraid of guns, Mary?" He could hear her exhale, the rattle of her nerves. "I don't know what you mean." He shook his head, recognizing with a skill born of experience that she was trying to evade some pertinent truth. "It may not be obvious to everyone, but I watch you. I know you, Mary. You refused to learn how to fire the derringer I offered you, even though it is far safer for you to handle than a knife, and you grow pale and quiet every time you see a gun in my hands. Why?"
It isn't precisely a secret," she stuttered. "Just memories."
There was a moment of silence, and he could feel her tremble through the darkness. "When I was 9 years old, my oldest brother was killed by a hunting rifle, and most people believed my brother Patrick killed him in order to inherit the title." Good God! West tried to remember if he had heard anything of that sort, came up blank. Then again, a decade and a half ago, he'd still been playing with toy soldiers, not focusing on mysterious murder plots. But she had borne it, and it seemed she was bearing it still. "But your brother is now the Earl of Havisham," West said. "He was acquitted, I take it."
"Yes, but only because—" Her voice broke. "Because then my father was killed, and there was no way Patrick could have done it, given that he was hiding in Scotland at the time. And so suspicions began to take root, and they finally uncovered the real killer."
Her voice trailed off, and he could hear the anguish in her sigh.
"I nearly lost Patrick, too, even though he'd done nothing wrong. The point is, I've lost so many people in my life, West. It seemed safest to stay in Yorkshire all these years, my nose buried in books. And it isn't so much guns that I'm afraid of, as the reminder of what they can do. It is losing the people I love that terrifies me the most."
West's heart clenched for the shy, scared girl she must have been. He remembered how she had seemed to know, to understand, the source of his nightmares. She had her own demons to fight, it seemed, though she was doing an admirable job, stepping out of that shell and standing on the edge of courage now. Only... He sucked in a breath, realizing, then, what lay at the heart of some of this. Damn it all. He'd badgered Southingham into a duel, a fight to the death. With pistols. A duel he might yet lose. Good Christ. No wonder she was finding it so difficult to trust him. The skittering came again, farther away now, and this time he didn't jump. Perhaps it was because he could feel her hand in his, small but reassuring. Or perhaps it was because he was more concerned about her. "Your turn again," she said, her fingers tightening over his. "Would you tell me what happened in Crimea?" She was holding her breath, waiting for his answer. He could hear it, or rather, he couldn't hear it. But the small, telltale sign told him this was important to her. And for once, it was easier to face this confession in total darkness. "I told you some pieces of it," he said gruffly. "How we were sent to Viborg instead of the front lines. There wasn't expected to be any fighting there." He could still remember how young and naive he and Grant had been, how the adventure, not the fight, had been the point. And how quickly it all went to shite. "But you were wrong," she prompted, and he remembered then how she had followed the accounts of the war in the newspaper. "It started with an explosive shell," he said, feeling the sharp edges of the various pieces of that day, the shattered remains of the memory he had tried so hard to forget. "It rolled right up to our feet on the lower deck. Most of the men were laughing over it." He swallowed. They assumed it was a prank, you see. But I knew it wasn't. Or at least, I knew it wasn't one of my pranks. I could see it was the sort of shell that had a delayed charge, and so I seized it and threw it overboard. It exploded outside the ship, where no damage was done. He shook his head. Hardly a brave act. It was simply a matter of survival. He could feel her mind working through the tightening of her hand. Who placed a shell in such a place? I have to imagine it was a calculated act. There was a saboteur on board, a traitor who was willing to sacrifice himself for such a prize as sinking the Arrogant. He closed his eyes, though the gesture scarcely made a difference in the darkness. There was a fight afterward. Shots were fired. What came next was mostly a haze of fury, flashes of memory. He couldn't remember the feel of the bullet entering his shoulder, but he could still feel the roar of vengeance pounding in his ears, the solid crunch of his fist striking bone, the way his feet had scrabbled on the deck, slick with blood. Too much blood, and not only his own. He felt the crawl of her hand reaching toward him, working its way up to land just above his heart. Is that how you got this? Yes. He opened his eyes and stared hard into the darkness that swallowed her. I was injured wresting the gun from the traitor's hand. But honestly, Mouse, I was the lucky one. 3 of my men were killed that day, sailors whose only sins were throwing themselves into the fray, trying to help me subdue the threat. He shook his head, remembering those slow-motion moments all too well, no matter how long and hard he tried to forget them. Afterward, Grant held his shirt over my wound, even pulling out his flask to clean it out. He saved my bloody life. The others weren't so lucky. 1 man died there, on deck. The others died later, when their wounds festered. He stopped, swallowed, gave his tongue permission to go on. William Breach, Danny O'Shea, Pete Thompson. The men's names came out in whispers, the first time he'd spoken them out loud since that day. They were sailors for whom I was responsible, he said hoarsely, and I didn't react in time to save them. There was a moment of silence, though her hand did not loosen from his, despite the damning confession. You were credited with saving the ship, she said softly, and that is why you were awarded the Victoria Cross. I told you it was a joke. I didn't know it was a live shell. Although, in truth, he hadn't known it wasn't live, either. Her hand tightened over his chest. I think that your instincts very likely saved the day. Saved the day? An aching part of him wanted to believe her words, but his own snarling objections were too great. Good Christ, can't you see? It's my fault, Mary. The traitor was one of my own sailors, and I should have known, should have been able to stop it before anything happened. I was the bloody officer in charge of that deck that day, and the men who deserve a Victoria Cross are the ones who never made it home. She could hear the anguish in his voice, knew all too well the heartbreak that came from looking back on a tragedy and wishing you had seen something, done something differently. Her own life had been shaped by similarly violent forces. Her brother's death, her father's murder, those dual tragedies had consumed her spinning, chaotic adolescence. She had wished, on so many occasions, that she might have been in a position to stop it, to change things. And she knew all too well how such imaginings could eat at you, change who you were. I understand, she whispered, her heart twisting in her chest. How can you understand? His voice was sharp in the darkness, a rooting tip of a knife. Grant doesn't even understand, not entirely, and he was bloody there. No one understands why I can't just move on from it, least of all me. There has been no one I can talk to about this, not the families of the men who died, not Wilson, not even my best friend.
You have me to talk to, she told him gently. She lowered her hand to curl into his again. And I understand more than you might imagine. She turned her hand over in his, staring down into the darkness where they were joined, even if she couldn't see it. Hers was not a fierce battle, perhaps. The balance of a nation's power had not sat so heavily on her young shoulders. But the endless nightmares, the punishing memories, the questions that she could not seem to stop asking herself, those things she knew all too well. According to her own sister, those events of her childhood had caused her to lose the vivaciousness that had once defined her, turning her into someone who panicked in crowds and hid away in Yorkshire. And West's past had turned him into... She stopped, suddenly fitting it all into neat pieces, a puzzle she'd not previously understood. Her husband's scandalous reputation, the terrible pranks, the drunken antics, the line of women eager for a chance in his bed, relics of a youthful exuberance, perhaps, but also something more. He'd been traumatized, looking for an escape. And she imagined, now that she could see it, that she could understand a bit of what had been driving him since his return from Crimea. I believe in you. Her hand pulled out of his, searching through the darkness until it landed on his chest again, her fingers curling deep. If you hadn't reacted so quickly that day, how many more of your men might have died at the hands of that madman? And if the ship had been damaged by that shell, would the arrogant have gone on to win that day? Beneath her fingers, she could feel him suck in a breath. But I know you feel terrible about the men who died. Her fingers pressed into a point over his heart. I can hear it in your voice, in the tightness of your chest, just here. But they died fighting for something important, and you don't have the right to take that honor away from them, any more than you have the right to determine who Queen Victoria chooses to bestow the honor of the Victoria Cross upon. What about those men who lived only because you'd had the wherewithal to act in their moment of indecision? Those men who eventually went home to their wives and families? Do they mean nothing? No, he choked out. They mean everything, but they didn't realize. No, you don't realize. You've been trying to find a distraction to help you forget what happened, to forget the names of those men who died. But what if remembering them, talking to their families, honoring them in some way, is the real path to healing? I hadn't thought. It sounds to me, she said gently, her hand pressing more firmly against his body, as though you are the only one who thinks this honor that has been bestowed upon you is a joke. She curled against him, her head somehow finding the shelf of his chest in the darkness. When I am reading a book, do you know who my favorite sort of hero has always been? He didn't answer. She told him anyway. I've never really much liked the strutting peacock heroes. They tend to beat their chests and belittle the heroine, and generally get too many people killed. No, I'd rather find myself in love with a reluctant hero. She turned her head, pressed her lips against the cotton of his shirt, right above his heart. Someone who shuns the honor, but steps up when the circumstances demand it. His breath whooshed out of him, and she could feel his arms come to cradle her gently. Are you saying you could love me? Can't you see? She turned herself over to it, the truth she'd been trying to avoid ever since he'd given her cause to doubt him.
I already do.
Chapter 27. She loved him. West tightened his arms around this woman who was his wife, his confidant, his partner. If this damp, dark vault was their confessional, she had just confessed a miracle, one he'd not ever imagined earning. Somehow, beyond all reason, she'd looked inside him, seen his faults and his demons, and still found something to love. He felt gutted by the wonder of it. He pulled her up the length of his body until their noses bumped in the dark. A tricky business, navigating such blindness, but his other senses filled in the holes. He could hear her softly indrawn breath of anticipation, taste the whiskey on her lower lip from where she had spilled a few drops. He could feel, against his hands, the quickening of her heart beneath all those maddening but necessary layers of clothing. There would be no undressing tonight, not in the damp chill of this place. Not that he needed such a luxury to show her how much she meant to him. Somehow his lips found hers, the sort of kiss that bespoke everything he was feeling inside, a kiss that stirred the blood and made other parts sit up and take notice. "I love you too, Mouse," he murmured against her softly parted lips. His hands lifted, cradling her face, feeling the warm, wet tears on her cheeks. He'd never confessed a more potent truth. He couldn't point to precisely where or when it had happened, but it had. From the moment she'd first kissed him back in that library, he'd not been able to get her out of his head or his heart.
"I don't know why,"
she gasped, but it was a happy sound, one that told him she was as moved as he was.
"I've been very difficult about all of this."
He rubbed a thumb along the wetness of her cheek. "Ah, but I love that about you too." She pulled away.
"How could you possibly love the fact I am difficult?"
He let her go, not because he thought it was a good idea, but because he had an idea to put his hands to a better use. "Mouse," he told her, "I love everything about you." He ran his fingers up her arm until they found the front of her bodice, found the hidden brass eyes, and opened them with a practiced flick. "Number 1, I love the way you argue with me, and the way you make your endless lists. Number 2, I love the way you look in the morning, with your hair sticking out in 20 directions. She made a strangled sound.
"That is actually 3 items. You don't have any idea how to make a proper list."
His hand slipped inside her bodice to flirt with the edge of her corset and the thin, worn cotton of her chemise. Even in the darkness, he knew they were plain, white, unadorned, and he no longer imagined ever wanting them any other way. "Well then, number 4, I love the fact there are always ink stains on your right hand from writing God knows what. Probably from making lists about why marrying me was a very bad idea. Or perhaps you are writing your own salacious novel," he teased. "The Lustful Librarian."
"I write nearly every day in my journal, if you must know."
But it was clear from the slight hitch of her voice she was trying not to laugh now. "Well then, I love that about you too. There isn't a thing you could do or say that I wouldn't find perfect. I love the way you know the oddest things from all the obscure books you've ever read." He paused, his hand stilling, then added, "I even love the way you are scrunching your nose right now." Mary lifted a hand to her face.
"How did you know I was scrunching my nose?"
she asked in wonder. To know that he knew such a thing about her was one thing, but to hear him make a list, to actually catalogue those things about herself she so often doubted, to tell her they were the very reasons he loved her, it boggled the mind. Because you always scrunch your nose when I say things that made you squirm. She felt his hand slip deeper beneath her chemise, moaned as his fingers found the berry of her nipple and rolled it gently between his fingers. But when I do things that makes you squirm, he added wickedly, oh, that is a different look you give me altogether.
And, what look is that?
She felt breathless. Well, it has been a while, but if memory serves, your eyes go a little unfocused. She felt the swoop of his finger over her mouth, testing, lingering. Your lips part slightly, all but inviting me to take advantage, and then you usually do something unexpected. Her hand reached out through the darkness to cup his straining length.
Like this?
Oh, God, Mary, just so, he said hoarsely.
His words sounded raw, driven from an inner need that matched the aching echoes of her own body. She wanted to stoke that fire, push him over the edge, the way he always seemed to push her. And so her fingers found the buttons of his trousers, working at them until he sprang free into her hands. Her mouth found him in the darkness, the feel of his skin against her lips, impossibly warm, impossibly right. She ran her tongue up the length of him, tasting salt and musk. As her tongue swirled warm circles on him, his visceral groan told her more than any list how she pleased him. But then he reached down to loop his hands beneath her arms, hauling her to his mouth, turning the tables. He kissed her until she was moaning, writhing against him, until she was climbing onto his lap, straddling his body's erection, her hands tangling in his hair and pulling him into her mouth, and then, finally, to the entrance of her ready body. Good Christ, he gasped, as if he was only just realizing what she was about. Mary, wait, we don't have the French letters.
I know, she whispered, her mouth flush against his own, turning herself over to the truth of it. We don't need them anymore. West groaned his acquiescence, sinking into the blinding comfort she offered him, the act as primal as any he had ever known. He gripped her hips, guiding, steadying. Gritted his teeth against the urge to spill instantly into her heat. He discovered, then, that it was an entirely different act, loving a woman with no barriers between them. It was a joining of far more than bodies. It was a joining of trust. No one had ever put so much faith in him. He turned his fractured thoughts to a different task, straining toward her, his teeth nipping against the soft skin of her neck as she leaned over him. The motion ripped a whimper from her, echoing off the stone ceiling, bouncing off the walls. She began to twist over top of him, her hands gripping his hair, gasping out loud. I love you. The words had already been offered, but still they echoed like a drumbeat through his head. So he said them, blowing softly across her skin, nibbling between syllables. I love you.
I love you too.
She choked out a cry, and then he felt her hands pulling his mouth up and into hers, her tongue reaching, searching against his own. He kissed her back, putting everything he had into her pleasure. But while his voice might now be curtailed, each thrust, each moan repeated the improbable, unavoidable refrain. He loved this woman. She was voracious, perfect, his. And she loved him back. He could hear it in her panting sighs, feel it in the way she moved on top of him, every secret stripped away. More importantly, he could accept it now without pushing the idea of it away. She knew the worst pieces of him and chose to love him anyway. And he would spend his life showing her how grateful he was for that trust. He reached a hand down to where they were joined, searching through the slick darkness, seeking the place that would make her fall apart. But she was in total control of this moment, and she twisted away from him, leaning forward and bracing her hands on his shoulders, finding her own rhythm. He lay back and let her go, willing to go wherever she wanted. And while he couldn't see her release, he could feel it building, the rippling tightness of her quim, the lovely stuttered breaths. He turned himself over to ensuring her pleasure, holding himself back as well as a man might, given the extraordinary circumstances, waiting until he knew she was there, hanging on that precious edge. He pulled her down tight onto him, gripping her hips, and then she gasped his name, the perfection of her release upon her. And then, only then, did he pour himself inside her. Chapter 28. Mary sat up, the darkness pressing down on her. For a moment, her sleep-addled thoughts swirled, the brush with whiskey still limping slowly through her veins. Her eyes tried to unpeel the darkness, searching for a hint of grey light, something to guide her. But even without it, she knew what time it was. 5 o'clock. They'd found a few hours of sleep, at any rate. She reached a hand through the darkness, gasped as her hand skidded into a cold puddle of water that had not been there the night before. She cocked her head, listening. The steady drip, drip, drip of water along the walls had dissipated several hours ago, but the remnants of last night's storm seemed spread all around them. She tried again, reaching through the black, inky space, and this time felt relief as her fingers settled over West's sleeping frame. She splayed her palm against his chest, and in spite of the terrible date, June the 24th, she smiled to herself to feel how soundly he slept. Exactly 1 month ago today, she had received the letter from her sister asking her to come to London. So much had changed since then, not the least of which was her. But West had changed too, it seemed. After their frenzied reunion, he'd slept soundly last night, in spite of the potential for vermin. No nightmares had invaded their idyll. Unless you counted the nightmare of the coming day. She shook him gently. Wake up, West. As he came awake, Mary climbed to her feet, the toe of her shoe kicking against the empty whiskey bottle and sending it rolling and splashing away across the floor. A cold wetness seeped into the soles of her slippers, wrenching a shiver from her already chilled body. "We seem to have been invaded by water last night," she said dryly, "although perhaps the water has dampened the fuses." She heard rustling noises as West gained his own feet, followed the sound of his movements toward the center of the room. Finally, his voice pierced the darkness. "The powder is still dry, damn it, the fuses as well. Smart bastard, to consider the possibility of rain and place them accordingly." "Hardly a stroke of brilliance, it's Scotland," Mary pointed out. "It rains nearly every day." But unfortunately, it didn't appear to be raining any more. She wished, in that moment, for the steady drips of water that had lulled her to sleep. She could see now they'd missed an opportunity last night to roll the barrels closer to the walls. Not that she'd regretted the distraction that had prevented such strategic thinking, but panic was now swirling inside her at the thought of what daylight was posed to bring. all those people standing on the bridge, hoping for a glimpse of their queen. So many lives were at risk, and not only royal ones. And yet she felt helpless to do anything to stop the march of disaster.
"West," she whispered miserably, "what are we going to do?"
"Well, number 1, we are going to make a list," he said. "And then, number 2, we are going to try not to panic."
"I hope you have a number 3 in mind, because I lack pen and paper, and, truth be known, I am already panicking a bit."
"Damn it, Mouse, I'd rather hoped you had a number 3 in mind." She moved toward his voice, wanting to feel the strength of his arms around her in this miserable moment. Tripped over the empty bottle again, sending it splashing into a puddle. She stopped, bent down, picked it up. She could feel liquid slushing in it, liquid that hadn't been there last night when they'd finished the last of it off. A thought whirred through her. She reached out a hand, feeling the depth of the puddle where last night's rainwater had collected. "Number 3, she said, excitement vibrating through her. "Empty more whiskey bottles." "I hope you aren't proposing we drink the rest of it," he said dryly, "because we are going to need our wits about us when that door upstairs opens later this morning."
"No, I am proposing we empty a few bottles and fill them with water."
She stood up, the bottle clutched in her hand.
"Because while there might not be enough water in here to dampen the powder, surely there is enough to soak the fuse."
They did what they could with what they had, although West couldn't help but think Grant would have howled in outrage to see the loss of all that lovely whiskey. They used the empty bottles to collect the rainwater, carrying the precious drops through the darkness to soak the fuses. And now that it was done, now that they were standing by the door that would lead them to the street, West's gun drawn and waiting for whatever came through that door, his thoughts centered on something far more important than whether their morning's excursions had been enough to save the Queen. He needed to save Mary, his brilliant, passionate, maddening wife, whose idea to waste perfectly good whiskey came close to mathematical brilliance, but who was still in the sort of danger that made his palms sweat around the barrel of his pistol. If he pressed his ear hard against the door, he could just hear a distant din outside, suggesting the revellers along the bridge were gathering in earnest now. He felt the weight of that sound acutely, like a knife point in his chest. "When this door opens," he told her, his voice low, "wait for my signal. When I tap you on the shoulder, dash out through the door and run like your life depends on it. No matter what you hear, do not stay, do not wait for me. Go toward Holyrood, away from the bridge."
"Why are you telling me this?" she hissed back. "West, you cannot be thinking to stay behind. You told me yourself we need to stick together." He could hear the panic framing her words. "I am not going to leave you here."
His fingers tightened over the pistol, and he turned himself over to the truth of it. "If we are lucky, we may have been able to stop him today, but Southingham won't be thwarted for long, Mary. He'll find another way. If I've a chance to end it here, I should take it."
"No."
He peered into the darkness, wishing he could see her face. Bloody hell, there was that word again, and delivered as emphatically as the first time he'd heard it. He told her he loved how complicated she made things, but right now was not the time. Already he was listening for the ominous scrape of a key in the lock, a sound he knew could come at any moment.
"Damn it,"
he growled. "We don't have time to argue about this."
"Then stop arguing."
He felt her hand bump into his.
"If you kill him here, you could be charged with murder. Even worse, you said it yourself last night. The authorities could blame you for plotting to kill the Queen. We can find another way to stop Southingham."
Her fingers curled tight.
But grappling with him down here in the dark, surrounded by barrels of gunpowder that may or may not go off, is not the way to do it. He could almost feel her shake her head in the darkness. And I am not leaving here without you. They fell silent, each fuming, and then West caught the sound he'd been dreading. A key, inserted into the lock, turning. He pulled Mary behind him, flattening them both against the wall behind the door and sheltering her with his body. He tried to control the angry hammer of his heart, failed utterly. The man unlocking this door was plotting to kill the Queen, and had quite possibly tried to kill Mary on the street yesterday. He wanted to launch himself at Shadows, choke the life out of the body coming through that door, but somehow he held himself back. The door swung open on a rusty creak of hinge. Sunlight flooded inside, nearly scalding in its intensity, rendering him unable to make out anything beyond an ominous shadow stepping inside. And then the man to whom that shadow belonged headed directly down the stairs, humming a tune, the sound trailing away as he disappeared into the vaults below. West stared in the direction the man had gone, his mind racing to an importune suspicion. Even without the words, he knew that song, had heard it roared drunkenly over billiards at White's, whistled on board ship in the Crimea. Ye rake hells so jolly, who hate melancholy, and love a full flask and a doxy, who ne'er from love's feats, like a coward retreats, afraid that the harlot shall pox ye. A damning suspicion began to take root, one born of instinct rather than evidence. And yet, it scarcely made sense. He was looking for a duke. Your Grace. The words had been clearly uttered that night in the medical library. They had to be looking for a duke. Nothing else made sense. He felt the firm tap of Mary's hand on his shoulder, looked down to see her face, rimmed by sunlight and smudged with dirt. Go, he mouthed silently, knowing that the man, whoever he was, would discover their treachery in a matter of seconds. She shook her head. West gritted his teeth, because no matter how he wanted to dive down those stairs, getting her to safety was the most paramount piece of it. And he couldn't do that if she refused to play along. She could see the moment he gave in, felt the relief of his capitulation all the way to her marrow. He wasn't going to play the stupid sort of hero, then. Thank goodness. She'd always preferred the smart ones. Gripping his hand tightly, she tugged him outside, and they tumbled into the shock of a blue sky day. After the long hours spent in total darkness, the bright light felt like a branding iron to her eyes, but there was nothing to be done but grit one's teeth and plough on. They stumbled hand in hand toward New Town, careening out into a throng of people, moving opposite the mob streaming toward the bridge. They reached High Street just as a collective shout of disappointment went up, somewhere near the middle of Southbridge. Mary craned her neck. "There's a happier sound than the one I was dreading," she said, trying to sort out what was happening. "Actually, I was just thinking they don't sound very happy." Mary cocked her head, tensed for an unholy explosion, terrified the plan, either of them, hadn't worked. But gradually, she came to realize nothing was happening. Nothing was going to happen. And the lack of something had never felt more crucial to a story's happy ending. They watched as a carriage rolled slowly past, a plain, ordinary carriage, lacking the royal arms. The shades were open, no one inside.
As it turned toward the Royal Mile, heading toward Holyrood Palace, groans began to echo around them, people frustrated to have their day's plans to gawk at royals so summarily foiled. But Mary felt only the burn of relief as the carriage rolled slowly past. "Perhaps," she said, "they are unhappy because they were hoping for a glimpse of their queen. Some of them have, no doubt, been waiting for hours." She could feel West's gaze hot against her skin. "Doesn't it seem odd," he asked slowly, "that the Queen isn't here, yet the newspaper very clearly said she would be attending today's event?" "Perhaps she changed her mind." Mary permitted herself a secret smile of triumph, even as the people around them began to disperse. And even lacking a royal entourage, there was no doubt they had saved the lives of countless people standing on the bridge. "What do you know about this?" West asked, sounding suspicious. "Well, that is—" Mary bit her lip. She felt a little guilty, given that she had lectured her husband quite sternly on the matter of keeping his plans from her, but honestly, she hadn't known this piece of it would work. It had been a wild, willful gamble, albeit one that had paid off. "The Queen appears to listen to good advice." "Listen to whose good advice?" West's hand on her arm was gentle, but he still turned her toward him, demanding an answer. "I recognize that look on your face every bit as well as your other looks. You always bite your lip when you are thinking about some plot you've arranged. What have you done now, Mary?" "I might have arranged to have a note of warning slipped to the Queen before we left London, in case it all went to shite," she admitted, smiling to think her alternative plan had actually worked. "Wilson helped me. He called it a proper prank, one worthy even of you." West gaped at her, his eyes goggling. "But how? Why? My reputation—" Mary struggled to contain the smile that wanted to bloom on her face. She did so enjoy surprising, well, the shite out of him. "Scotland Yard might not have believed your claims of a treasonous plot, but the Queen apparently did. It turns out your medal was good for something beyond gathering dust on top of your bureau. We sent the note pinned to your Victoria Cross and even signed your name to the note." She touched his arm, wanting him to see himself the way she saw him for once, brave, trustworthy, believable. And Her Majesty wisely chose not to ignore a warning from one of her own decorated heroes, she finished softly. From the Diary of Miss Mary Channing, June the 25th, 1858. We spent most of yesterday in Edinburgh exploring the architecture of the old city, among other more decadent things. It felt nearly like a real wedding trip to traipse these old streets on my husband's arm and admire the beautiful old buildings, to enjoy the pageantry of the Freemasons' procession, experience the revelry of the crowd. We seemed to have turned a new corner of trust, a new corner of understanding as well. It turns out my husband is obsessed with Gothic spires and Palladian columns, something I never would have guessed even a week ago. His renewed interest in such things suggests a step forward in his recovery and gives me strong hope for our future. But beneath that hope lies a fear I cannot shake. We leave this morning on the train for London, and what awaits us there is anyone's guess. West seems troubled, no doubt because the matter of our traitor is still unresolved. And there is still the not-so-small matter of what to do about tomorrow's duel. Chapter 29. The train pulled into the station just as darkness fell over London. Dawn was a long way off, and yet not nearly long enough, given that Mary very much feared the morrow would bring pistols at dawn, drawn on a field of dubious honour. She followed West up the stairs to the quiet sanctuary of his room, or rather, their room now. She closed her eyes, breathing in the familiar scents, weariness crushing down on her. She wanted only to go to bed, pull her husband tight against her, breathing in tandem. But the scrape of a latch, the lifting of a wooden lid, those things opened her eyes. West was standing beside the bed, staring down at the case that contained his duelling pistols. She started forward, a protest hovering on her lips. Gasped to see the case was empty. "Where are your duelling pistols?" she asked in surprise. "I sent them to Grant for safekeeping before we left for Edinburgh." He lifted the velvet liner from the bottom of the case, and then pulled out the small derringer he kept there. "He will bring them to Hyde Park in the morning." The realization that her husband meant to go through with the duel after all sent fear lurching through her. "West," she pleaded, "for God's sake, let's talk about this. We can find another way. You can send Southingham an apology, buy us some time, and then together we can think about what else we might do to expose him for the traitor he is." West placed the derringer on the mattress, the wide barrel pointed carefully toward the far wall, then pulled his usual pistol from his jacket pocket and placed it beside the smaller weapon. For once, Mary wasn't tempted to stare at the guns. Her gaze lingered instead on the tension so evident around the corners of her husband's eyes. Tired eyes, too tired for a man of his age and vigour. He'd not slept in days, but even with that obstacle aside, something was dreadfully wrong. Far more wrong, she feared, than the appointment at dawn. He opened a small case and removed a series of bullets. The sight of them made her blink. "I was not aware," she said, slowly, "that you could use a revolving pistol during a duel." "These aren't for the duel." He hesitated. "They are for what I fear might come after." "After? What are you talking about?" When he didn't answer, she sat down on the mattress. "If this marriage is going to work, you must be honest with me. You must trust that I can handle it, no matter what it is." A muscle ticked in his jaw. He began to load the firearms, first the derringer, then his pistol. "West!" She reached out her hand to cover his. "After all we have talked about, all we have shared, you must know that I can't have this conversation when you are doing that." He breathed out a ragged sound. "Mary," he said, placing the firearms down on the mattress once more. "I know you don't want me to do this," he said, his voice close to cracking, "but talking about it won't do any good." He turned to face her. I won't back out of this." "Not even for me?" she demanded. "For us?" His gaze met hers, anguished. "I love you, West." Her breathing hitched, and she realized she was dangerously close to crying, but this piece of it needed to be said before she dissolved into hysterics. "I love you the way I never imagined loving anyone. But now that I am finally emerging from that dark period of my life, the thought I might yet lose you, too, and to something so stupid, something you had a hand in orchestrating, something you have the ability to stop." Her words fell away as he caught her up in his arms. She could feel his body shaking against hers. "Christ, I love you too, Mouse, and that is why I have to see this through." She felt his breath, warm against the top of her hair, and she closed her eyes, wanting to burrow deep. "There is no choice, not for me. Whoever did this, they won't stop. They know you tried to interfere, saw your face that day in Edinburgh, and possibly even took a shot at you. His tender words turned into a growl. "And I'm not going to sit idly by and let that happen again." She breathed in the familiar wool and tobacco scent of his jacket, something she didn't want to ever let go. But in spite of those comforting scents, she could feel the tension vibrating inside him. "You are scared?" she asked slowly. "For me?" She felt him nod against the top of her head. She pulled away. "But if we know it is Southingham, we can take precautions to ensure my safety." She picked up the small derringer, hefted it in her hand. Though the feel of it against her palm sent her heart thumping in her chest, she imagined she could carry it if she had to. Firing it, though, that was another thing entirely. She drew a deep breath. "I will even learn how to shoot this, if need be. The point is, we can find another way." He shook his head, his gaze probing, insistent. "The man we saw going down into the vaults." His body tensed. "I don't think it was Southingham." Mary stared at him in shock. But then, who? But even as she asked the question, a sliver of selfish hope worked its way through her confusion. "If you no longer believe it is Southingham, there is no need to go through with this." Her imagination helpfully supplied a change in the unfolding plotline. "You must summon Grant," she insisted. "Have him issue the Duke an apology on your behalf, and we can—" He cut her off, shaking his head. "I can't summon Grant." "But that's the role of your second, isn't it?" "I can't ask Grant to do that because I think—" He swallowed. "I think the man we saw going down into the vaults may have been Grant, Mary. And while it may not have been Southingham down in the vaults, the man is almost certainly still mixed up in this somehow." The weight of what he was saying pressed down on Mary, making it hard to breathe. She placed the derringer in the pocket of her skirt, her thoughts swirling wildly. "You think Grant and Southingham are working together?" "I don't know, but it was Southingham's study where I overheard the whispers about the Scotland plot, and the threatening note you received matched the handwriting on the receipt from Southingham's study." "But why would Grant do such a thing?" Mary gasped. "I thought he hated Southingham as much as you do." "I don't know, but if he's mad enough to be involved in a plot this dangerous and carried it through to this point, one thing's bloody certain. He isn't going to issue an apology on my behalf, and I can't stop the duel because I need to remove at least one of them as a threat while I still have the chance." It was a glorious summer morning. Glorious, that was, except for the question of his own mortality. West squinted into the dawn, waiting for Southingham to arrive. The mist rising off the Serpentine lent a fairy-like quality to the scene, but the crowd of witnesses quite destroyed the effect. They joked and drank and jostled each other to get a front-line view for the gossip that would almost certainly dominate tomorrow's rags. Mary stood to one side, her hands wrapped around her slim body, her eyes locked on him. She'd insisted on coming in spite of his objections, pointing out that his insistence on sticking together applied to duels every bit as much as dark, dangerous vaults. In the end, he'd been forced to give in or else tie her up. She was clearly better with a knot than he was, and so this morning he'd chosen the battle he was more likely to win. But he wasn't happy about it, not one bit. A commotion in the crowd pulled his attention toward the left. He could see Southingham striding toward him through the mist, coat-tails flapping. "He's here," Grant said, beside him. "Yes." West studied the man who was approaching them, looking for cracks in Southingham's armour. The man looked as pale as Mary did, and far less composed. "He doesn't look all that eager for a shot at me," West mused, which was a small blessing. Nervous men tended to have shaking hands. It was the stone-faced ones you needed to worry about. And beside him, Grant's jaw looked chiseled from granite. "Do you wish to issue an apology?" Grant asked, though he didn't sound enthusiastic about the prospect. "No." West gritted his teeth. "Do you?" The unspoken question roared through his mind, because God knew that he and Grant were sidestepping a very pointed conversation about just what exactly was going on. Grant grunted. "I'll confer with Southingham's second, then." West watched as his friend walked toward the man who was supposed to be their enemy. Doubt sizzled down the edges of his resolve. There were so many unanswered questions, not the least of which was why. To West's knowledge, Grant hated Southingham nearly as much as West did. Grant, too, had suffered the man's fists during their days at Harrow. Christ, it had been Grant's desire for revenge to sneak into the man's house on his wedding night, every bit as much as it had been West's. But none of this made any sense unless Southingham and Grant were working together. And the sting of that imagined betrayal hurt worse than any future bullet. Grant returned to stand beside him, holding out one of the dueling pistols. "I made sure he took the other one," he said, his face unreadable. "Why?" "Trust me on this." West took it, confirmed the pistol contained the requisite single bullet, checked the barrel. But something caught his eye. Scratches along the inside of the barrel, marks that hadn't been there before. "What is this?" "I took the liberty of having the barrel rifled for you," Grant said, keeping his voice low. "What?" West scowled at his friend. The point of dueling pistols was their marked inaccuracy, though he'd practiced enough with this pair to imagine he might be able to compensate for their shortcomings. Rifling the bore of a smooth-barreled pistol provided the shooter a vastly improved aim. In a duel, it would nearly be considered murder. "Did you rifle the barrel of Southingham's pistol too?" he demanded. Grant snorted. "Christ, no." "Grant, that is ungentlemanly." Grant shrugged. "You're my best friend, West." He reached out a hand, taking back the pistol and performing the same check West had just done. As he stared down the barrel, his face finally softened, a wistful smile tugging the corners of his mouth. "Friends forever, eh? And I can't have you dying on me this morning." He looked up, the smile falling away. "At least, not until we've had a proper chance to talk." "If you want to talk, talk now," West said, clenching his teeth. Because when all was said and done, they might not get another chance. "Tell me where you were 2 days ago, because I know for a fact you weren't here in London." Grant's eyes narrowed. "You and your lovely new wife did not really go to the Lake District, did you?" Not that it needed to be said. Something in Grant's voice told West his friend already knew the answer to that particular question. "We went to Edinburgh, actually, hoping to see the Queen. The odd thing is, though, the Queen didn't come." West raised a brow. "I imagine that must have come as a disappointment, to some." A muscle ticked beneath Grant's eye. West took a step toward his friend, his fingers closing over the barrel of the pistol in his friend's hand. "Now why don't you tell me why you were in Edinburgh, damn it? The truth this time. What are you mixed up in, Grant? Whatever it isn't too late to stop it." Grant exhaled, a rough sound. "How did you know?" "I saw you, the morning of the parade. You seemed to have a special interest in the vaults below Southgate Bridge. You are the one who dampened the fuse," Mary and I did it. It was her idea to use the rainwater. She's a smart woman, Grant admitted, a bit grudgingly. Yes, the most brilliant woman I know. And if you tried to kill her in Edinburgh, I swear to God, Grant, it won't matter if you saved my life a half-dozen times in Crimea. My hands will be tied as to the conclusion of this conversation. Grant's eyes narrowed, held a moment. Christ, you're in love, he snorted. I should have guessed. Deucedly inconvenient thing that. Makes a man lose his very mind. His eyes hollowed, as if reaching a grim conclusion. Very well, I'll tell you everything. He relinquished his hold on the gun, but only after this is over. West's fingers tightened over the handle of the dueling pistol. Bloody hell, Grant, tell me now. But his protest was cut short. A call rang out, a summons to start. This isn't finished, West warned, and then strode, head down, toward an uncertain fate. Perhaps it was too late for explanations anyway. Grant had all but confessed his role in the plot to kill the Queen, though he hadn't precisely said why he'd done it. Perhaps there wasn't any more to it than that. Perhaps it was too late for regrets as well. But that didn't stop him from having them. He regretted not guessing Grant's role sooner. Christ, he should have suspected the moment he'd realized the prostitute Vivian was involved. The moment Grant had pretended not to believe him, placing that bloody wager in the betting books to throw West off the trail. He stood like a statue, seething, his pistol pointed firmly toward the ground. Just behind him stood Southingham, similarly arrayed. Somewhere to the right, the countdown began. 1, 2, 3. West counted off his paces, his heart thudding in his chest, hoping to God Mary would forgive him when this was all said and done. 7, 8. As he strode past Grant, West risked a look at his friend, his finger slick on the trigger. Grant was watching Southingham, his face an unreadable mask. The question arose as to just who the bullet in his pistol's chamber might best be reserved for. 11, 12. And no matter what was going on in his friend's head, West could not get past this one pertinent question. Had Grant really tried to shoot Mary in Edinburgh? Because while he could forgive a great deal, there were some limits to friendship. 15, 16. As he walked, West caught sight of the Duchess of Southingham in the crowd. He imagined making the woman a widow today, felt sick to his stomach at the thought of it. 19, 20. West stopped, turned, raised his pistol, his lungs working like a bellows. He could see Southingham in the distance, the man's hand similarly raised. They stood that way for several seconds, the silence of the watching crowd nearly deafening. He ought to be able to pull the trigger, no regrets. After all, the man staring at him from across the field was a man he hated. But was it a man he could kill? Southingham looked nervous, hesitant, not at all like a man with West's murder on his mind. He saw Southingham's gaze pull toward his Duchess. Was he questioning it all now? He should be. After all, the Duchess of Southingham had presumably possessed the power to stop this duel. She could have told her husband he was wrong in his suspicions, that she and West were not having an affair. She could have begged him to stop. But she hadn't, apparently. She was standing, her chin up, watching it all unfold with an almost preternatural charm. The question of why flailed about in his mind. And just like that, the facts settled into place. "Your Grace," the voices had whispered that night in the library. But dukes were not the only peer of the realm addressed as Your Grace. Duchesses, too, had that courtesy. Oh, good Christ! Had he and Mary been wrong all these weeks, searching for a bloody duke? Slowly, because, after all, he was no longer sure that Southingham was the man he needed to kill, West lifted the point of his gun into the air. A collective gasp rang through the crowd. He held his breath, ready to dive to one side if it came down to it, hoping his reflexes might be enough to save him if the Duke decided to take advantage of his decision. But then the barrel of Southingham's pistol swung wide, veering off course, aiming for the centre of the path. West saw the smoke curl out of the barrel before he heard the retort. He heard a shout, not his own. And then he saw Grant slump to the ground, a crimson hole in his friend's chest. Dear God! A woman's shrill scream arose from the crowd, and it gave chase at his heels as West raced toward his fallen friend, guilt and fear colliding in his chest, the unused pistol tight in his hands. He was skidding now in the wet grass, falling to his knees. In the back of his mind, he prayed that perhaps it was just a mistake, that Southingham hadn't really meant to shoot Grant, that the aim of the pistol had been too unpredictable to properly control. He prayed, too, that the gaping hole in his friend's chest might be nothing more than a bad dream. But the grass was damp beneath his knees, soaking through his trousers, and the blood on his hands was slippery and warm. No dream, this, a nightmare come to life. Shrugging out of his jacket, he pressed the wool against the wound in his friend's chest, as Grant had once done for him on the lower deck of the HMS Arrogant. "For Christ's sake, don't die on me," he warned his friend. Not yet, not without answers, and not without a chance to make things right. Grant coughed, an agonizing sound. "West," he croaked, his eyes fluttering open. "I am here," West told him, fighting back a snarl of frustration. "I knew you would be." Grant closed his eyes again. "Friends forever, eh?" "Damn it, Grant, why did you do it?" West choked out, trying in vain to staunch the endless flow of blood. "Someone had to." The words scarcely made sense. No one believed they had to kill the Queen, not if they were of sound mind. West lifted Grant up and cradled him in his arms, a terrible weight pressing down on him. It occurred to him then that Grant might well and truly be mad. Grant shivered in his arms, though it was scarcely a cold day. "I want you to know, though, I didn't try to kill Mary. Knew you wouldn't forgive that." The words rattled in his throat. "Killed Carlson before he told her anything." "But why, damn it?" "I did it." Blood gurgled on Grant's lips. "For Crimea. For them." "Them?" West blinked, knowing instantly his friend meant their colleagues, the ones who had not made it home from the HMS Arrogant, the ones they never spoke of. He leaned over, straining to hear Grant's garbled words. "Why didn't you tell me what you were thinking? What was happening to you?" he said hoarsely. "I could have found you help, made sure you had someone to talk to. We could have talked about what happened more. We should have spoken their names and talked to their families. If only I'd known." But it seemed speaking of them now was no longer an option. Because Grant went limp in his arms. "Grant!" West shouted, shaking his friend. Grant's head lolled back, the light in his eyes extinguished. "Damn it, no!" Unexpected tears clouded his eyes. In spite of it all, in spite of what Grant himself had just confirmed, there was still a swirl of guilt in West's mind. Hadn't he wrestled his own demons those long months since their return from Crimea? He'd always thought he'd had the worst of it, but he could see, now, how wrong he had been. In the distance, he could hear the shouts of a struggle as a group of men tackled the Duke, wrestling him to the ground. West couldn't even summon any pleasure with the knowledge his former nemesis was being taken care of in such an undignified manner. Duels might be the gentleman's way to resolve a dispute, but Southingham had just killed someone in cold blood, to the horror of 24 or more witnesses. One didn't need a room full of rats to bring down a duke, after all. They'd manage it themselves, if you gave them enough rope. Slowly, he picked up the pistol he'd tossed to one side. And then, slowly, regretfully, he climbed to his feet. He drew a deep breath, turned toward the silent crowd. "Somebody should notify the coroner," he said, shaking his head. A woman's heart-wrenching sobs tore through the mist. "No!" The Duchess of Southingham broke out of the crowd, ran towards him, and fell to her knees beside Grant's still body. "Charles," she cried, leaning over him, shaking his still form, "do not leave me here." "Your Grace," he said, tugging on the distraught woman's arm. He pulled her free of the body, helped her to her feet. "Grant's gone," he whispered. And, damn it all, his friend had taken his remaining secrets to the grave. The Duchess swiped at her eyes, leaving behind a smear of rice powder and revealing the extent of her horribly bruised face. She hugged her arms about her body, rocking back and forth. "My husband killed him," she spat, "because he knew I loved him." West placed a hand on the Duchess's shoulder, his other loosening about the pistol he still carried. "Won't you tell me what happened?" he asked softly. "Southingham forced my confession last night," she choked out, tears spilling down her cheeks. And judging by what West could see of the Duchess's bruised face, it was a confession that had not come easily. "I tried to warn Charles this morning, to tell him my husband knew, but Charles wouldn't listen. He said we needed to see this through, that you would kill Southingham. I hoped he would kill you as well, and then it would all be over." "Over?" West blinked down at her. Good Christ, was the woman mad? The crowd was pressing closer, curious ears, chattering mouths. It would never be over, not once the gossip rags found out. "You expected me to die today," he said tersely, keeping his voice low. As the Duchess nodded, he thought of how Southingham had aimed, how the bullet had flown with such deadly accuracy. And he knew, with a sickening sense of betrayal, that the barrel of Southingham's pistol had most certainly been altered as well. "If your husband knew you were in love with Grant, why in the hell did Southingham come here to carry through with the duel this morning?" "Because I told him you'd encouraged us." She looked down, trailed a finger across the bodice of her pale yellow walking gown, now smeared with Grant's blood. "That you helped us, arranged our liaisons. I told him—" She shuddered. "I told him he'd been the butt of your joke for over a year." Good Christ, no wonder Southingham had shown up this morning, pistol at the ready. He was probably even now wishing he had a second bullet. "How did you and Grant even know each other?" West demanded. "I never suspected anything." "Do you remember that night you and Charles tried to sneak into my bedchamber?" the Duchess said, spreading her hands. "Yes, It was one of the few pranks that Grant and I pulled that failed spectacularly.
It didn't fail. She shook her head. You see, Charles made it to my chamber that night. We sent my maid to distract you, so we wouldn't be disturbed. We embarked on an affair, but eventually we became tired of hiding, of lying to everyone. Not so tired of lying, West pointed out, that Grant ever saw fit to tell me the truth. It stung somehow. All those nights at White's, all those drunken conversations they had shared, and Grant had never once hinted at such a liaison. Then again, Grant had also hidden his plans to kill the Queen from his best friend. Had worked, in fact, to throw West off the trail. Had never truly revealed the extent of how much Crimea had affected him. Suffice it to say, he had not known his friend as well as he'd imagined.
I can understand a desire to escape your husband, West said, slowly. Softly, he's a brutal man. He shook off the anger that wanted to creep into his voice, knowing that he needed more answers yet. But none of that explains why you helped Grant plot to kill the Queen. The Duchess lifted a trembling finger to her bruised cheek. My husband wouldn't grant me a divorce, even after I told him I was in love with someone else. It was Charles's idea to kill the Queen. He hated her, you see, for everything that happened in Crimea. He said it would be justice, not murder. She looked back in the direction where Southingham was lying prone on the ground, struggling against his captors. She laughed, a close to maniacal sound. But it was my idea to pin it on my husband. Her voice softened. It was my idea to rifle the barrel of the pistol you carried this morning. Her eyes swung back to West, and I am the one who altered the second gun, the one my husband carried. West gaped at her. You rifled the barrel. Grant never knew I had done it. He thought only your pistol was altered. But you were too dangerous to let live, you see. I couldn't take the chance you would tell someone. West took a step backward, his fingers tightening over the dueling pistol, still grasped in his right hand. While he was relieved it hadn't been Grant who had plotted to have him killed, he was growing increasingly worried about the state of the Duchess's mind. He knew as well as anyone that trauma had a way of twisting the soul. Grant had been undone by the events of Crimea. The Duchess's cross to bear was being married to a brute of a husband with no way out. I rather think you'll be free of your husband a good, long while now, he said carefully, as Southingham will very likely hang for this. Hanging isn't good enough for him. She lifted a trembling hand to her ruined cheek again. And can't you see? I will never be free. I will never be happy, not now that Charles is gone. Her gaze turned accusing. You ruined everything, Westmore. You were supposed to kill my husband this morning. Her voice grew strangled. And he was supposed to kill you. West took another step backward, thoroughly unsettled now. The Duchess was placing the blame on him now, for not dying as he was apparently supposed to have done. How could one argue against that? There was no logic there, no hope for rational discourse. He turned his head, searching the crowd, looking for Mary. He didn't see her. Hoped she'd gone home. Knew in his gut that she hadn't. His wife was too headstrong for her own good, and while it was one of the things he loved about her, he wanted her as far away from the Duchess as possible, given the nasty turn in this conversation. No matter how much sympathy he might have for the Duchess of Southingham's position, and no matter how terrible her marriage, no matter how brutal her husband's fists, the fact remained that she and Grant had plotted to kill Queen Victoria. and that was a crime punishable by death. The Duchess was advancing on him now, pushing him back toward Grant's lifeless body into the milling crowd. "You were supposed to be his friend," she choked out. "He tried to protect you by throwing you off the trail. Wouldn't listen to my plans to have Carlson kill you when we had the chance." Her hands fisted, and she twisted her head, staring at so many people close by. "And now you and your wife will tell everyone what we have done." "I do not know that we will have to tell everyone," West said, cautiously, holding up his hands, the dueling pistol pointing safely upward. Though he rather thought he ought to tell someone, preferably someone who worked at Bedlam. "And if anyone does suspect," he said in a soothing voice, trying to sort out how to get her to the authorities and get them to believe his explanation without causing a ruckus, "we can just pretend it was a prank. Grant always liked a good prank." "A prank?" The Duchess looked up at him, her eyes wild. "My life is not a joke, Mr. Westmore. Charles's death was not a joke." With a feral cry, she lunged forward, grabbing the dueling pistol from his hand. She swung the heavy barrel wildly, gesturing at the crowd. "Get back!" she screamed at the open-mouthed onlookers. "Get back, or I'll shoot!" And that was when West saw Mary, charging toward them, white as a ghost, her hair streaming out behind her like a brilliant brown banner. Her mouth opened in a silent scream of protest, and then the sound of her panicked voice hit him like a wall of bricks. "West, watch out!" Fear rode spurs up his spine as the Duchess jerked the barrel of the gun toward Mary. "No!" he roared, leaping in front of the path of the pistol. He didn't feel the bullet slam into his shoulder as much as welcome it, knowing that if it was lodged in him, it was no longer a threat to the woman he loved. He looked down at the wound in his right shoulder, the edges of his vision going dark. The Duchess was standing before him, her eyes wide with fear. The pistol in her hand fell to the ground, useless now that its one bullet had been spent. She looked uncertain of her next move. But that didn't mean she wasn't still bloody dangerous. West tried to pull his own pistol from his pocket, determined to defend Mary to his last breath, but his hand, his arm, wouldn't work properly, and as he fumbled with it, the Duchess snatched the gun from his hand and turned it back on him. "Your Grace," he started, raising his hands. From the corner of his eye, he saw Mary slide to a stop in the slick grass, one hand on the ground, the other tangling in her skirt pocket. Though his head was spinning now, West threw himself in front of her once more, blocking the Duchess's shot, ready to take the second bullet, anything to keep it from firing in Mary's direction. The Duchess of Southingham lifted the pistol, tears spilling down her cheeks. "There is no other way," she cried. "You both know too much." He heard a hammer cock. And then the Duchess flew backward, a bullet slamming into her heart. Shocked, he turned. Mary stood like a white-faced statue, smoke still curling about the derringer clasped in her hand, her mouth fixed in a determined line. And the last thought West had, before he fell unconscious, was that for a woman who was afraid of guns, his wife had remarkable aim. From the Diary of Miss Mary Channing, June the 29th, 1858. Everyone knows that gunshot is but one of the ways a hero can meet his end. There is also blood loss, fever, carriage accident, and the ever-popular festering wound. Not to mention the fact that this hero's wife might yet strangle him for stupidity. I fear that while our villain has been vanquished, our happy ending is not yet assured. West remains unconscious, fighting the threat of a fever. I worry his struggle is owed as much to shock as blood loss. After all, he was betrayed by his best friend, and a person doesn't recover easily from a loss like that. I have stuck close to his side, as I promised I would, and I have regularly doused his wound with whiskey, just in case. After all, if there is one thing I have learned from this mad adventure, it is that you don't sit back and wait for fate to decide what to do with you. And a little bit of whiskey can sometimes save the day.
Chapter 30. West awoke with a start, gasping in awareness. He could see a thin grey light filtering in through the bedroom window. Beyond that, however, time remained uncertain. So, too, did the nature of his immediate circumstances. He could see he was in his bed at Cardwell House, but beyond that lay a murky confusion. He leaned back against his pillow, thinking hard, until the pieces clicked into place. Grant was dead. This was a painful truth, one he was forced to face anew at the start of each day. With that recognition came the inevitable, accompanying guilt. If only he'd seen his friend's worsening derangement, recognized Grant's irrevocable descent into darkness. But then, how could he have, when West had been so distracted by his own demons? Nearly everyone associated with the plot to kill Queen Victoria was dead, and West rather thought the imaginative story his wife had concocted to explain Vivian's disappearance was likely not far off the mark. No doubt the woman was now living in the Mediterranean or some similarly far-off clime, enjoying the money with which she'd absconded. And, oh yes, speaking of his wife, there was this piece to his life. A smile tugged at his mouth. He was married, happily so, to a proper heroine who carried a snub-nosed derringer about in her skirt pocket and shot villains when she needed to, and who kissed like a bloody siren when she wasn't tracking down traitors. He turned his head to see Mary sitting up in bed next to him, bathed in a soft glow. As it always did, the sweet, simple sight of her hit him like a pleasant punch to the gut. Her bedside lamp had been turned up, and she was staring down at a book clutched tightly in her hands, a brown braid over one shoulder, her brow furrowed in concentration. Had he just been wondering the time? A bit after 5 o'clock in the morning, then. It must be, if his wife was already awake. He shifted, letting out a small groan as the bandage on his chest pulled tight against his wound. It was healing well, no more signs of infection, but he was growing impatient with the grand pageantry of being an invalid. Wilson checked in on him far too regularly, and his family filtered through his room at least once a day. Mary had been a rock throughout all of it, soothing his grumpiness, making him laugh. He was grateful to have her, but here it was, a bit after 5 o'clock in the morning, and already he felt restless, restricted to his bed. The noise he made pulled Mary from whatever story had her so engrossed. She looked down at him, a pinch of concern on her face. "Did you have a nightmare?" she asked, lowering the book to her lap. West shook his head. No, nightmares had become a thing of his past. His dreams had been more of the pleasant variety of late, in part due to her. And in part due to his acceptance, his ready remembrance of his past. He felt alive again. In fact, he felt so alive, he was presently considering pulling his wife onto his lap and divesting her of that night rail, no matter Dr. Merrill's orders to the contrary.
The lamplight was turning parts of the thin cotton transparent, and he could see the lovely curve of a small, perfect breast as she reached a hand out to smooth the hair from his forehead. He gritted his teeth, wanting far more than the nurse-like touch of her hand. A man ought not to have to suffer a beautiful woman in his bed if he wasn't permitted to touch her. 2 weeks into this convalescence, and he was about ready to clock Dr. Merrill over the head every time the man appeared with a fresh set of bandages. Didn't people understand his life was marching by? There was architecture to study, a wife to pleasure, but resuming those things was hardly possible while he was under strict instructions to suffer a full month's bed rest. And judging by his wife's careful adherence to Dr. Merriall's instructions, he was going to have a devil of a time changing her mind. "I find myself bored," West complained. His fingers drifted toward the ties of Mary's night rail. "It's after 5 o'clock in the morning," he said, a hint of wicked hope in his voice. "Surely there are more important things we can be doing than reading some obscure novel." Mary smiled down at her handsome, disgruntled husband. Seeing his petulant frown was like seeing dawn break over the horizon. It meant he was agitated, and that meant he was healing, and not only in the physical sense. She'd worried in those first few days after Grant's death that the loss of his friend might set West back, renew the lingering terror of Crimea. Instead, it had proven a galvanizing force. He spoke of things now that would have shocked her a month ago, a return to his love of architecture, his enthusiasm for her suggestion to build a new wing of St. Bartholomew's Hospital dedicated to helping soldiers heal, his hopes for a family of their own. If nothing else, Grant's treachery had highlighted what could happen when a man was unable to pull himself back from an abyss. And she was glad to see her husband had backed away from the edge on his own. "Oh, you are bored, are you?" she asked, unsympathetically, batting his wandering hands. She regarded him with a raised brow. "I suppose you want to talk again?" "Actually, I had a different cure for my boredom in mind." "Well, perhaps I want to talk." She laid a hand on his bare chest, taking care to avoid the bandaged area, but enjoying the way her touch made his body stiffen in predictable places. "You see, I have a confession to make, Mr. Westmore. I've been keeping a list of secrets from you, things I haven't told you yet." "Not another list," he groaned, "and no more secrets. We promised we would always be open and honest with each other." She smiled, her heart twisting agreeably in her chest. Had she once despaired of ever having a husband who included her in his thoughts and plans, who told her all his secrets and listened patiently to hers? How much had changed in 2 weeks? During the time he'd been forced to stay in bed, there had been plenty of time to talk. She'd learned nearly his entire life story and suffered through a cataloguing of all his various transgressions, not nearly as dramatic or awful as the rumours implied, down to the time when, at 13 years old, he'd electrified a doorknob at Eton, shocked the shite out of his headmaster, and promptly gotten expelled. "Which is why I am telling you now," she agreed. "No more secrets between us. I shall start with number 1 on my list. This isn't some obscure novel." She lifted her book again, feeling a little bit wicked. Using her most seductive voice, she began to read again, continuing right from where she had left off. Driving close into her, I for a moment stopped my furious thrusts to play with the soft, silky hair which covered her mount of love,
Then, slipping my hand over her ivory belly up to her breasts, I made her rosy nipples my next prey. He held his hands over his ears, shaking his head. I can't. That is, you shouldn't. Good Christ, you are a cruel, uncaring woman. Are you really reading The Lustful Turk without me? Yes, she shrugged. Although, it doesn't have to be without you. But Dr. Merrill said. She leaned down and kissed him, swiftly, on the mouth, silencing his protest. Number 2, she breathed against his lips. Staying abed may not be such a terrible thing. Dr. Merrill said we might resume, well, if we are very, very careful, and do not do anything strenuous to dislodge the bandages. Without warning, she found herself flipped over on her back, her blonde and bandaged husband looming over her. I swear to God, Mary, if you've kept that secret longer than 5 minutes, so help me. His eyes narrowed. Only since last night. She held her breath, lifted her hands. I suppose, she added hopefully, since I've been so naughty, you might have to tie me up and punish me. He burst out laughing, leaned over her to deliver a stinging, beautiful bruise of a kiss, and she moaned as she felt the sweep of his tongue inside her. But instead of pursuing the tumult of feelings he was kindling inside her, he broke off the kiss, smirking down at her. "I, my sweet English rose," he said, adopting a hideous Turkish accent. "I know how to punish you, but not with a rope. With my very hand." His hand slipped lower, beneath the hem of her night rail, and she felt the sure, knowing sweep of his fingers, swirling softly against her seam. "I'm at your mercy, my fearsome sheikh," she said back, in a throaty voice that promised more love play, should only he want it. "Although, truth be told, this comes closer to punishing me," he admitted with a groan. He leaned his head against the curve of her neck, breathing harder now, even as his fingers strummed a primal beat inside her. "I've gone 2 weeks without a proper release. I don't know how long I can hold out." "Well, please don't hold out too long," she informed him, wrapping her arms carefully around him, being sure to avoid the bandages. She lightly scraped her nails down his back, shivering as the motion evoked a lovely growl of pleasure from him. "Ever since our little adventure saving the Queen, reading books no longer brings me quite the same degree of enjoyment." She gasped as his perfect fingers found a place that made her hips lift off the mattress, begging for more. "I've changed, thanks to you," she panted. "And I've decided I need to create a bit of adventure, not just read about it." "I see," he said gravely, not diverted from his path in the least. "And given that I must stay in bed, just who do you propose to have this adventure with?" he asked, even as he played her like a beautiful instrument. "I didn't say I was going to have the adventure. I am going to create it." She drew a deep breath, closing her eyes, turning herself over to the last of her secrets, though this one felt as though she was bearing her very soul. "I haven't yet told you number 3 on my list. You see, I've been thinking about writing a book of my own." His fingers stilled against her. There was a moment of profound silence, and then he was lifting his hand, pressing a kiss against her lips. "Good Christ, Mouse," he breathed. "That's the best idea you've had yet. You'd make a brilliant authoress." Her eyes fluttered open. She stared up at him. Was he joking? But no. He was smiling at her, his blue eyes shining with something that might have been pride. "You really think so?" she asked, biting her lip. "It won't be easy. I've never written anything more than a journal entry." "With your imagination, you'll be a far better authoress than those boring, blathering idiots from the night of the literary salon." "Better than Dickens?" she squeaked, shaking her head. "You are mad." "Not mad, just selective in my reading preferences. That book, Bleak House, you once told me to read sounds so bleak."
He smirked at her again, then pulled her night rail up and over her head. And at the risk of pointing out the obvious, you already have the ink stains on your hand, the mark of a proper author. I'd say the only thing missing at this point is the actual book. He fell upon her, kissing his way up her body, his tongue merciless against her skin, until she was trembling against him. "But promise me," he said, as he rounded the curve of one breast, his breath hot against her quivering skin. "The first book you'll write will be based on your life. You can call it The Lustful Mouse." "I don't know," she giggled, happily letting him do what he would. "Perhaps a book based on my life isn't such a good idea. The best heroines always die at the end. And I've heard the hero of that tale is an utter scoundrel." "Not in this story," he said, nipping his way toward her other breast. "In this story, the heroine lives to be 100 years old, and the hero is a devoted husband, determined to bring his wife the utmost pleasure into her dotage. This story shall have the happiest of endings." And then he set about proving it. Epilogue. November the 21st, 1858. The smell should have been worse. She expected something sour, a nappy fouled in the worst possible way. Just last week she'd read a book on motherhood, which had warned against taking little ones out in public so as not to risk undue embarrassment. But as Mary felt the telltale dampness spreading through the blanket and onto her bodice, she felt anything but embarrassed. She smiled down at the cherubic face, the wide, innocent eyes. "What have you done now?" she murmured, slipping a finger inside the blanket to check the flannel. Only damp. Nothing more ominous, and certainly nothing requiring an immediate return to his mother. "Do you want to give him back?" Eleanor asked anxiously. "No, it's just a little misplaced urine, nothing I haven't seen before." Still, Mary leaned down and whispered in her nephew's ear, "Although be careful where you aim, or they'll be calling you that damned Ashington one day." And in spite of the wet bodice, she wasn't quite ready to return the baby yet. She loved holding her nephew, even the less palatable pieces of the experience. Though it would not yet be obvious to the crowd in attendance today, she could feel the pleasant quickening in her abdomen, the secret evidence of her own impending motherhood. She did not fear her new condition, any more than she feared standing in this jostling crowd. Having come through so much, she knew there was nothing she couldn't handle. "Even wet you are a cute little nubbin," she said, tickling her nephew on the chin and earning a happy giggle from the baby. "Can we please use another word?" came West's voice, pushing pleasantly over her shoulder. "That one brings back unfortunate memories." Mary glanced up from the distraction of making her nephew laugh. She'd come here today with Eleanor, knowing West needed to arrive early to see to all the arrangements. She hadn't seen him for several hours at least, and she'd never seen him looking like this, wickedly handsome in full military regalia, the honour bestowed upon him for his role in today's event, even though he had long since sold his commission. Mary returned the baby to his mother, then looped her arm through West's, half wishing she might be able to drag him to a corner and enjoy his startling appearance in private. But the day was too important for such distractions, even ones so delicious, so she settled for a quick kiss on his cheek instead. "Oh, I think we will soon lay that rumour about what you may or may not be lacking to rest once and for all, don't you?" "Not soon enough for me," West chuckled, although, in truth, he no longer gave the rumours that trailed him any real thought. He lived for the woman in front of him now. And soon he would live for the child she carried as well. "What are you two talking about?" his sister-in-law asked, suspiciously. Mary shook her head.
"Oh, nothing."
West held his own tongue as well. She'd told him the very day, the very minute her courses were late, keeping the promise they'd made to be unfailingly honest with each other, and he would keep this promise as well. Thank goodness Mary was handling the first few months of pregnancy well, with no outward signs of distress. He couldn't imagine having accomplished any of this without her. The idea to build the new wing of the hospital had initially been hers, and she'd encouraged him to apply his rusty architecture skills in its design. It had also been her idea to delay the timing of their happy announcement until after the cornerstone of the new wing of the hospital was laid. He had agreed because the new ward had demanded a good deal of both West's and Dr. Merrill's attention, but now that the cornerstone was being laid, there was no longer a need to wait. Tomorrow she would have a proper evaluation from Dr. Merrill. But for now, the secret was happily their own. A familiar face emerged from the crowd, looking dapper in a dark jacket and top hat, his usual white gloves replaced by dark leather for a change. "I see you've decided to finally take my advice and make something of your life," Wilson said, his rheumy eyes shining and his voice gruff, with something that might have been emotion. "Wilson!" West exclaimed in surprise, reaching out a hand to clasp the aging servant on the shoulder. After all, this was the man who had helped Mary with the note that had saved the Queen's life. "I cannot believe you came today." "I wouldn't miss this proud day for the world, Master Geoffrey." West's gaze fell on a row of medals pinned to the man's chest, tarnished but unmistakable. "What is this? You were a soldier?" he asked, stunned. "I fought beside Wellington once upon a time." The older man smiled at West. "Taught me a few things about being a proper butler." West gaped at Wilson. That is, you might have told me," he said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "For God's sake, I would never have subjected a proper military hero to my windmaker under the stairs gag." Wilson shook his head, chuckling. "Oh, I don't know. I suspect knowing about my past military experience might have earned me even more of your tricks, given the rough time you had adjusting after your return from Crimea. But you've come through it, and victory is in sight. This hospital is a fine and honourable undertaking. Well done, Master Geoffrey." The kindly old servant turned smartly on his heel. West watched him go, his mouth still open in surprise. "I never knew Wilson was former military," he muttered. "You didn't suspect?" Mary asked, sounding surprised. "No." Although it made a good deal of sense in hindsight. Wilson's almost painful interest in West's slow recovery after Crimea, the way the man ran Cardwell House with such military precision, but what a trick to have never said anything before. A grin split his face. A trick worthy, perhaps, of West himself. The sharp ring of a bugle pulled his attention toward the front, signalling the start of the afternoon's event. All around them, uniformed men snapped to attention, and West cupped his hand against Mary's elbow, guiding her to the place of honour in front of the milling crowd. Just ahead, he could see the Queen standing, surrounded by a small entourage of red-coated soldiers, 4 of whom were settling a cornerstone into place. When Queen Victoria laid a solemn hand on it and blessed it to a useful life, the crowd erupted in great cheers. West felt like cheering too. They were too far away to read the inscription on the stone, but he knew exactly what it said. St. Bartholomew's Ward for convalescing sailors, for William Breach, for Danny O'Shea, for Pete Thompson, and for Charles Grant. The building would be finished in the spring, not soon enough to correct the enormous social burden of so many soldiers and sailors returning from various foreign fronts, many stricken with malaria, some missing limbs, but sooner than he'd ever imagined. So many men needed care, not all of which could be seen with one's eyes. Part of his architectural plans included a special ward dedicated to men whose minds were suffering the ravages of war, a place where they could receive help without the terrible permanency of bedlam. And judging by the happy smiles of the military men around him, they were grateful for West's efforts to oversee the building of it. It turned out usefulness suited him, both as a man, a sailor, and a husband. And Mary had been correct, remembering the men who had died, even Grant, whose derangement had almost certainly been brought on by the circumstances of that brutal war, had helped him finally, properly heal. A voice floated toward them, feminine and regal, pulling him from his self-absorbed distraction. "Mr. Westmore, I wanted to offer you my personal thanks." West stiffened, at first seeing only a line of red wool, frowning faces, and tall helmets. But then a woman stepped out of the circle of soldiers. "Your Majesty!" Mary gasped beside him, then dipped into an inelegant curtsy. West bowed from the waist, unaccountably nervous. He'd not seen the Queen up close since she'd pinned his Victoria Cross on him in Hyde Park. "Your Majesty," he said, his voice hoarse with emotion, "I assure you, no thanks are needed. We are happy to do what we can to help our country's returning soldiers, after all they have done for us." The Queen inclined her head. "Yes, I am thankful for your efforts to open this ward, especially given that my plans for the new military hospital in Southampton have been delayed due to bitter politics. But there is this matter to thank you for as well." The Queen held out her hand, and he could see his Victoria Cross laying against a pristine white glove. "I believe this belongs to you, Mr. Westmore, and I believe the thanks I owe is for my life." After a moment's hesitation, West stretched out a hand. The medal felt smooth and cool against his hand, but his cheeks warmed against the attention. "No thanks is necessary, Your Majesty," he said, his voice gruff with emotion. "Oh, I beg to differ." The Queen inclined her head. "You see, after receiving your note and deciding to delay my trip, I had Scotland Yard reach out to the Edinburgh authorities." "Did they, say anything about me?" West asked weakly. "Nothing I had not already heard, Mr. Westmore. Your reputation is legend among my chambermaids. They keep wishing you might try to sneak into my bedchamber." Beside him, Mary let out a horrified gasp. "But as this did not seem like one of your jokes, Mr. Westmore, at least none of the ones I had heard, I asked the authorities in Edinburgh to investigate the route I would have taken that day, leaving no stone unturned. They soon discovered something rather unusual beneath Southgate Bridge, a hidden vault full of gunpowder. Do you know anything about it?" West felt like squirming. "Very little, Your Majesty." "Somehow, I doubt that very much. It seems you did more than save my life, Mr. Westmore." The Queen raised a regal brow. "Though I have no proof it was you, or even who might have been behind such a nefarious plot, I suspect you also saved the lives of hundreds of innocent people that day." "Not just me, Your Majesty." West exhaled as he looked down at Mary, knowing that without her the outcome would have been very, very different. He cupped his arm around her shoulders and squeezed. We did what we could. At that, the Queen smiled. My Albert and I are also very much a team, you know. I only wish I had a medal for your wife then, as well. The Queen gestured to the Victoria Cross, still resting against his open palm. Will you wear yours today? For once, West didn't need to think about such a question. With pride, Your Majesty. He reached up and pinned it to his jacket, in honour of those who died at Viborg. And, I hope, for those who lived in Edinburgh, the Queen added, thanks to you both. She offered them both a last, grateful smile before turning away. West glanced at his wife, only to realise she was staring at the Queen's departing entourage with wide brown eyes. Did that just really happen? She whispered. I just met the Queen, wearing a bodice soaked with urine. Just so, West said teasingly. Now that it was over, his breath returning to his lungs, he couldn't see what all the fuss was about. After all, the Queen was just an extraordinary woman, no different than his wife, when it came down to it. But perhaps I'd better pinch you, just to be sure. Mary's eyes narrowed up at him, but her lips twitched upward. The only question is, where would you like to pinch me? She stood on her toes to whisper in his ear. You see, I've been doing some writing of my own, and on page 48 of The Lustful Mouse. And just like that, she had him standing at attention, and not in a proper military sort of way. West knew then that while the day was already off to a wonderful start, his night promised to be even better. And if he had anything to say about it, page 48 of The Lustful Mouse was going to be very interesting indeed. This is Lana J. Weston. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of The Perks of Loving a Scoundrel by Jennifer McQuiston.